We're starting this meeting as a committee meeting between now and 11, the latest. Hopefully it'll be done before that. The inquiry resumes at 11. What we felt we will do before we start the inquiry with the next witness is that would utilize the time so that we don't have an hour of not doing anything. Would utilize this time to attend to a matter or two that would have convened a separate meeting for. So this does help us. There are two issues that we want to put to the attention of the members. If you remember when we met on the 24th of January in discussing the summons and the issuing of subpoenas, it was the committee decision that we would have declined the request for subpoenas of Honorable Pravin Gordhan, the acting public protector, Koleka Tsaleka, the Honorable Member Mazzoni, and would have confirmed that there's no new case or new facts to request the president to be subpoenaed. We would have acceded in terms of that request and that list to about 2 names that as a committee agreed it might be of value to have those witnesses come in front of the committee, and that would have been Bianca Mviana, currently in the PPSA's office, as well as Professor Thuli Madonsela. And at the time when we concluded that meeting, the legal advisor team would have shared with us the fact that the correspondence between the protector legal team and Thuli Madonsela, that there was, what was lacking was a response of Advocate Madonsela at that time. And the committee in its wisdom felt that we would need to have Professor Madonsela come and share, and that she might add value in relation to 2 areas, the Vrede Dairy and the CX matter. That would have been the emphasis, regardless of even that response. What we had received immediately thereafter, after that committee meeting, would have been a correspondence that was sent to the public protector by Professor Madonsela, in which were copied. That would have been sent to you. And in that correspondence, Professor Madonsela would have, and I will ask Ms. Ibrahim to take us through that, would have indicated her own concerns and what she thought would have been relevant or not relevant. And so it does make sense that having taken our own decision, we reflect on the latest correspondence she has sent in order to confirm our position either way as the committee. That's really the main purpose for us to convene, so that we make that confirmation. I can also confirm that on your behalf, having decided that Mviane be subpoenaed, that has been actioned already. And then that's the main issue. The second issue, which will be very brief, which I'll ask a legal advisor to share, would have received complaints from the public protector about issues of non-payment between them and PPSA. And in that regard, we just trying to assist how that can be solved so that nothing gets in the way of this inquiry. I must say upfront, colleagues, that with having done with witness Sokoni and today attending to witness Siabi, by end of this week, by end of today, in our list we have of those confirmed witnesses, about 5 of them. And I'm hoping at the end, between Mr. Ibrahim and Mr. Ngoma, that the actual scheduling of that would happen, because once that's done, it helps all of us in our planning. We now know who we have as remaining witnesses. Let me pause there and ask Ms. Ibrahim to take us through the correspondence in relation to Professor Matonzella, and I will invite you for your own interventions and comments. Thank you. Ms. Ibrahim.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to yourself and to the members. Chair, let me start with the easier of the 2 matters. The first being the one in relation to the complaint received yesterday from the public protector, and it was written by herself, indicating that her legal team had not been paid for services rendered to her during the inquiry. It so happened that last week, I think on the 24th, the committee was copied into correspondence from the PPSA CEO to Sianejo attorneys, where they indicate that they are still conducting a process to verify those invoices. It would appear that the bulk of the invoices were submitted in December, and that there also is another batch that is that has not been paid. Of course, invoices should be paid within 30 days, so that was concerning. But our advice was that the committee and the chair could not get involved in the procurement or the payment of service providers. There is no legal mandate for that. But in terms of the fact that this issue will definitely impact on the committee if the public protector does not have her legal team, we thought it fit that we at least alert the CEO and that we ask for an update as to what is causing the delay and what is the precise nature of this verification process that they've undertaken. So we've asked that they please respond by Monday. Chepo will send out the letter from the CEO that the chair was copied into, as well as the letter that we received from the PP yesterday. Then, Chair, moving on to the second matter in respect of the subpoenaing of witnesses. The committee, as Chair has pointed out, resolved that we would call Professor Madonsela, Mr. Rodney Matabogo, and Ms. Bianca Mbuyana. Mr. Matabogo was a request from the committee. That was not a request that came from the public protector. In fact, he had appeared on the public protector's confirmed witness list. I have then made contact with both of them at the chair's request. Mr. Matabogo indicated that if the committee so requires, he will lend his assistance to the committee, and we're in the process then of making those arrangements, while Ms. Fuyana indicated that she would have to be summoned if she's going to appear. And as Chair has indicated, the letter has just been signed that will be dispatched to the secretary in order to issue that summons. At the time when we met last week, members will recall that the written application from the PP indicated that they had not received a response from the former public protector. That response was then received late that afternoon, if I recall, after 5 p.m., well after the committee had already made its decision. And certainly it was very late, Chair. The public protector had made her request to the former PP in November. So a few months had passed until we received that response in which we were copied. Chair, I'm not going to read the entire letter because members have been provided with a copy. but I will just stick to the salient parts. Because what the former PP has done is that she repeats what the request is to her. And what the current PP has asked is that the former PP appear before the committee to give evidence on various matters. And I took the committee through it last week, but these included the vetting of staff members at the PPSA, donor funding to augment the budgetary constraints at the PPSA, the outsourcing of investigations to various law firms, consequence management at the PPSA during the tenure of Advocate Madonsela, the impact that the Nkandla judgment had on litigation costs. And you'll recall the reason for that would be that the Nkandla judgment was the judgment that definitively said that the public protector's remedial action is binding. Reasons for not completing certain key investigations, including CX and Vrede, human resource management issues to do with the management of poor performance, the impact of inadequate resource allocation on what may seem to be incompetence in the office, and then her previous public utterances regarding inter alia, the allegations that Advocate Mqwebani had revealed confidential information in respect of the 7-9 notice issued to Minister Gordhan. And then lastly, the role of the executive authority, in other words, the role of the public protector within the PPSA. They had indicated that the law list was not exhaustive and asked Prof. Madonsela to please avail herself voluntarily to assist the committee. She then responded to say that she would be unable to assist, and these are the reasons that she gave. A, I do not see the rational connection of the majority of the above questions and the section 1941 inquiry, which stems from judgments by court up to the Constitutional Court regarding Advocate Mqwebani's integrity, flowing from court decisions about her honesty, and professional competence flowing from court decisions regarding her comprehension of the PP's constitutional mandate. B, the information you seek is with the public protector as an institution. Having left the institution more than 6 years ago, it is the institution that is best suited to respond to questions regarding its relationship with organs of state in line with its constitutional position as an independent constitutional institution that is set up to hold other organs of state accountable, including the State Security Agency. C, I would have been in a position to help a week after leaving office if efforts to work with applicable public protector team members to finalize a quality assured set of records in the week after leaving office on 14 October 2016 were not rebuffed by Advocate Mqwebani, who flatly forbade any contact between myself and the teams I'd worked with when I requested her permission to do so. And with matters still fresh in my head, Advocate Mqwebani would have had an opportunity to ask me institutional management questions, not in mine or staff reports, had she not suddenly refused to meet me in the week following my leaving office, despite the two of us having agreed during our handover meeting at my office on 14th October 2016 that we would continue our meeting and briefing the following week. The following week, she suddenly insisted that as I was no longer in office, such was inappropriate to meet to augment my briefing with her, and that I should have done this earlier. This was despite it being in the public domain that I had been ambushed by the then president with legal action on the state capture matter, which impacted my plans for a neat handover. Email correspondence to this effect should be available. In my case, I've been able to meet with both my immediate predecessors, Advocate Mshwana and Bakwa, soon after assuming office to fill in gaps where there were some. She then said that I recommend that you find the administrative information about staffing, vetting, and institutional relations from the public protector records and staff members such as Niels van der Merwe and Pona Moghaladi, who had been there since the establishment of the public protector as an independent constitutional institution under Advocate Bakwa in 1995. Former CEOs may also be helpful. Regarding investigation-related information, I suggest you rely on observations and findings that have been made by courts in cases such as the Saab case. This has included determinations of the Constitutional Court, which is the apex court whose decision is final. In this regard, it must be borne in mind that nothing I or anyone can say can override court decisions. An attempt to do so would have the same results as when Parliament tried to review the findings of the public protector in the Nkandla matter reported under the title Secure in Comfort. You will recall that in Economic Freedom Fighters versus Speaker of the National Assembly and Democratic Alliance versus Speaker of the National Assembly, the Constitutional Court found that the National Assembly's second guessing of the findings of the public protector or stepping into the shoes of the public protector and replacing her findings with its own was a violation of the rule of law. That can be found in paragraph 98 of the judgment. Regarding preparing my statement in the event that I am subpoenaed, I would require an independent legal service provider procured by the public protector as an institution and to work with that institution to find relevant records and prepare any statement that is rationally connected to and accordingly relevant to this matter. This will require that the public protector pays for my transport to Pretoria and that time is allowed to find relevant records. So this, Chair, is the letter that was received late last week. Chair, I must first mention that it appears to be in accordance with what the evidence leaders have told us. Indeed, the evidence leaders made an attempt to meet with Advocate Madonsela. I think they may have had 2 meetings with her and possibly 1 virtual meeting, but I stand to be corrected on that. And they too were told that Advocate Madonsela did not take any records with her when she left the office. She did not have her email correspondence with her. And that she did not remember much of the detail of what had passed because of the time. She had pointed out that there were certain persons within the office that they could seek the relevant information from. She had indicated that there were certain records that they could try and secure to assist them in their role. And in fact, they then proceeded to do that. As I understand it, many of those records that she referred to could not be found. So the evidence leaders are fairly confident that everything that there is on these particular matters related to the motion have been sourced by themselves and form part of the record and is available. They did indicate that they didn't pursue the matter further because it was their understanding that their role was limited to the motion, and what was before the committee was the actions and the conduct of the current public protector, the incumbent public protector, and it was not their job to assist the committee with a comparative exercise. Chair, I'm not going to go through the legal framework that I discussed last week. It remains the same, just to remind members that the directives provide that only evidence relevant to determining the veracity of the grounds of incompetence or misconduct set out in the motion should be put before the committee, and evidence not so relevant that may be placed before the committee will be disregarded. So the committee must use its constitutional powers to summons a person to provide information that would be necessary for determination of the veracity of the charges in the motion. I have explained it's an extraordinary step to summon someone, and where less restrictive means can be used to get evidence, that should always be the preference. In addition, Chair, last week I noted that the committee must consider that its role is not to conduct oversight over any third persons. This is a matter that is specifically related to the current PP, and that's not to say that the actions of any other third person may not be subjected to oversight or shouldn't have been subjected to oversight at an earlier time, but rather it's important that the committee, however it decides on the way forward, ensures that it's focused in the evidence that it receives and the manner in which it's going to manage that evidence. Chair, the lines, however, not black and white, because certainly things that a predecessor may have done would impact an incumbent. So that is something that the committee would have to manage closely. Chair, in determining the parameters, just to remind the committee that the motion refers specifically to the former PP in relation to the sex and freedom matters, and the allegations there being that that there was a broadening or narrowing of the scope of investigations, and that reports, preliminary reports may have changed. The PP, of course, indicated far more areas in her correspondence to the former PP and in the application to this committee, which I've taken you through that list. The committee must also consider if it is going to proceed this issue that Prof. Madansela raises about resources. She certainly cannot make that a condition on the current PP to provide her with the resources that she seeks. It is the committee that will summons her, not the current PP, and therefore she should not be involved in that request at all, and it should not be subject to that request. In that regard, Chair, the Powers Act only provides and is limited to support for the financial cost of travelling to Parliament where a witness has been subpoenaed or a witness voluntarily agrees to appear before us. So there is no right to legal support or legal representation in any way at all. So that would be the role of the committee, merely to facilitate the public protectors, the former public protectors' attendance in Cape Town and to cover that cost. Chair, what the committee could do, however, is to provide all the records that it does have available to it. They have all been uploaded in an electronic format, and some assistance could at least be given to narrow down those documents into specific areas that the committee seeks the testimony of the former PP on. Chair, that is the advice in a nutshell. Once the committee indicates what the way forward is, we will then formulate a summons as necessary if that remains the view of the committee, but no steps have been taken in that regard and no contact has been made with Advocate Madansela following this letter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that comprehensive presentation on this matter, being the second bite for the committee. Before I invite you members, just to indicate to you that, just remind you, you've taken a decision as a committee. Immediately thereafter, there would have been new information or further information provided. I felt therefore as a chair that to continue with our approach of being rational and fair, that it was proper that we have this presentation. And so as I invite you, the issues in front of you are from what has been presented in the letter by Professor Thuli Madonsela. Are there issues there, critical issues that should make us to rethink the committee decision otherwise? But also, if we are of the view that we stick to our decision of requesting her to come, are we able to say these are the areas of focus that would like when you come to focus on, so that it is not all over the place? I would want you to as you make your contributions, to assist in terms of the way forward, because this is your decision. This is a response to your decision as a committee, and therefore we're just in terms of fairness and driving a rational process. We don't want to be seen as not attending to any facts put in front of us. Thank you. Let me now invite members to contribute. I'll start with Honorable Ngola, followed by Honorable Milam. Any other hands that wants to come and make a contribution? Honorable Heron. Maneli. We have the four hands No further hands. Let me take these 4 hands. Honorable Ngola, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, Chair, let's start on the first part of the non-payment of the legal team of the public protector. I think, Chair, it's an unfortunate situation that must not happen. And I think we must appreciate that the team actually the public protector came to us and leveled formally a complaint. Was it would have been bad if they just did not come on the basis that Parliament did not pay them what is due to them. So I think Ms. Fatima Ibrahim is further briefing the committee on what steps they've taken in responding to the complaint. So I think let's allow that to take its course and formally apologize to the team and the public protector on behalf of Parliament and say we are actually making a follow-up to that matter. I think the Parliament legal team is equally making it a point that we are reminded that the issues of procurement and other things have nothing to do with this committee. But of course, because this matter affects the day-to-day operations of this committee, so we are to be seen attending to the complaint. Otherwise, we appreciate that, Chair. Chair, on the second thing, which relates to the subpoena of witnesses, I think, Chair, to a certain extent, what is raised by the former PP does make sense. Was part of what we draw from the correspondence is that she is not saying she doesn't want to come and testify to assist the committee. But I think she is raising issues that may be a handicap in terms of what form of information is she submitting to the committee. So I saw from the letter that was uploaded there that there are a lot of things, donor what, law firms what, and all those things. But I think from what we have read from the independent panel report and the motion, the key issues that are raised is Advocate Mkhwebana inheriting the CIX report. What has transpired after the investigation that went from one public protector to the other. The issue of the report, these reports are particularly tabled and in detail in the misconduct charge. That there is an allegation of Advocate Mkhwebana having misconducted herself in her performance of her duties in respect of the Frederick Dairy Farm report. The same report that was inherited from Advocate Thulema Donzela. There are even further allegations that there was an information that was altered from the other report to the other report, from the other public protector to the other public protector. So we, as this committee, need to connect those dots so that we're able to be held as this committee to specifically arrive into a decision that is actually fair and just, because these are serious issues that have been leveled. You had, I think at some point you had a provisional report that was altered by the other public protector. Those are the accusations that were publicly testified here in this committee. So I think specifically those two issues relating to the report on CIX, the report on Frederick Dairy Farm, because we have got a long servicing staff in the PP, that which has been there during the time of Advocate Thulema Donzela, and some were there during the time of Advocate Mkhwebana, and some are still there even now. Some were there even before Advocate Thulema Donzela. So I think let's add that as a très specific thematic area that which we expect Advocate Thuli Madonsela to assist this committee with. The issues, Chair, of relating to how she's going to be assisted in getting that information and all those things, that the PP's office and all. I don't really think that is something that we can even come to discuss. Whether PPSA is able to assist in respect of this, they must do so. So I think, Chair, that's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nwala. Honorable Maila.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, could I just get clarity on 3 issues, please? The first relates to the legal representation of Advocate Madonsela. And the question I ask is this: is she entitled to legal representation? Does she require legal representation? And what would be the purpose of legal representation in a committee of this nature? The second question relates to the scope of the witness, or the scope of the evidence that the witness is going to present. And I take your point about whether or not we should limit it in terms of specific items. I tend to agree that we need to focus in on exactly what will be required. Otherwise, we are going to be here for a very, very extended period. And here's my question to you, Chair. Can we limit the time that is allocated for specific elements of inquiry? My third question, I'm not sure if I understood Ms. Ibrahim correctly, that because the subpoena comes from the committee, Advocate Madonsela will then be a committee witness rather than a witness of Advocate Mkhwebane. If that's the case, will the evidence be led by the evidence leaders, or will it be led by Advocate Mpofu? So I'd just like some clarity as to what process we're going to follow with these subpoenaed witnesses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maila. I'm tempted to ask you to clarify, or let me just proceed to other members and then we'll come back. Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I wasn't at the meeting on the 24th of January, but
Honorable Heron, just reposition yourself so that we can hear you properly.
are you able to hear me now, Chair?
It's much better. Please continue.
I'll try and speak loudly. Chair, I wasn't able to attend the meeting on the 24th of January when the decision was made as to who to subpoena and who not to. But I think we must make this decision in terms of the charges and the motion. And the reason I asked about Advocate Cilliers, who I see that the committee decided not to subpoena, was because there's some conflict in the evidence around whether whether Advocate Cilliers was instructed to extend the scope of the investigation, or by Advocate Madonsela. The charge 2 relating to the Freer Dairy matter includes charges that Advocate Mkhwebane narrowed the scope of the investigation and failed to, and also amended the report that Advocate Madonsela had, one of the draft reports that Advocate Madonsela had prepared or was prepared under her instruction. Now, there are 2 witnesses who can give evidence as to whether the investigation was narrowed, and that's either Advocate Cilliers or Advocate Madonsela. As I say, I don't understand why we didn't decide to call Advocate Cilliers, despite her unwillingness to testify, as we were informed previously, because she had direct involvement in the investigation of the Freer Dairy matter. But if she was instructed to include politicians, which would have been maybe the widening of the scope of the investigation, and her evidence or her investigation didn't actually lead her there, then we need that evidence either from Advocate Cilliers or Advocate Madonsela. So my point is that charge 2 requires some direct evidence on whether the scope was narrowed or not by Advocate Enquiry. And there are only two people who can give that evidence directly, and that's either Advocate Cilliers or Advocate Madonsela. If we decide not to call Advocate Madonsela, then I would like us to reopen the discussion around Advocate Cilliers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable Maneli.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to honorable members. Chair, I think I'm covered the main by Honorable Ngola, but just to confirm that on the 24th meeting, we would have looked at the letter that was sent and already concerns, especially where you would have open-ended matters that there could be any other. So it's not limited to that you'll indeed get a negative response in that regard because you do not know what to prepare on. But like I said, with those matters now specified by Honorable Ngola, that should be actually the focus. And I agree that on the legal side, in terms of representation, it's a matter we may need to get further advice on, Chair. That will be my submission, in the sense that whilst generally you would have looked at witnesses that come before the committee, of which one of them will be the public protector herself, who's got legal representation. You may need to get legal advice in the sense that Prof. Madonsela comes as former public protector. Again, so there's public protector linked to that, whether indeed that is something to consider or not. But I'll still say she's the relevant person to come before the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Maneli. Just before I summarize, Ms. Ibrahim, quite specific issues that would have been raised. Please respond to those.
Thank you, Chair. The questions are only from Honorable Milam, but I think some of the other members may have touched on some of those issues also. The first question, whether Advocate Madonsela is entitled to legal representation, the answer would be no, she's not entitled to legal representation in this committee, but I don't think that is what she's asking. She's asking for legal assistance to help her in order to prepare to appear before the committee. So in other words, to collate the documentation, I suspect to assist her in compiling her statement and so on. The second one on the scope of evidence, Chair, that will be for you to speak to on how you intend to limit the time on the issues if she does appear. And then on the last one, on who will the evidence be led by, because I referred to her as a committee witness. I referred to her as a committee witness in relation to this issue of the cost of the legal assistance, that Advocate Madonsela cannot put the current PP under terms to say that if I'm subpoenaed, you would need to arrange for me to have legal assistance and to pay for my trip to Pretoria to the office. So in that sense, I was saying that if the committee makes this decision, it's for the committee to decide what type of assistance we are going to lend to her, whether we're going to lend some internal capacity from our team. I said that we would certainly share all the records that we have and so on. In terms of leading her, that would be for the PP's team to do, because she appears on their witness list. And Chair, that would be the same for Mr. Mataboge as well as for Ms. Bianca Mvuyana, both of who appeared on the PP's witness list. So it's not for the evidence leaders to now approach them and come with a statement and so on. Certainly the evidence leaders in terms of the directives can ask questions, as can the members, but I think that it should be led by Advocate Mpofu. I think that's That's it, Chair. And then on the issue by Honourable Heron on Ms. Cilliers, if the committee is of the view that it wants to reopen that discussion, then certainly we can take instructions in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ibrahim. If just perhaps by way of summarizing what I'm hearing from you members, that having received this correspondence from Professor Madonsela, I think the general take of the members, and I don't seem to get any contrasting view on it, is that as a committee, we want to reaffirm our decision to have Professor Madonsela come to the committee. Having listened to the issues, members are narrowing down the areas of her testimony into about 2 or 3 areas that have been properly ventilated here. The issue of assistance is what needs to be attended to. And a few examples I think Ms. Ibrahim is giving in to allow her to be in a position to interact with this committee quite productively and in the manner that we would expect. That I think can be looked into and be attended to. And so this is reaffirmation of our decision. And beyond this, we will start the processes because she's under the realm of subpoenas. We'll start that process, having looked and we're attending to the issues you have raised in that correspondence, including the narrowing of the focus for this, which I think the committee is happy about. That if there's a decision that we take, attends to Honourable Heron's concern, because at least Mr. Heron, we now have between Mr. Cilliers, Advocate Cilliers and Professor Madonsela, that we are bringing Professor Madonsela to come. I won't repeat our discussion on Mr. Cilliers when we met on the 24th. It became in our view, a fruitless exercise to just bring him. So it helps us that we would have Professor Madonsela coming to the committee with those issues being attended. I think Ms. Ibrahim has clarified to Mr. Mailam, Honorable Mailam, the issues of so if by end of today you have 5 witnesses remaining, it means 4 of those. You have not mentioned Mr. Malunga. Because he would not have been in their list, and therefore that he would be our witness. Can you just clarify that?
Yes, Chair, I'm sorry, I've completely forgotten about him. He has indicated that he would voluntarily attend, so there's no summoning process that we're proceeding with there.
And he's a committee witness, or the PPs.
So Chair,
was he in the list of
unique in that he is a committee witness. He was not on the list.
So we expect the evidence leaders to work with him.
That's correct.
Okay, is that clear, colleagues? So I'm just looking at the 5 that are remaining. This we in the hands of the PP in relation to the 4 that they will lead as they've been doing, and that the evidence leaders are tasked with. Remember last week we decided that we think the former Deputy Public Protector, Mr. Kevin Malunga, would add a little value into our work. And that would not have been part of the request of the PP. So I'm mentioning it in that context. And then Mr. Mailam, on the issue of the chair giving time to the scope, I think once we have everything and the statements, we will be able, because the directives empower the chair to do those kind of things. So I would be in a position to do that when we have every facts and detail in front of us, especially when the need arises. Those that are subpoenaed, my understanding, Ms. Ibrahim, do you have statements for them, or you don't have affidavits for them because they are being subpoenaed? Just clarify that.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. I have made it clear to all of those witnesses, however, that should they wish to submit an affidavit, they may do so.
Okay, all right. So that's it, members. Just a comment on Honorable Ngola, on the issue of payment, non-payment. At this stage, we'll hold back on the apology, because what we are doing with the PPSA is to ask them to clarify. We have no conclusive to say this, so we'll hold back on that at this stage until we get a response. Otherwise, everything else that you'd have put on the table is shared. Before I wrap up this item, because I can see the team is already outside, I'm going to invite Ms. Sukas.
Chair, I just wanted to follow on from what Honorable Mylan has said, and it goes back to what I raised previously. With these witnesses, such as Advocate Professor Tuli Matonzela coming, the one question that I have, is it forbidden for us to provide legal representation when witnesses require that? And then second, the protection of witnesses are very important, and especially given the circumstances and the range of issues that has been highlighted that the previous public protector needs to speak on, although I've heard Chair is going to limit or set the scope for the questioning. Should legal representation not be considered to protect witnesses or to ensure the protection of witnesses?
Okay, thank you. Any response there, Mr. Ibrahim?
Chair, I don't think that the issue of legal representation within the committee arises in respect of witnesses, because they're not the subject matter of the inquiry, and there can be no decisions by the committee that would adversely affect those persons, different from, say, for example, the State Capture Commission, where witnesses that presented evidence there may then find themselves subject to criminal charges and so on later on. In terms of the assistance, though, Chair, that is certainly something that the committee can consider. It would be no different than when we have the start of a new parliament, where we ask erstwhile people in various positions to come to committees and give some advice or their experiences and so on. In fact, Parliament often invites people back, so it would be the same.
Thank you. I hope that clarifies, Honorable Sukas. With that, honorable members, we just on time to get into our next session. So that little session of the committee concludes at this point. So thank you very much. I see Honorable Suela, you have your hand up.
Yes, Chair, my hand was up, but I'm clarified by my colleagues. My concern was the issue of yesterday that I think Honorable Professor Madonsele or Advocate Madonsele is relevant to come and assist us. But we don't want to see other PPs from other countries, because I didn't see any relevance of yesterday's.
Thank you, Honorable Suela. We are not there.
So,
thank you. Thank you, Honorable
thank you.
Suela. Thank you. We are not there. We done there. Thank you. Thank you, members. I think, can we ask the team to come in? Maybe as we do that, yeah. So that we start the inquiry.
Recording stopped.
switch on your camera.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can clearly hear you.
You are very loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now we're good to go. We're in your hands. So we'll start just now. We're in a minute or two, 25 past. I want to start at that time.
Okay. Oh, now it's here.
That it's just keep it like that. It's a
Okay.
very good position. Thank you very much. Maybe with that, let me welcome members in the meeting, honorable members here at M46 and on the virtual platform to welcome the public protector and her legal team led by Advocate Mpofu. Welcome our evidence leaders, Advocates Mayos and Advocate Bauer, members of the media with us, the entire support staff, and members of the public. It's now exactly 25 minutes past 11. We're now starting our inquiry with a new witness, which will be introduced shortly. So I want to welcome all of you and thank you, Mekhanyaho, for in a short notice availing yourself to be of service to the inquiry. Mekhanyaho is going to be our interpreter when we interact with the witness. On that point, I will immediately go straight and ask Ms. Fatima Ibrahim to do the preliminaries in introducing the witness. And I guess that is where the interpretation will start. Over to you, Ms. Ibrahim.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the witness for today is Mr. Siabi, who appears as a witness on behalf of the public protector.
Mr. Siabe, o tla ema mo o batlatse ka mo kopanong e ya mošireletši wa setšhaba.
Mr. Siabi, you have been invited, subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, to appear before this committee as a witness and to answer questions.
You're going to leave Ms. Khanyago behind.
Chair, I have provided a copy of it because I know that the oath is a little bit
That's fine.
complicated.
Start again then. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Siabi, you have been invited, subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004.
Morena Siabe, ba go memile mo kopanong ye go ya ka molawana wo o badilwego gore o tle o be tlhatse gona ka fa.
To appear before this committee as a witness and to answer questions in respect of the committee's inquiry.
Gore o tle o tswelele pele ga komiti e gore gape o be tlhatse gore o fe botlhatse bo e leng gore bo nyakega ka mo komiting.
Into the removal of the public protector, Advocate Mqwebane.
Le ge ka ge ba be ba nyaka go tloša mošireletši wa setšhaba e le go yena mohumagadi Mqwebane.
Please be informed that by law,
Re nyaka go go tsebiša ka semolao.
you are required to answer fully and
O
satisfactorily
swanela ke gore o arabe ka botlalo.
all questions lawfully put to you
O arabe ka botlalo gape ka nnete dipotšišo ka moka tše ba tla be ba go botšiša tšona.
or to produce any document that you are required to produce.
Le go ka tšweletša tokomane efe kapa efe ye e leng gore ba tla be ba nyaka gore wena o e tšweletše.
In connection with this inquiry,
Tokomane tše e leng gore di malebana le dinyakišišo tše.
even though that the answer or document could incriminate you,
Le ge e le gore nako tše dingwe tshedimošo yeo goba tokomane yeo e ka go tsenya molatong
or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages.
goba nako tše dingwe ya go hlohlomišetša gore nako tše dingwe ba ka tla ba go latofatša ka taba tšona tše tša semolao.
You are protected
O šireletšegile
in that evidence given under oath before the committee may not be used against you.
gore sengwe le sengwe se e leng gore o ikanne go se bolela pele ga komiti di ka se tsoge di šomišitšwe kgatlhanong le wena
In any court or place outside of parliament,
mo kgorotshekong efe goba efe ye beng ka mo ntle ga palamente
except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury,
ntle le tše e leng gore di tla be di go latofatša ka melato e leng gore o tla be o e rwele
or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in this process.
goba e ka ba e nngwe ya manago le tokomane goba tshedimošo ye e leng gore ya nyakega mo godimo ga tshepedišo ye.
In terms of section 17 of the Powers Act,
Go ya ka molao wola wa 17 wa tša maatla,
a person who willfully furnishes a committee
motho e leng gore o tliša ditaba tše mo komiting ye
with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading,
a ka tliša tshedimošo goba tokomane ye e leng gore ya lahletša goba ke ya maaka
commits an offense,
o dira molato
and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment.
o ka humana gore mo bophelong o tlo ba le molato goba nako tše dingwe ba go otla goba nako tše dingwe ba go iša le kgolegong
For a period not exceeding 2 years.
mo mengwageng e leng gore ga e fete ye mebedi.
Mr. Siabi, repeat after me.
Morena Seabe, re kgopela gore o ke o bolele mantšu a ba bolelago o a bošeletše.
I swear
Ke a ikana
the evidence I shall give
tshedimošo goba botlhase bjo ke tlang go bofa
shall be the truth,
e tla ba nnete,
the whole truth,
nnete ka botlalo,
and nothing but the truth.
e sego se sengwe ntle le nnete.
So help me God.
Hle Modimo nthuše.
Just wanted to check if he verbalized all the steps. There might be when you started so that he said there was translation but didn't go to him.
Ms. Kanyaho, I need the witness to repeat the oath after me. So I'll do it again, allow you to translate and then give the witness an opportunity to repeat it, please. If you could just explain to him that I'll be requesting him to do that.
Ba re ke go botše gore ba kgopela gore tshedimošo ye ke tlong go fa yona ye ke go hlatholela go yona ge ke seno go hlatholela o bolelele godimo gore ba kgone go go kwa. Re a kwešišana? Okay.
I swear that the evidence I shall give
Ke a ikana gore botlhatsi bjo ke tla bo fao
shall be the truth,
e tla ba nnete,
the whole truth,
nnete ka botlalo,
and nothing but the truth.
e sego se sengwe ntle le nnete.
So help me God.
Hle Modimo nthuše.
Thank you, Chair. The witness is now sworn in.
Thank you, Ms. Ibrahim and Mr. Siabi, with the assistance of Mekhanyaho. We're now ready to start the actual interaction with the witness. And at this point, I'm going to invite Advocate Mpofu to interact with the witness. You can keep your mic on, yours stays on. Thank you. Over to you, Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, Chair, I think there's going to be a few challenges with the interpretation, but I think let's see how we can get it right, not with the interpreter, but just with the setup. Because I think it's the first time we're doing it like this. Even myself, it's the first time I have the interpreter being in a different room to the person who's speaking. But I think we'll try and survive. Maybe just before I start with the witness, I just want to indicate that I'm not quite sure of the duration of, I think we'll have a better sense maybe around lunchtime, because also the interpretation adds to the time. So it's not as easy to estimate as the previous times. But also, I hope I'll be able to indicate, I'm busy trying to change my traveling arrangements here, because I think it has occurred to us after this, some of the documents that were supplied this morning by our learned friends kind of put a new dimension to things. We've now been given something called notice of reinstatement, which has been loaded up. I'm sure that, I don't know if even if the members have seen that. I don't know what time it was loaded, but it was loaded this morning.
It was loaded yesterday afternoon.
Oh, okay. I only got to know about it this morning. So maybe, hopefully the members have seen it. But basically, just to indicate, Chair, this is some, I don't know whether to call it an attempt or but is an effort to reinstate Mr. Samuel's so-called appeal. You'll remember when he testified, there was a debate about the appeal, which he claimed suspended his sentence, which is just legal nonsense. But it looks like eventually he has done something about it in December. That is after we submitted Mr. Siabi's name as a witness. So it may or may not be a coincidence, but we doubt that it is. And the reason why that's important will become clear. Oh, okay. Well, I think Ms. Mayosi has the wrong information. My team tells me that the document was sent this morning, as I said earlier, not yesterday afternoon. But it doesn't matter. The point is, it has just given us a new dimension. So we had to consult on it. In fact, we would have wanted more time. We haven't had time to canvass this with the witness properly, because it doesn't matter whose fault it is. We only received it this morning in the middle of our consultation. But what I had says to the witness is that we'll just use the breaks, like at lunchtime, maybe we'll deal with this just so that we don't waste the time of the committee. Yeah, but it looks like there's more to this than meets the eye. And it might well be that this is the most important witness in this whole inquiry, because I think we will be able to link the so-called charges to the incident that he's going to describe here, and what we suspect there was a collusion between Mr. Samuel and Ms. Mazzoni to cook up this so-called charge sheet. But all will be revealed. Good morning, Mr. Siabi.
Madume Morena Siabi.
Yes. How are you today?
Le kae? All is well.
Thank you. All right. So that is, I think we just want to apologize to you for making you at your age to travel. I understand you only got to your hotel around midnight last night.
Re nyaka go kgopela tshwarelo gore o sepele leeto le le kaaka. Re kwešiša gore ba re wena o tsene ka morago ga iri ya 12 bošego gare. Ba re tshwarelo.
Yes.
Ke ka mokgo nkareng ke thabetse taba eo.
This is the way I can say that I'm very much happy about this issue.
Of being here, yes. No, I just wanted to pass that apology, unlike that other apology of Mr. Nwalo, which was withdrawn by the chair. But yes. All right. Now, you are 8 years old and
O na le mengwaga ye 18. That is the truth.
I want to look like you when I'm 80.
Ke nyaka go swana le wena ge ke fihla fao. If you take care of yourself.
Thank you. And you live in Seshego, Polokwane in the Limpopo province, correct?
O dula kua Limpopo ka Seshego go jwalo na? That's correct.
Yes. I was just going to say, I'm going to ask leading questions until the point where we get to the real issues, or if there's an objection. Yeah. All right. And the statement that you made to this committee was done in Polokwane with our members of our legal team, and also in the presence of your legal team, correct?
Setatamente seo se dirile go mo pele ga rena o se dirile o le polokwane o le pele ga setlhopha sa bona sa mošomo le sa gago go jwalo na. That's correct.
And when we were consulting, we picked up that some of the dates are not correctly captured, but we will correct those as we go along. But I just want to, I'm saying this because some of these dates were verified with your legal team, for example, when you appeared in court and so on, but the other dates came from your own memory, correct?
Go na le di matšatšikgwedi a mangwe o ka re ga gabotse gobane re be re ntse re boledišana le bona batho ba le bontši o bolela le bona ka fao tše dingwe tša matšatšikgwedi a bego gona fa go bonala ke a ba no tla ka mogopolong ya gago na go jwalo na.
A ke re šele o le tšeo re ke na le 8 years. Se se bontšha gore mogopolo a ka lona wa tsofala.
I've already stated that I'm 8 years old and my mind is aging also.
All right. But the most important thing, I think, it will not be, as I say, if there are dates that we have to correct, we'll correct. But what you are definitely sure about is the sequence of events and sometimes the year or the month. But you can confirm that the events happened in the sequence that is stated in the statement, and also that is going to be covered in your testimony, correct?
Go na le matšatšikgwedi a mangwe ka nnete re ka no ba a sa ngwalwa go ya ka tatelano. E fela se botlhokwa fa ke gore ditiragalo di tle ka tatelano ka fao tše dingwe di tla no lokišwa ge tshepedišo e ntše e tšwelela pele go efa botlatsi ba rena re ya kwana na.
Itlo le ka mokgwa nka kgonang ka ona gore di ka tatelano.
I will try my level best to give you the correct information.
Yes. Thank you. And the gist of your evidence really is not so much about those technicalities, but it is about your experiences and what has led to all the events that have led to you to be seated where you are, correct?
Kore bothata be bogolo ga se ke gore go bile le dilonyana tše dintšhi tše di diragetšego gomme ke tšona tšeo di dirile gore o tle o ikhwetše o dutše mo o dutšeng gona le fono go jwalo na.
Go jwale ke mo ke rileng ke a itumela gore mamotlha ke tla kgona go kry-a di-answera tše senke ke di kry-ile.
I'm happy today that I'll receive answers that I never got.
Yes, well, I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you. But your story and linked to that, what you call that quest or hunger to get answers. Chair, I'm addressing the witness, but also the chair to say that your story is a sad story of how our people get treated by various agencies in our system. And I just wanted to inform the chair that while we listen to your specific story, I think we should also have an eye to that because it's a very heart-wrenching account of what has happened to you in the past 12 years.
Re ka re kanagelo ya gago ke manyane gore batlhankedi ba rena ba ba re šomelago ba sware batho ka tsela yona yeo Ka fao re tla no di kwa ge re ntse re tswela pele.
ya go jwale.
And
That is the case.
yes, just to mention a few of those agencies randomly that you have had encounters with since around about 2010. The first one would have been the Commissioner for Compensation of Occupational Injuries and Diseases, that office, correct?
Ya mathomo o ikare ba batlhankedi ba o ileng wa kopana le bona ke ba le ba kwa ba le ba ditefelo tshela ge go lefelwa tsona di mathata ao ke bona ba mathomo ba o kopaneng le bona ba re ke nnete na.
Ke nnete ke bona ba mathomo ba go ntshwenya.
Yes, those are the first people who really didn't treat me well.
Then from there, your journey took you to the Office of the Public Protector in Limpopo, correct?
Leeto la gago le ile la go tsentšha ka gare ga kantoro ya mošireletši wa setšhaba wa Limpopo go jwalo na.
Go jwale.
That's the truth.
Then your journey took you to the Legal Aid Board in
Leeto la gago gape la go iša pele ga boto ela ya bathuši ba tša semolao ba legal aid go jwalo na.
Nkile go se kry-e thušo ka kwa go public protector mo ke ile ka ba hwetša ke bethwa ka tšhabela ka go legal aid.
I went to the public protector's office where I was assaulted. Then I turned to the legal aid office.
Then Legal Aid managed to do an appointment for you with Mr. Samuel, correct?
Bona ba le ba legal aid ke bona ba ileng ba kgona go direla appointment le Morena Samuel na ke nnete.
Ke nnete go jwale.
And the
That's the
person,
truth.
okay, the person who assisted you to fix that appointment at Legal Aid is Mr. Tsebe, the person mentioned at paragraph 3 of your statement, correct?
Mo statementeng sa gago motho yo go kwagalago a go thušitše gona kwa go legal aid ke Morena Tsebe go jwalo na.
Go jwale.
That's the truth.
Yes, and that appointment led to the appointment date was the date on which you were allegedly, well, not allegedly anymore, where you were assaulted in the offices of the public protector. And we'll get into the details. I'm just mentioning the incidents now.
Re tla re bolela ka ditiragalo ka morago ke no bolela ka tsone tše gore letšatši le le beakantšwego ke bona ba legal aid go ba yena Morena Tsebe ke lona leo le ileng la dira gore o tlhaselwe na go jwalo na.
Go jwale.
That's the truth.
And after the assault, that journey then took you to South African Police Services.
Ka morago ga go tlaišwa fao o ile wa ya setišing sa maphodisa go jwalo na.
Go jwale.
That's the truth.
Yes. When you had problems with what followed, then you had to go to the NPA on your own in Pretoria to complain about the progress in your case or the lack thereof, correct?
Ge o bona ditaba di eme ka tsela ye o ile wa ya ka bo wena ka NPA Pretoria go yo tlalea ka yona taba ye go jwalo na.
Go jwale.
That's the truth.
And then after months or years of that campaign, you were sent back to the NPA in Limpopo, correct?
Ka morago ga leeto leo la dikgwedi goba mengwaga, o ile wa romelwa morago gape go NPA ya Limpopo, na go jwalo na?
go jwalo.
That's correct.
Yes. After that, you had now the encounter with the criminal court in Limpopo.
Ka morago ga fa o ile wa tsena kwa kgorotshekong ya bosenyi kwa Limpopo, go jwalo na?
Go jwalo.
That's correct.
Yes, and after Mr. Samuel was found guilty and sentenced, you then started a new journey around about 2018 of trying to get compensated civil damages. So you now had a new encounter with the civil courts where you were suing Mr. Samuel and the Public Protector's Office, correct?
Ka morago ga ge Morena Samuel a ile a bona molato a otlwa, o ile wa bona gore o boele gape gona fa gore o kgone go tlo lefelelwa ditshenyagalelo tša gago, go jwalo na?
Go jwalo.
That's the truth.
And until today, only last week, or rather the Office of the Public Protector raised all sorts of technicalities in respect of your compensation. And only last week did you get a judgment dismissing those technicalities. In other words, your civil case in reality is only going to start now. So that might be another number of years for you to get justice, correct?
Gone jwalo molato wa gago ka re ke ona o botšigo gape leswa, namile tabela ya gore o tla lefelwa ebe ba re be šitišwa ke mathata a se tekniki, ka fao gone jwalo o ka re a tla tloswa. E fela tabakgolo ke gore di ile thomološa mathomong gape, and gape di ka no tšea mengwaga go tlo gore o kgone go humana toka, go bjalo na? It's very painful, but it's the truth.
Yes. And when we had our discussion to prepare for this case, I think you also, to bring it more closer to the issues that are pertinent to this particular inquiry, the two things that you observed, one of them was that Advocate Mkhwebane in that whole chain was the person who took up your cause by trying to do disciplinary processes against Mr. Samuel. And that obviously formed part of the reasons why Mr. Samuel must have collaborated with the people who brought Advocate Mkhwebane here. Remember that discussion?
Go ile wa ba le poledišano ye bile go gona ge go ntse go dirwa le yena mošireletši wa setšhaba mo Advocate Mkhwebane, ke yena a ileng a leka go ka sepediša ditaba tše ka mokana ga tšona le bo Morena Samuel, le go ke lona lebaka le re bonago batho bao le kgono ba mo tlišitše fa go jwalo na?
Go jwalo.
That's the truth.
And more importantly, in those institutions that you encountered to get here, one of the, what you called one of the painful moments was the encounter you had with the former public protector, Advocate Madonsela, correct?
Go tše dingwe mo tša dihlongwa tše e leng gore o kile wa tsena ka ga tšona, Taba e nngwe e kileng ya go kweša kudu botlhoko ke tšatši le o kileng wa kopana le mošireletši wa setšhaba e le go yena mo-advocate Madonsela. Na go jwalo na?
ye o ile botlhoko kudu ka gore motho a mpetšhileng wa mošomela nna ke public member ke ile ka kwa ke ilo nyaka thušo e le na mogalae empa bakeng sa gore a protecte nna o protecta mmereko wa gage go jwale nkwešiše botlhoko.
This is very painful because the person who assaulted me was working with her. Instead of protecting me, he protected the official. That issue really hurt me a lot. That's the truth.
Yes, she protected the official by doing something or by not doing something. How did she protect the official?
Ba re na o mo šireleditše ka tsela efe ka go se dire goba ka go dira eng?
Ka re lebakeng la gore a šireletše nna mogalae nna member wa public agree a public protector ba sa ra protector nna yena le beletše go protector mmereko wa gagwe wa bereka go le yena a ba mo award ka go mo transfer le state a reng ke ba mo kubile.
Instead of protecting an old man like myself, of her being a public protector, he must have protected an old man like myself. Instead, he protected the official, even awarded him with a promotion of transferring that person to a better place.
Right. Okay, we'll go back again to those details when we give the blow-by-blow account of your journey, as I say, of 11 or 12 years. But just to make one more of these general comments, is it also your testimony that throughout this, you found that many people who had promised to help you, there were many empty promises that were made by these officials that were mentioned here, even by journalists and other people where you tried to cry for help, correct?
Mo ba re go bile le gore o kopane le batho ba bangwe gape o bo nyaka gore mošireletši wa setšhaba go bone ka morago ga ge wena a ba kopane le bona di-journalist. So re tla re tšwela pele go bona gore na ga botse go be go diregang tše ka mokana ga tšona tšeo di boletšeng ke nnete na?
Ke nnete a se o ile a re ka mpona ka morago ga di-journalist ka morago ga di-journalist a ntšhabela tsena ka dikoloing ba sepele ke šala ke maketše.
The public protector told me that she will see me after she was done with the journalist, but after that, she simply ran away and never came back to me.
Yes. Which public protector are you referring to?
O bolela ka mošireletši wa setšhaba ofe?
Ola mathomo public protector a mathomo le ke mang gape di fela go tšhabanyana.
That first one.
Before we tla a public protector Mukwabane.
The one came before Advocate Mukwebane. I just forgot the name.
Yes, The one who came before Public Protector Mkhwebane is Advocate Madonsela.
But ke advocate Matonsela, ke ena na.
That's right. Oh, no.
Yeah, that is the one.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Now, thank you, indebted to the chair and my colleagues just for allowing me to paint that picture. Now let's try and get into the details. Again, for the sake of progress, and Ms. Bauer or Ms. Mayosi will stop me if I'm getting into the contentious stuff. I'll just read out some of the paragraphs to get them into the record. I need you to confirm. I'll stop at certain points so that you can confirm, Tate Siabe.
Go na le ditaba tse dingwe tse e leng gore ke tla nyaka gore o di kgonthishe Morena Seabe.
All right. Now, you say that the incident regarding your being assaulted, physically assaulted by Mr. Samuel happened in 2011 when you visited the Public Protector Office in Polokwane to lodge a complaint on behalf of your elderly mother, and you say that you are 8 years old now. That would mean that in 2011 you were almost 70. If my calculations are correct, you were 69, correct?
Morena Seabe, taba ela ya go bethwa ga gago kwa dikantorong tša mošireletši wa setšhaba ka Polokwane e diragetše ka ngwaga wona o ba o boletšego, ka fao o bo ile go tsenya ditatofatšo gore ka baka la bolwetši bja mokgekolo namile ka moka wa bethwa. Ka nako yeo o ka re o bona le mengwaga ye 19 e ka ba go be go le jwalo?
Go jwale.
That's the truth.
Yes, and just briefly, the complaint you wanted to raise had to do with the fact that she had contracted asbestosis, which we all know in South Africa results from the history of asbestos roofs and that kind of thing. The most important issue is that by the time you were going to the Public Protector's Office, it is because you had been frustrated by the people at the compensation offices, correct?
O ka re bothata be bogolo e be e le taba ya bolwetši bja marela ba asbestos, ka fa o ile wa ya kantorong ya mathomo o šala o ya kua go kantoro ya mošireletši mogolo o boišwa ke ge ka kua o tšo o palelwa na go jwalo na?
Go jwale.
That's the truth.
Yes, and the old lady had also worked at a mine, and that's also where, as we know, that disease also comes from our history of unsafe mine working conditions. So you were trying to follow up issues of her compensation.
Mokgekolo o be a bereka mining, le ona e ka ba le yo mongwe o dirileng gore a tsene ke bolwetši bona bo, ka ga re tseba gore re na le history ya yona marela gore a swara batho jwang, ka fao o bo ile go nyaka go tsenya dingongorega ka yona taba eo, na ke nnete na?
Go jwale.
That is the truth.
And you said you had been trying to get these people at the compensation offices, but you had no luck because they were either not taking the phone calls or just giving you the runaround, correct? And in other words, you wanted the Public Protector's Office to assist you with this entire project of trying to get compensation?
Ba kantoro ela ya ditefelo ya compensation yo go ya go yona ba be ba sa go thusi ka selo ke ka fa o hileng wa bona bokaone e le go tšhabela kwa kantorong ya mošireletši wa setšhaba gore a go thuse ka bothata jo go jwalo na.
Nnete jwale.
That is the truth.
And you went to the public protector because you could not afford to do this through lawyers as you would have if you had money. You wouldn't have been able to afford that. And that's what the office of the public protector is there for, isn't it?
O ile gona kwa kantorong ya mošireletši wa setšhaba ka baka la gore o bo ka se kgone go lefela baemedi ka fao dikantoro tša mohuta o wa bašireletši ba setšhaba ke tšona tše e leng gore di kgona go thuša batho ga go jwalo na.
Nnete e feletseng go jwale.
The whole truth is like that.
Yes. Then at paragraph 5, before we get to the main issues, you say my file was first handled by a Miss Matlo. Was that a person who worked in the public protector's office in Polokwane?
Gore file ya gagwe mathomo e swere ke mohumagatšana Matlou wa berekang gona ka kwa Polokwane ke nnete na.
Go jwale.
Then you say
That's the truth.
sorry, yes. Then you said months passed without hearing anything from PPSA. I then visited the office on a number of times until my file was escalated to Mr. Samuel, who promised to assist me. Yeah, we'll start the story there. But first, can you just confirm that part?
Go tloga fao o ile wa boelela dikantorong tšeo maga a malwa fela go sa direge selo go ba go fitlhela file ya gago e išiwa go Morena Samuel o e leng gore yena o ile a go tshepiša gore o tla go thuša go jwalo na.
Go jwale.
That's the truth.
Can you maybe explain to the chair or to the committee how you say, how Mr. Samuel made all these promises and what gave you hope that you are now going to get proper assistance?
Re kgopela gore o tlhalošetše komiti e gore ga botse Morena Samuel ditshepišo tša gage e be le tša mohuta mang gore le wena o holofele gore ka nnete o tle go thuša. Tlhalošetša komiti gore na le boletše jwang.
Samuel. Motho wa leleme la boleta.
Mr. Samuel is a soft-spoken person.
Samuel o bolela le yena ga se motho wa bothata le bolela o boleta o.
Mr. Samuel seems to be very, very much understanding when you talk to him.
But dilo tša tlo go diela tšona o tla kwa bohloko.
But the things that he will do to you, you will really get hurt.
O tšere file ya ka go Miss Matlou.
He took my file from Miss Matlou.
Miss Matlou file eo.
Miss Matlou was having that file for many, many months.
Yeah, na. Ka re go yena ka re a upang kgethele motho o kaone a ka dirang mmereko ola wa file ya ka.
I told him to maybe choose someone better who can deal with my file issues.
Samuel ka leleme la boleta a re go nna re seabe. No. Ye file ya gago a ke fe motho ne a ke fe motho ne. E bereka ke nna ke nyoko e bereka gore e fele ka pele.
Soft-spoken as he is, Mr. Samuel said, no, I'm not going to give this file to anyone. I'm going to deal with it myself.
Ai tšea wa bona ke bea mo kae? Ke bea mo gore o a re mo ra ka fase ga desk ya gagwe mo gaufi le maoto a gagwe. Gore
He told
wena
me,
gore ge ke e nyaka ke se ka ka sokola ke be ke fetša go bereka ke tšea gana mo gaufing.
he told me that I must look where he's going to place that file just below the lower counter, so that every time when he comes in, he must see it and work on it.
A ba mpha difounu tša gagwe tša personal. Seabe
He
go
even
nyaka
supplied me with personal phones.
seabe go nyaka o mfounele straight se ka tla e fetla ka kwa receptioneng e tsenele mo go nna straight re bolele.
He told me that I must phone straight to him so that the phone mustn't fire the receptionist.
Samuel. So the phone is Samuel. I don't know how many times.
I phoned
Well,
Samuel several times. I don't know how many times.
Ile ofising ya Samuel lo na ke tsena ga kae.
I went to his office several times.
Nako nngwe le nngwe ke fitlhile o topa file ela mo fatshe. Seabe
When I
unfortunately
arrive, he will pick the file.
unfortunately seabe mistake be ke meeting ka ra wa meeting ka so many stories.
He will give me so many stories saying that he was attending a meeting or something else.
Go ba go fitlha mo le nna ke bona gore no ke dira le tsotsi plofa.
Then I then realized that no, I'm not dealing with the right person here.
Just before, he emphatically said who he is dealing with. So mention that name. Arikitsotsi. Mention it in English because that's what he said.
And that's what's being recorded.
It says that he's a scoundrel.
Yes. Thank you. So thank you, Chair. Yes, because the part that is being recorded, unfortunately, in our country is the English part, not the CPD part. So he said he's dealing with you. You are saying, Mr. Siabi, you realize that here you are dealing with a tsotsi, correct?
Morena Siabe, o lemogile gore Flofa o šoma le tsotsi, go jwalo na?
Go jwalo.
That's the truth.
And just to recap what you're saying, so he said to you, look, Siabi, I'm putting this file here next to my desk so that I can see it every day and on the floor. And then every time you came, the file, he would put it back and then pick it up and say, and give you all what you call the stories. Correct?
Ka metlha ge o fitlha fao o topa file ye mo fase na mne ke mka go botsa gore o tla šoma then go tloga o e busetša gona kwa e beng gona na go jwalo na?
Go jwalo.
Ke nnete, that's the truth.
Okay, so this went on, you're coming in, making promises and what you call stories, and then you realize you are dealing with the tsotsi here. And then what happened next?
Go diragetšeng go sa go ya pele go thoma go lemoga gore Flofa ke šoma le tsotsi?
Ke tšatši le ke ileng ka tloga ka ya legal aid board.
That is the day that I went to the legal aid board.
Ke ile o nyaka thuso gona. Ka re ke lemogile gore mola thuso nka se e kry-e.
To go and find some legal assistance because I realized that from that person, I won't get any.
Go tlhoka matlhatsi. Mogala bo-
Unfortunately,
go tlhoka matlhatsi, mogala bo ke mo kry-ileng ba re ke tsebe. O rile ga sa ntse go nthuša. A re no, ka baka la gore o tswa ofising e kgolo, ofisi ela ke ofisi e kgolo go feta ya rena. So ke santse o ba tsebiša gore ke tšea case ya bona. Jwale ke santse o ba founela. A ba founela a kry-a yena Samuel.
when I arrived there, I talked to Mr. Tsebe. And then Mr. Tsebe realized that I am from the Public Protector's Office, and that one is a bigger office. So he informed me that he needs to phone them to inform them that he's taking over the case. And then the person who received the phone was Mr. Samuel himself.
Ke moka Mr. Samuel. A re go wena a re o ka se tšee motho wa rena e šetše case re kgale re e bereka.
Mr. Samuel said you cannot take this person because it's been a long time since we have been working with this issue.
A re ke boye mo bue ba fana di-date ba fana appointment ni ya di-11 November ka December 2011.
He told me they made an appointment together, and then they said I must come back on the 11th of November 2011.
Ke rile ka dia jwale.
I did so.
Ka bolela gana kwa ka ya gana kwa di-officing tša Public Protector. Ka fitha ka dula mo waiting room.
I went back to the Public Protector's Office and waited in their waiting room.
Mogala bo a ntšha go di-file. Go o tlile go ntšhetša di-file. O ba šetše a ntlwaetše ka gore be šetše le na motho ke boya mo kudu mola ga Public Protector. Ke ga re go nna re
The person who is responsible for files knows me very well because I came many times at their office.
ke ga re go nna re Mr. Siabu o tlile gona a re ke o botša Mr. Samuel before a etswa gore gona.
He told me that you are here, Mr. Siabi. Let me go and tell Mr. Samuel that you have arrived.
Okay. All right, let's just pause there because this is one of the issues. You said, I know it was not translated, but you said 14th November or December, and that's one of the dates that might cause confusion in the statement. You gave the date to us as 14th November, but from the other documents, it's referred to as 14 December. So again, nothing really turns onto that, but you're sure that this was towards the end of 2011?
Flofa matšatši kgwedi a na le go tlhakatlhakana, but seo ga se bothata kudu. Se ba nyakang go se tseba ke gore na o na le bonnete bja gore e be e le go ya kwa mafelelong a 2011 na?
E be e le ka November, be e le November.
It was definitely November.
2011.
2011.
Okay.
Ka November 2011, it's small or I can't check the date here. But really, the 14, 2000.
I'm a little bit confused about the date, but it seems it's the 14th.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Dr. Siabe will, as I say, we will. It's going to be clear that that difference or anything is not significant. In any event, your evidence is that Mr. Tsebe arranged for an appointment on that date, the 14th of November. Let's use that date that's in the statement. And then on that date, you went to public protector as arranged. Is that correct?
Morena Seabe, go bontšha gore go ile go a beakanywa letšatši kgwedi la go ya gona kwa go mošireletši wa setšhaba. So go ke nnete gore ka letšatši lona leo wena o ile wa ya gona kwa kantorong ya mošireletši wa setšhaba na.
Nnete jwale.
That is the truth.
Okay. So now you are sitting at the office of the public protector as the appointment that Mr. Samuel has agreed with Mr. Tsebe. And according to your statement, a certain Ernest came to you. Can you take it from there? And I'll let you tell your own story.
Bare wena ka letšatši lona lela o sepetse wa ya gona kua kantorong yeo go na le motho mongwe o ka re o boletše gore ke Ernest ke yena a go amogetše go fao go ka ba go jwalo.
Go jwale.
That's the truth.
Okay, can you take it from there? What happened between you and Ernest, and then take it from there?
Ba kgopela go tseba gore na go diragetšeng magareng ga gago le Ernest. O ka ba tlhalošetša na?
Ernest, o rile go nna re, Mr. Siabe ka gore o tlile. A re ke o mmotša gore o gona.
Ernest said, because you have already arrived, Mr. Siabe, let me go to the office of Mr. Samuels and tell him that you have arrived.
Ka gore nna wa tseba re a file ya gago a e mo rena e ka kwa go yena.
Because your file is not with us, is with him.
Jale Ernest ya tloga a ya ka ofising ya gagwe. Ernest
Then-
ya ba ya.
Ernest left to Mr. Samuel's office, but he went there for a long time.
Sanga bua.
He never returned.
Ke dutse mo le nakonyana e telelenyana, ke dutse. Gana mo 45.
I sat there for a long time, let me say around 45 minutes.
Ke moka mosadi wa reception go kwa bitša Seabe.
And then I heard the receptionist calling the name of Siabe.
Ka be ke re ke
There was a
nna.
woman at the receptionist who was calling the name Siabe.
Ka be ke re ke nna.
I told her that is myself.
Ke moka a re go nna re ba re ke le botše gore a re Morena Samuel o re ke le botše gore nka se kgone go le bona.
She
Lydia.
told me that Mr. Samuel said he cannot see me.
Ke di appointment.
You must make an appointment.
Ka re go wena ka re ke dirile appointment ke tlile mo ka appointment. And a re ke di appointment ena go gona wena o sa tshware diary ya gago o tshware diary ya gago ka se ke di-appointment mo wena a le gona ke ya gana kwa go yena ko di-appointment.
I told her that I did an appointment with him. Then from there, you cannot tell me that I did not, because you say that you don't have the diary. So I'm going to him so that I can make an appointment in his diary.
Ka nnete ke ile ka fetsa ka
I
lebantšha
passed.
ka lebantšha se ofising ya Samuel ka re be se ke tlwaetše.
Headed straight to Samuel's office because I'm used to it.
Ke rile ge ke tsena ka lebati la Samuel ka kry-a tshwere founu a bolela ka founu.
When I entered the door, I saw him speaking over the phone.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Just so that the story flows for the members. Is it correct that where you were at reception was on the ground floor, and when you say you went to Mr. Samuel's office, it was on another floor, I think the first floor?
Ba nyaka go tseba gore na mo kantoro ya mo receptionisting mo ba le amogelang gona ke lebato la mo fase na mile ke moka kantoro ya Morena Samuel e ka godimo na.
Go jwale ofisi ya receptionist mo fatshe kantoro ya Samuel first floor.
The receptionist, the office of the receptionist is on the ground floor, and then Mr. Samuel's office is in the upper floor.
Right. Now you were saying, so before I interrupted you, that when you arrived, he was on the phone. Can you take it from there?
Re ke go tsene gare o re go fitlha o be a bolela ka mogala.
Samuel na bolela ka mogala. Ka
Samuel
tsena
was talking over the phone.
ka tsena ka mo dumediša ka bula fatshe.
I entered the office, greeted him, and sat down.
Ka mo letela ga a fetša go bolela ka founu.
Waiting for him to complete the conversation over the phone.
Ke gole ga ba bjale Samuel a fetša go bolela ka founu.
Then he ended, the conversation was ended.
A se no fetša yena Samuel a thoma bjatše. A re go nna a re ke mang wena rilong o tsene ka mo ofising ya ka.
After that, Mr. Samuel turned to me and told me that, who told you to enter my office?
Ke busy a mpontša founu moša letsogo gore ke busy a ke ne nako ya go bolela le wena wena.
He raised his phone and told me that, can't you see that I'm busy now? I don't have time to talk to you.
Ka re go Mr. Samuel ka re a ke re ke di ile appointment le wena o ile appointment le wena gore o tle go bone today.
I told him that we made an appointment to come and see you today.
And I'm get out of my office.
Then he told me to get out of the office.
Ka re a ke felo go fitlha go mpotša rena ditšhelete tša mokgekolo di ile kae.
I told him that I'm going nowhere until you tell me where the money for my mother is.
Ke mo Samuel a ile ka bona go fufelela ga gagwe.
Then I saw who Samuel is.
A emelela ko setulong ka speed.
He stood up from the chair very quickly.
A tla tafola a tla go nna.
He came round the table straight to me.
La mathomo ga se a thoma go dira seo be ke re gane o a tswa wa monyako o tswa or o bitsa security something like that or wa tswa
When,
ntlo officing kore o ile no gakantshana mo a ka re o emeletse ka speed a tlo feta mo nna ke re wa feta a
when
graba
he came round the table, I was a little bit confused. I thought maybe he was going to go outside the door, maybe call the security. I was really confused.
ga fitlha mo gaufi le nna mo setulong se na le armrest ka mogo a tshwara sela ka armresting.
Then when he came closer to me, where I was seated on the chair, he grabbed the armrest of the chair.
A se hula ka speed ya se fosha kwa.
Then he grabbed,
Belela ka
and then from there he throws the chair away. And then I stood up very quickly.
ke sa maketse seuwe
When I was still surprised,
ga ke nyako go bolela maaka ke le ga nua tla ke tsebo gore na Samuel on really or Samuel mara go phusha nke be ke bone be ke le ka kopa ka o thula selo o ka ra on really ka magic ka mpathantsha le now that place nka ile ka ntšhaleng about 4 meter a structure mo gare se na le a sliding door.
I really can't lie. I don't know exactly what happened, whether he lifted me or he pushed me. But the thing is, I staggered towards the door. That door is about maybe 4 meters, and it is a sliding door.
All right, I think there's a slight problem with interpretation. Can I, with my learned friends, what you just said was that whether he pushed you or threw you, you cannot say because it happened so fast. But all you know is that he banged you against a structure, and you say that structure is I
About
suppose
4 meters.
is about 4 meters.
Yeah.
And in the middle of the structure, there is a sliding door. Is that correct? Right. Now, that structure, I'm assuming it's a partition or a wall or whatever it is. Apart from the sliding door, all right, just describe in your own words how your body interacted with that structure, or where you hit it or it hit you or whatever.
Ba nyaka go tseba gore na o wetse jwang kwa godimo ga lebati leo o reng o ka tlhalosa gore na ga botse go diragetse eng gore na o wetse mo o jwang.
Ke se ke bolelang ke re a ke tsebo nna ro rwele ka magic or se ke le ke se bona the betile
What I can tell you is that I don't know it was done magically. He lifted me magically.
ke betile le batile la ka la right.
I hit the door with my left arm.
No, shoulder.
Okay.
No, sorry. Okay, I think, Chair, the problem is, I say, normally if the interpreter is in the room, for example, when the witness points, then she will know, but now there's a bit of a problem. So again, I hope my learned friends won't, at least there are other people here who understand the language. So when I make these corrections, it's only at that level, yeah. All right, Ma, can we maybe just translate the last part where how he says he hit the structure?
Ke kgopela gore le bušeletše mo ge le betha structure sela gore na gabotse go diragetšeng e neng go e tlhaloša gabotse.
Re ka mokgwa a mphošitšeng ka gona. Le nna ke kwešiši, that's why ke re a ke gopole o ka ra ba mphuša, but kore ka la ke ile kwa structuring mola that 4 meter structure. O ka ra ke ile ke fofa, ka ka betšhela ge betšha lebati le ya that structure sliding door se la ka starta ka legetla la la right.
I don't know whether he threw me towards it or he pushed me, but what I remember is I hit the structure with my right shoulder.
Right. Good. And what happened to the structure?
Go diragetšeng ka lebati leo?
The whole structure sa 4 meter ka moka ga sona se ile sa wa fase.
The whole structure fell down.
Ke sa tšere ke madinyana mole.
There was a little blood there.
Samuel Eshu and Topa.
He picked me up, Samuel.
With the Gagama Kemishecho, our Rosun Latlaqua balcony.
With the intention of throwing me over the balcony. When I saw that,
Moduman Tushagarega Mutsaragal left. Aglelo Rovecam, Saraka left Telagam, Rogalam feeling.
God help me. I grabbed him with my left hand and pulled him towards me because the other one was injured. And then we stood there. Is where we started pushing each other. And I told myself that if ever I'm going to the balcony, we are going there together. People around there in their offices came there, and then from there they separated us.
Ernest, I really know which are boss are a sanga away to know Monagaba outdoor separate and Alibaba.
Is then that I saw Ernest among those people who separated us. I last saw him when he told me that he's going to see the boss there. And then from there, it was now that I saw Ernest again. From there, I went back to the car where I left my 4-year-old child, and then we went to the police station.
Police station, statement.
At the police station, they took the statement. When they have completed that and ready to arrest Samuel,
Samuel a tsena a na le batho ba gagwe ba 4.
Samuel arrived with 4 other people.
A ngwadile statement sa gagwe se se ngwaletswe ruri.
Already written the statement, having
Eh.
a written statement.
Lepodisa le la be le lokile mo go nna le be le kwileng kwešiša.
The officer who attended me and understood me,
Le lepodisa le be le tshwere case ya Samuel.
and the officer who was conducting the statement of Samuel.
Ba ile ba bitsana o dia meeting wa bona kwa kgakala.
They called each other and caucused somewhere.
Ba tloga ba ya go Samuel.
And then they went to Samuel.
Gona mo we mo ditaba di thomegileng gona ba re le batho ba bagolo.
That is where things started. They told us that we are adults.
Le ka se tle le tshwarišana.
You cannot just fight each other.
Le santse o boledišana le tshwaragane.
You must talk to
Dedicate.
each other and forgive each other
Le cancel the case.
and cancel the cases.
Samuel was ready to cancel a case yena ka rane bothata. Nna ka
Someone
gana
was
gore-
ready to cancel the case because he doesn't have any issues.
nna ka gana, ka re aowa,
I-
ya ka case
I
ya e sa e
resist.
cancel.
I don't want to do that.
Ke mo bjale ke thomile go kry-a pressure ya maphodisa gore ge o sa cancel re a go tswalelela.
Is then that the officers started pressuring me that if I don't cancel, they are going to arrest me.
Ka re go lokile ga go be
I
bjalo.
told them it's okay, let it be.
Jwale ga ba bona gore ke a pala go dia go cancel a case, Samuel ena pele šule o tsamaile.
So when they realized that I'm adamant not to cancel the case, but Samuel has already left.
Ka gore be ka nako e be ke ntse ke na le ngwana ba dulele ngwana o
During that time I was with the child, then they asked me, what about this child?
kana ke re no problem mmage o tla feta motšea tla polana mmage o tla tla motšea ka sekolo se tswele o tla feta a motšea o kwa se infect not mmage.
I told them that this is not an issue. I'll phone the grandmother to come and pick the child.
O ile ga ba jwale o kwa re ata tšea ngwana.
It was like the grandmother came and picked the child.
Nna ba gona ke tshwerwe ke dutse mola se gapeletswa go cancela di-case.
Then I sat there, arrested, and then from there, they're trying to force me to cancel the case.
Ba ile ga ba bona gore ba palelwa
When they realized that they are not winning,
ba ne ba nreleasa ka bo 4 o'clock.
they released me at about 4 o'clock.
Ba re o tla boya go sasa.
They said, you will come back tomorrow.
Go sasa ge ke boya ba ile ke tla tsena court go sasa.
They told me that the court will be in tomorrow.
Ge ke fihla ka court-o, ke no
When
makala
I
ba-
arrived at the court,
ke no makala batho ba bitswa in the break ya court ka lata prosecutor.
names of people were called and I was never called. After that, I went straight to the prosecutor.
Ka nyaka go find out hore na maina a ka gona moo na case ya ka e gona na.
To find out if ever my name is available there.
Ke mo ba mpoditseng gore file ya gago e ka kwa ga chief prosecutor.
They told me that my file is with the chief prosecutor.
Ba mpontšha office ya gona.
They showed me the office.
Ge ke fihla ka mola go chief prosecutor,
When I
They were-
arrived at the chief office, when I arrived at the office of the chief prosecutor,
there were 2 or 3 prosecutors there. Ba le ba babedi or ba ra sa opela o kare ba babedi ba bararo. Ba
they
ntudiša-
were almost 2 or 3.
ba ntudiša fase,
They told me to sit down.
ba ntšha file ba re seabi. Mo a gone case wena o tee.
Sure.
Batho ba o Samuel o na le di-witness tša office amporo ka moka.
They told me that Samuel has got witnesses, almost the whole office.
Jwale rena re ne case ye re ka e iša ka court.
We don't have any case that we can take to court.
Ge re re-
Thank you. Sorry, just interrupt. I think the part that was not translated is where they said Samuel has got all these witnesses, the whole office. We're now OT.
Mm.
Yes, can
Okay.
we translate that part?
But ke kgopela gore le bušišitše mola di prosecutor di be di bolela gore Samuel o na le office ka moka,
Una lady, yeah, una lady
o na le
witnesses.
dihlatse.
Yeah, but I was sure yena OT.
ba ne ba ne ba leka go mpontšha gore nna ke tee.
They were
Samuel.
trying to show me that I'm alone.
Samuel o na le amporo the office staff sa ge a moka se a mo support.
They trying to show me that Samuel was supported by the whole staff.
So bona a ba le case ye ba ka e išang ka court.
They don't have any case that they can take to court.
Ba re go fedile ka case ye ke we strike it off the roll.
They told me that it's over with this case. We are going to strike it off the roll.
Ke ile ka tloga ke nyamile.
I left there very sad.
Go tloga moo a go ne office ya justice ka kwa Polokwane ye sanga ka tsena mo go yona.
From there onwards, there was never a single office of justice that I never entered.
Ke leka go kry-a thuso ya justice.
Trying to get help for justice.
A sanga ka e kry-e.
I never got one.
seo sa re ke lebelele ofisi tša godimonyana.
That compelled me to seek higher offices.
Ka kry-a le gore ofisi tša godimonyana ke Pretoria.
And then I realized that the higher offices are in Pretoria.
Ka tshwanela ke go tla Pretoria.
I then, I was compelled to go to Pretoria.
Pretoria ba ile ba bona dingwalo tša ka ba re hey case ya se ya rena ke ya NPA.
In Pretoria, when they saw my documents, they told me that that one was not the case. It must be referred to NPA.
Ke ile ka ya Silverton.
I went to Silverton.
Ba Silverton ba bona case ela ba re Pretoria e go romela mo ntwe ke ya bona se ya rena because bona ga go ntwe ba e diileng mo. Ge nkebe e ba paletše ke gona e tla mo go rena. But anyway se ya o se ka tshwenya rena re tla e tšea ra iša Pretoria case ya gago.
The Silverton people told me that no, this is not their case. The Pretoria people should have handled that case, but they said, Siabi, leave it to us. We'll take it back to them.
Ba ntlaela gore ge ba ka sa gopola ba mpe phiro tše ka kang ka ebile
I don't know how many, what was the time that they gave me, time frame they gave me.
well 14 days somewhere there. Ge ba sa go fe ba Pretoria ba sa go ngwalela ba bolela le wena.
They gave me a time frame of 14 days and they said, if ever the Pretoria people don't communicate with you,
Ba mpha phone ya gore ke ba tsebiše ge ba Pretoria ba sa araba ka nako phiro tše ba mphileng.
they gave me a phone number so that I can tell them if ever they didn't really communicate with me.
Ba Pretoria ba ile ba ngwalela ba re case ya gore
The Pretoria people responded.
ba re go nna ba re le gone ba poletše ka date.
I wish I let you.
Ke re ba le ba Pretoria ba re ke bone bona ba Pretoria ba re go nna ba nromela go ke tseba ke ko mogolo wa di-prosecutor mana kwa
The
Polokwane wa
Pretoria
Lekgolo.
people referred me to one of the chief prosecutors. I think he's a white person.
Yeah, now go social case la mathomo.
Then he was the one who reinstated the case for the first time.
Yeah, court for the first time.
It went to court for the first time.
Ke be ke le gona court Samuel a se gone.
I was there and Samuel was not.
Ba ntšha warrant of arrest.
And then from there, they
Issued.
I'm tired. They issued the warrant of arrest.
Are you tired?
Very.
Yes, I can see. Chair, I think we're going to have a double issue of tiredness. All right, but can I just wrap up this part?
Fine.
The I'll see what I can do. I'll try and speak to the chair to give us a 5-minute break.
5 minutes
But-
break, please.
Yeah, but can I just wrap this up quickly so that when we'll then start at the point of the warrant of arrest? Just two small facts, Chair. One is at paragraph 11, that date there, would like to make a correction. I just wanted Mr. Siabi to first testify about it himself. When he says the following day he went to court, and on the statement it says 15 November 2014. That's obviously it's still 2011. So if you can just correct that. And just another small issue, I think, just to put everything in perspective. Mr. Siabi, you say that after the assault, you went down and there was a 4-year-old, I think, grandchild of yours who was in the car. Is that
Morena
correct?
Siabi, bare nako ela ba sena go tlaisha ka kua, o ile wa tswa o be o na le motlogolo wa gago ka koloing, bare ke nnete na?
Oh, you are.
That's correct.
And as I said, before we take the break, just as I said, for perspective, that child who was 4 on that day, how old is she now?
It's 16
Ngwana ona
years.
a na- okay.
Oh, sorry.
Ba re o
Go
na le
ahead.
mengwaga e mekae?
Go ahead,
Ngwana
Mr.
jwalo?
Siabe. You've already done it. Just go ahead. 16.
Ngwana ola ga nwa jona le 16 years.
That child is 16 years old from that period.
O dia grade 11.
The child is in grade 11.
Thank you. I think
Yeah.
on that note, the chair will give us a.
Thank you, Advocate Mbofu. We are going to pause there for lunch. Actually, I normally give you an hour's lunch, so if you want a 45-minute lunch, I can give. We'll be back at 1:45. Thank you.
Progress.
Maganyago. Welcome back. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you. Thank you. We now resume. The time now is 13:47. I'm going to hand over to Advocate Mpofu. We will resume now and then probably up to 3:30 to 4. So we'll just assess that situation. Let's do that.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yes, I'm also trying to do some shortcuts here. All right. Good afternoon, 37. Ma? Okay. I'm just testing if you are with us.
Yes,
Ma,
I
hi.
am.
Okay.
I am.
thank-
I am.
All right. Yes, before lunch, we were at the stage where you were saying that Mr. Samuel failed to appear in court, in the criminal court, and the warrant for his arrest was issued. Can we take it from there?
Ge re feleletša ke nako yela o re Morena Samuel ga se a tle kgorotshekong wa mo romela lengwalo la gore a swarwe go jwalo na. That's true.
All right. If my colleagues don't object, I'll just try and lead you through some of the historical stuff. If we cut you say that you are allocated a court date. The first time was 2014, correct?
O re ba ile ba go fa letšatši la go tla kgorotshekong la mathomo e be le 2014 ke nnete na. That's
And
true.
okay. And there were many trials and tribulations in between. At some stage, you suspected that Ms. Kholeng, the prosecutor, was collaborating with Mr. Samuel because she told you that the docket was lost, correct?
Go be go na le mathatanyana a mantšinyana nako tše dingwe o ile a bona gore Mogadikoleng o ka re o sepetšana le mo yena mošireletši wa setšhaba na taba eo ke nnete na.
Taba e ke nnete ke ile ke go ka la gore a ke no mo gopolela fela o prosecutor Kholeng
This issue, this matter is a truth. I don't just fabricate it. The prosecutor Kholeng,
ge file e timela e timetše le
when
ka
the
matshwao
file was
a gagwe.
lost,
E
it
timetše
was
le ka
in,
matshwao.
it was lost in her hands.
In her office, in fact, timetše le ka officing ya gagwe.
It get lost in her office.
A boya ge sentse o tsentšha J88 ka court a gana.
When I was supposed to present the J88 in court, she refused.
A re J88 ya loka e tlo senya molato wa ka.
She said J88 was not correct and it's gonna destabilize my case.
Ke ka lebaka leo ke reng, ke ka lebaka lang a dula ka re o emelela o Samuel.
That's why I say, why is he defending Mr. Samuel?
Yes, okay. For those of us who don't know, the J88 is that police form where they normally record injuries. Can we just put it up? The one that you're saying Ms. Kholeng was advising you is going to mess up your case or her case. It's bundle H, item 31.4.0. Oh, it's already there, page 447. Is that the J88 that Ms. Kholeng was saying you must not include as part of the docket?
Na ki yona tokomane ye ya J88 ye Ms. Kholeng a rileng go wena a re e tla tla e senya molato na?
Ga botsana ke yone.
That is the document.
Okay, Tsepo, can you just run it up? All right, we can see that it was taken in, it has your name. Is that your date of birth, 23rd August, 1942?
Ina le leina la gago le letšatši la matswalo la 1942.
Ena le particulars tsa ka moka.
It has got all my particulars.
All right, let's go down a bit. Right. Okay, and under section B, which is where they normally put the summary, says patient was assaulted by a known person on the right shoulder. He was apparently pushed and hit the door. Okay. And then under injuries, it says there was tenderness of the right shoulder with reduced range of movement. There was swelling on the shoulder. X-ray showed no fracture or dislocation of the shoulder. And then under 6, emotional status in pain. And then under 8, the conclusion, there was evidence of injury on the right shoulder, probably due to blunt trauma. Carry on. Then it shows the indication on of the shoulder, tenderness and swelling, reduced movement. All right. Now, eventually, did this J88 find itself into the docket?
Na mafelelo yona J88 e ile ya tsentšhiwa ka gare ga docket na?
E tsentšhitše ke gore ka se dule fase ka emelela ka High Court.
It was included because I didn't just sit down, I went to court.
Ge ke fihla ka High Court, ba itša ba e
When I
lebelela.
arrived at High Court,
Ba itša ba e lebelela. Ba nagantše molato wa ona ke eng moo. Ka re that's why ke tlile go lena because ha ke tsebe na molato ke motho wa e gana e tsena ka koto.
then they took it and then from there they looked at it and then they asked me, what is the matter? Then I told them that I don't know why this person is refusing that this document be presented to the court.
Ke mo ka topa phone a founela. Ke senior prosecutor ka kwa court.
Then he picked up the phone and phoned to the prosecutors inside the court.
Ke ga bolela le bona gore na molato ke eng. Wa ba bolela le ena a re "Ai, nna ke tsebe selo." Wala re no.
She demanded to know what was the matter, and that person answered that he doesn't know anything about it.
Okay. I want to cut the story short again. After the matter started in 2014, you're saying it took about 3 years of several postponement because the public prosecutor would always say Mr. Samuel was ill on several occasions. That's on paragraph 15. Can you confirm that?
Ka morago ga go išwa pele ga mengwaganyana o kare e meraro, o bo fumana gore yena mošireletši wa setšhaba go botša gore o ga a kgone go ba gona ka lebaka la gore o a lwala. Nna taba e ke nnete.
Le bolela ka Samuel.
Mr. Samuel ba re ga a kgone go ba gona ka ge e le gore o a lwala.
Ye bo o dile gantšintši go ba go fitlha ge mastrata a mo bona.
He did this many times until the magistrate warned him.
A mmotša gore a bolele le doctor ya gage gore mo fe matšatši a le go tsena court. A tseba gore the tla court, there's no other postponement.
The magistrate told him that he must make arrangements with the doctor consent so that everything must go in order, and then there will be no postponement.
Right. Now, again, let's just jump to or maybe before that, let's go to paragraph 16. You say that at some stage you raised this matter of, firstly, you wrote letters to the previous public protector, Ms. Matonsela. Did you receive any responses?
Mo yona temane ya bo lesometse o bolela gore o ngwadile le mangwalo o ngwalela mošireletši wa setšhaba wa go feta e le go Mofumagadi Matonsela. Go na le dikarabo tse o ileng wa ka di hwetša na goba diphetolo?
Yes, sorry, maybe ask Mr. Siabe to clarify this himself. When he says he wrote to Ms. Matonsela, was it a letter or was it at the time when he wrote at the meeting?
Barna ke le ngwalo le o le ngwadileng goba ke nako ye o bole ka mo kopanong na ba re ba tlhalošetše yona gore go diragetseng.
A se kwešiša gabotse.
Gore na o ngwadile lengwalo goba e be le ka nako ye e leng gore o bole ka mo kopanong yona yeo na. O ngwalela mošireletši wa setšhaba Mofumagadi Matonsela. Gore na o ngwadile lengwalo goba o dirileng?
Ka letšatši le ke o tlhakana le mošireletši wa setšhaba Matonsela.
The day that we went to meet the public protector, Ms. Matonsela, I wrote a letter.
Ke ile ke tshwere mangwalo a ke a ngwadile ke le excited gore ke tlhakana le motho o right.
I wrote those letters and then I carried them over there. So, and I was excited that I'm going to meet the right person.
I was regularly.
Later, I was very sad. The reason being,
one of the first people. ka Jatlano la road show.
I was one of the first to arrive there during that road show.
Samuel Ebele o tsamaisha modiro.
Samuel was the program director.
Well, tshwanetse gore o bolele o bo ngwala pampishana stankana na so. O ngwala pampiri ele wa mofa.
If ever you want to speak, you will simply write a note and hand it over to him.
Se se leng sa direga.
What happened?
Samuel wa tshwere pampishana ke la di tsere so.
Someone was having those notes in his hands,
A bitsa ka o tee ka o tee.
calling people one by one.
Ha fitlha mo leineng la ka.
When he arrived at my name,
Ya ka pampiri la ka o isha ka fatshe, wa e turn-a o isha ka fatshe.
he takes it and then from there he put it down the list.
Ga tla motho o mong ka morago ga ka.
Then the person behind me will come.
A tlatsa pampiri ela a isha.
Then he will fill the paper and then issue it there.
Jwale ke kwa bitsa motho leina la motho ola gore a ka bolela.
Then he will call that person to come and present himself or herself.
Ke mo ke ileng ka fofala fela godimo ke emela ka speed ka re no. Mrs. Madonsela. This one.
Then I jumped quickly and called the name of Miss Madonsela.
Ka re ono a tshwara a tšea dipampiri o, ke ena wa mpethileng, ke ena the culprit. That's why a se nyake gore nna ke bolele.
I told her that the one that is holding the papers is the one that assaulted me. That's why he doesn't want me to speak.
Jwale ke nyaka go bolela motho o mpethileng.
I want to talk and tell you that this person assaulted me. He
Ke
is the
mo-
culprit.
Ke mo batho ba Madonsela or security ba ileng ba nkgobakanela ba nkisha fatshe ba re no, ba tla go fa chance, ba tla go fa chance o tla bolela.
Then the security of Madonsela came and surrounded me and told me that I must calm down. The public prosecutor will give me a chance to speak.
Ga tla mosadi o mongwe wa tsamaya le Madonsela. O ka ra ba
Then
ele
there
ke
was a lady who was with Madonsela.
o ka ra ba re ke Maniki sa phoši.
I think if I remember well, the name is Maniki.
A tla go nna a tlo nkhula phare no. Public protector o re o tla re ge re fetša go bonana le journalist. Ke moka re tla bolela le wena.
And then he tried to calm me down, saying that the public protector says that after he has attended the journalist, he will come back and talk to me, to you.
Seo a se nke se direge
That never happened.
ka gore ba ile go fetša ba tsena dikoloing ba sepela ba re ba kitimela Thabanzimbi.
Then after that, they rushed to the cars because they were going to Tabasimbi.
Ke ka mokgwa o tabatšana ke tlo di sepetšeng ka gona ka boela morago ke le so disappointed.
That is how things went that day. And I went back home very disappointed.
Yes, thank you. Just at that point, let me just, Chair, I think it's important. We'll just read out paragraph 16 as it is, just to put it on the record. You say, I then wrote to previous public protector, Ms. Matonsela. She visited Royal Hotel in Polokwane for a roadshow and was consulting members of the public. I also went there, and upon arrival, I found that Mr. Samuel was the program director. He would call people in to see the PP, and there was a list, but deliberately skipped my name. I became agitated and spoke in a loud voice that Mr. Samuel is the culprit, and I want to complain, not complaint, to the PP about him. Ms. Matonsela just looked at me and also ignored me. She heard me when I said I needed to launch a complaint against Mr. Samuel. I shouted out loud and everyone could hear. She then said she would see me after the interaction with journalists. After engaging with them, she left in a hurry saying that she's rushing to Tabazimbi without attending to me. I felt humiliated and frustrated all over again. Can you confirm that that is a summary of what the evidence that you've just given now?
Ba lekile go khutsufatsa dilo ka moka tse di dirilego tšatši le go thoma ge o re go ngwaletše Mohumagadi Madonsela lengwalo go tloga mo bue a tla a etela kwa Royal Hotel Polokwane a tlile ka roadshow and ge go le mo ga sena go fitla wena go fitla fa wa humana gore gape Morena Samuel ke yena molaola lenaneo ka fao yena o be a bitša batho gore ba kgone go tlo go bona mošireletši wa setšhaba e fela leina la gago lona a lefofa wa thoma wa goeletša gore ba kgone go kwa gore gape motho a dirago tšeue ke yena e leng gore ke yena a go tlasetšego ka fao yena Mohumagadi Madonsela ga senke a go arabe o no go lebelela wena o goeletša ka lentšu la gago gore a kgone go kwa seo se bolelago ka morago o tla tla go bona ka morago ga di-journalist di šetše di sepetše e fela ga se go be jwalo wena ba rile ge ba fetša ba kitima ka lebelo ba ya dikoloing ba re ba kitimetše go ya Tabazimbi ntle le go bona ka fao go tloga fao o ile wa kwa o go bogile gape o nyamile ka go thomološa ditaba tšela gape na tšeo ka mokana ga tšona dikhutsufatšo tšeo ka mokana ga tšona o dumelelana le tšona that one is the whole truth.
Okay, now you were saying you were very disappointed and sad. Why were you disappointed with Ms. Matonsela?
O re wena o kwele ka nnete o nyamile le gape o swabile ke ka baka la eng o bo nyamišitše ke mošireletši wa setšhaba Mohumagadi Madonsela?
Ke motho wa go lebelela TV, ke motho wa phela ke bala dipampiri.
I always watch TV and read news.
O kry-a o tlhakana ka Advocate Madonsela a praisiwa left and right.
In most cases, I'll find Advocate Madonsela being praised left and right.
So, ge ke ya kwa ke ile le nna ke le sure ya gore le nna o tla nkwešiša o tla rata go kwa sello sa ka.
When I went there, I was hopeful that she will want to hear the side of my story.
Go tlhoka matlhatsa so go be jwale.
Unfortunately, things did not go that way.
O mpontšhitše mmalagwe.
I saw her true colors.
Mola be ke tseba mmalagwe o motšhweu a phetoga mpontšha mmalagwe o montsho.
When I knew her white color, but it turned out to be very black.
Chairman, ge o ka no nagana botse gore na o tloga o itshepile motho o tlo go thuša. Motho o a praisiwa ka le ka more wa thuša. Mara wena go fitla. O petela ka letsogo ka theo.
Chairman, you know, sometimes you are hopeful because if a certain person is being praised, they say that he can help people. But when you came, that one is a different story.
Ke krile a tshireletša mmereko wa gago feta go tshireletša nna Ntugweng.
I found out that he was protecting the official more than he can protect me.
Okay. Yes, no, that's true. I think Ms. Matansela is well known for protecting the Koko Dlamini. So I suppose you were in this case the Mkulu Dlamini. But after that disappointment, what did you, well, was there anything else you could do within the public protector when you felt, in other words, what I want to say is that on that day, did Samuel just get away with it, or was there anything more that you could do?
Na ka letšatši lona leo Samuele o kgonne go no phologa goba go be go na le se sengwe seo wena o ka se dirang.
Ka letšatši leo go sena ntho e nka e dirang ka gore ba ile go fetša ba tsena dikoloing ba sepele.
That day, there was nothing I could have done because when they have ended the show, they simply rushed to the cars and left.
Yes. All right, well. And do you ever hear anything from Ms. Matansela afterwards, maybe saying, oh, well, that day I was rushing to Tabazimbi, but there was this old man who was telling me about being assaulted. Was any follow-up done by her?
Na go kile go ba le ditšhalo morago tše di ileng tša dirwa ke yena mo gongwe a bolela gore a bua tšatši lela ke paletšwe ka ge ke be ke timela Thabazimbi. Go na le se sengwe se o naganang gore se kile sa dirwa ka morago ga fao?
A sanka, not even a day.
There was nothing.
You can finish Dr. Sam. Okay, it looks like everybody's waiting here. So I think Dr. Sam, Mekanya was waiting for you to finish your sentence. You're saying Ms. Matanzala never contacted you, and then you were starting to say something else.
Go be go na le se sengwe o ka re ke go tsene ganong o nyaka go se ntšha ke eng?
Madonzel. O bolela ka sa bolela ka Madonzel.
Re sa bolela ka Madonzela gore na tšhalo morago yona e kile ya duba gona na go na le se sengwe se o se naganang o nyaka go se ntšha mafatleng?
Nka ka mokgwa ko bolelang ka ona ke reng ke ile ka boela morago ke nyamile ka ge ke tlhola ke bala dipampiri tša Madonzela ke bona Madonzela mo TV a senke ke mo naganele gore ke motho wa mofuta ono gore that's why ke re o ntšhitše true colors mo ke dingwe tše re o praisiwa ke re na praisa ke di-newspapers and so forth. Man, in reality, nna ke tšo bua ka gare ga tšona. You can ask them.
Madonzela, from the first conversation, Madonzela never came back to him the thing is, he went home very sad and humiliated. And then Madonsela, the way he read about her, when he met her, it was a different story. Madonsela showed her true colors. That is it.
Okay. All right. Now, let's go back then to Mr. Samuel. Mr. Samuel, okay, no, before I tell you about his version. On paragraph 17, you say that on 6 October 2017, the matter went finally on trial. We're back to the criminal trial of Mr. Samuel. Mr. Samuel called 2 or 3 witnesses. I had no witnesses. The magistrate found that Mr. Samuel contradicted himself during his testimony. Mr. Samuel was found guilty and sentenced to 2 months imprisonment or payment of a fine of 2,000 rand, half of which was suspended on condition that Mr. Samuel was not found guilty of the same offense. Mr. Samuel paid 1,000 rand. Is that how you remember what happened? And do you want to add anything?
Ka October ka di 6, 2017. Molato o ile mafelelong wa ya go sekiwa. Morena Samuel o be ana le o ile a bitša ditlhase tše tharo. Wena ka mothoko tša gago be go sena le o tee. Magistrate o ile a hwetša gore motho ditaba tša gage ga di sepele gabotse. O ikgata mehlala. Ka fao a ba mo hwetša molato. Gomme mafelelong ba mo ahlola. Ba mo ahlola ba mo fa dikgwedi tše 2 goba go ya dikgwedi tše 2 tronkong goba a lefele kotlo ya diranta tše 2,000. And yeah, half seripagare sa gona ya ba taba ya gore o tlo fegwa ge a ka hwetša molato bjalo le bjalo. E fela Mr. Samuel mafelelong o no patela 1,000 fela. Ditaba tše ngwe wa di tseba goba gona le se sengwe o nyakang go se tlaleletša godimo ga tšona na?
Ke ne tše dintši tša go tlaleletša ka Samuel. Se segolo ka be ke bolela mo. A ke lwele Samuel. And a ke mo go tlo senya Samuel leina. Se segolo ka nna.
The issue here is that I'm not fighting with Samuel. So that is the gist of the matter. Le ka tšwela pele.
Se segolo ke ne ke kitimišana le justice. Ye le gore le ganua tše ke kitimišana le yona se šwe ke kry-a.
The main issue here is I want to find justice. That is exactly what I'm doing today.
Right. And the next paragraph says, Mr. Samuel launched an appeal, but later abandoned it and never prosecuted it. There is currently no pending appeal. The criminal conviction stands. You know that Mr. Samuel, as you say, launched an appeal shortly after, I think the true version is that he made an application for leave to appeal. But the point is that, according to you, there was no follow-up on those proceedings, correct?
Go ya ka mo ben ka gona gore ora gore Morena Samuel o ile a tsenya boipelaetšo fela ga jwalo ga gona se se ileng sa ba sa tla sa tšwela pele. Na ke nnete na?
Ke nnete.
That's the truth.
Right. So that's where the real issue is. Because Mr. Samuel, the real, what I'm building up to is the next few questions is about how Mr. Samuel misled this committee. And when we tried to demonstrate that under cross-examination, we were called names. But as far as you are concerned, when Mr. Samuel was testifying here, and you may not know when, it was around July, August last year, was there any appeal that you were aware of?
Se segolo se ba nyakang go se tseba ke gore go bile le tše dintši tše e leng gore Morena Samuel o di boletše a ba bitša batho ka maina jwalo le jwalo. Jaanong ka nako yona e nngwe na go na le boipelaetšo appeal e leng gore wena o tseba ka yona na?
Se se ile sa mmakatša ka Samuel le molao ka mokgwa o sepelang ka ona.
The thing that make me amazed about Samuel and how the law is run.
Okay.
Samuel was found guilty as charged. Surely, TV, Samuel.
When I watch the TV, I saw Samuel in many cases and that makes me wonder.
Maybe when I'm here or after I get to William, I will get an answer on how. Kirle Samuel, TV. I have over the interview on him. Okay, because
Yeah,
so Heber Samuel Vamukuvile miracle. God, I was continue to disciple words. Samuel waging miracle.
There were so many things happening about Samuel when I was watching him through TV. One time I heard that Samuel has been suspended. And then another time, Samuel is back at work. So I don't know what is happening.
Samuel Wile CCMA.
Samuel went to CCMA.
Win a case.
He won the case.
Mola ba moni mola to ka court anale right court CCMA yo discharge ora boele mmereko baba mo fe 1.4 million. He's so lucky.
What makes me wonder is that the court finds Samuel guilty, but the CCMA discharged him. And then again, he went back to work. And then from there, he got an amount of 1.4 million.
I'm imagine too.
That thing really is amazing.
Maybe how come?
Maybe you can supply me with the answer when I leave here to understand how is it possible.
Need.
That is the truth.
Another court I sa mmona molato. Ke mathomo ke e bona ntho ya mofutong jwale.
The court found him guilty. Another one discharged him. That one is the first time that I saw such a thing.
Ke tlhoka answer kana moo.
I don't have an answer on that issue.
Okay, well, I think the chairperson maybe has an answer for you. I don't. But the issue is that Mr. Samuel, at least on our version, when the public protector gives evidence, she will demonstrate that Mr. Samuel just came to this committee to tell nothing but just lies, including the fact that he was saying that he had an appeal that was going on at the time that he was testifying. And also, he even wanted to convince this committee that even if he had that appeal, it would have meant that it suspends his criminal record and or his criminal conviction. And like you, that was the first time I hear that there was such a thing in criminal law. But that's what he wanted the committee to believe. Anyway, the point is this: Mr. Samuel, apart from that, I will now tell you what his version of what he told this committee of what happened between you and him, and I'd like you to comment.
Kana ko ye ke tlo botsa gore na yena o re na go diragetse eng magareng ga lena ka fao ka morago re tlo go kgopela gore o dire di-comment di tshwaetswayo ka yona taba eo.
And the background to this, Chair, just to map it out for the members, because it was a few months ago, is that Mr. Samuel's entire version to this committee was that the public protector firstly was trying to get rid of him because he was a whistleblower. Secondly, he could not understand why the public protector would, under the sun, want to take disciplinary action against him when she became aware of this assault, because according to him, it had happened 9 years before. That was another lie, but let's leave that for now. Thirdly, oh, sorry, ma.
Ha botse re nyaka go fa boithego bja seo Samuel a se boletšego. Se segolo ke gore Samuel o re yena ga a kwešiše gore na ke ka baka la eng mošireletši wa setšhaba a ba nyaka go mo koba. Lebaka e le gore yena gabotse ke tshebi ya dira, ke yona taba ye e diang gore mošireletši wa setšhaba a mo lwantšhe ba sa tšwela pele.
Go tsa ka file ke tlile le ene. Re bula botlhe re fela re bolela taba ya Samuel. Gore na new public protector Mukhwabane o kubile Samuel a mo kuba mmereko o tla morata.
I'm here with my friend and we always discuss about this thing and saying that the new public protector, Ms. Mukhwabane, has suspended Mr. Samuel. Will really Mr. Samuel love the public protector? That is the question.
Ke ya araba gore no ka se morate.
No, he will never love the public protector.
Samuel is going to do anything possible for Advocate Mukwabane a ska tswa a bua mmerekong. That is Samuel. He's going to do everything. He's going to do everything for Advocate Mukwabane a ska bua mmerekong, because a bua mmerekong o ya mmereko. Obviously, o ja mmereko na ga o dumela a ka dumela go tlo ja mmereko. Dilo tše ka moka ga tsona tše Samuel a di diang. Mathaithai fela a gore a tloše public protector o Mukwabane, Advocate Mukwabane tseleng. Šo tharabolela re lebeletše bona moitabelo mo gape le ba re batho ga ba gopole. Le ba re batho ba gopole. Go ka o feila go bona gore na Mastrata o bona motho phoso. Mastrata o mongwe gore commissioneng ka kua wa montšha o gopala go di compare go bona what's going on here.
Yes.
Go gopala go bona dilo.
The gist of the matter here.
The emotional part, but I think we must allow Mekhanyago to assist the committee.
The gist of the matter here is you can really reason this thing out that Mr. Samuel will never allow Mr. Mukwabane to reign, because if ever Ms. Mukwabane is working, then it means that they are going to dismiss her. Therefore, he will do whatever it takes so that to do away with Ms. Mukwabane. That is the whole gist of the matter here.
Yeah. And I think you used the word suspend, but it's a omokubile. Can you explain that or the difference?
Okay, he says that the court. Wait. I don't understand.
All right. Maybe I'll do it through the witness. Yes. At least one of the members is helping. I think you used the word suspend when the witness said umukubila, which meant she dismissed him.
Yes. I use the word dismiss. Yes.
Dismiss. Okay, that's fine. No, I think it was just a mistake. All right. So let me just try and capture this. So what you're saying is that because the public protector had dismissed Mr. Samuel, as you say, obviously he now knows that if she is back at work, then he will lose his job. And you're saying that it was his plan to make sure that she's out of the way, because that is the only way he could go back to work. Is that a fair summary of what you just said?
Mr. Samuel, o kubilwe ka fao ge e le gore o nyaka go ntsha mohumagadi Mukwabane tseleng, gobane ge yena mohumagadi Mukwabane a ka ba mmerekong go ra gore yena o tlo felelwa ke mmereko. Ka fao ke tšeo di naganang ka mokana ga tsona tšeo na goba tšeo di bolelago.
Tore Ge re dutse re bolela, re bontšhana this thing. Re kry-a le gore Samuel a be a boele mmerekong.
If ever we talk, and then from there we come to the conclusion that if ever Samuel can go back to work,
Gore Samuel a boele mmerekong o bušeditše ke public protector wa tshwaretseng gone UIF.
Samuel was brought back to work because of the public protector who is now in charge.
Gane kore public protector wa gane UIF. Gane taba le di-charges tše re ba bolelang ka tšona motho was found guilty in the court of law.
The now public protector, he doesn't care about the charges that was implemented on Mr. Samuel.
Ke collaboration to but go o ka lebelela botso wa bona gore e thoma mo go public protector wa gane UIF. She's all she or is he or UIF.
I think that this one is a collaboration between him and the acting public protector, but I don't know whether it's a she or a he.
O ka se re o tseba ba file office ba re o hire fela batho ba go ba le nnete ba ba senang go melato wa yo hira
Either way,
motho.
given office to hire people who don't have any issue, any cases.
Yes.
O mo a ke tsebe gore na ena a tsebe gore Samuel o na le case case na ga mo hira mo tša morago.
I don't know if ever he or she has the knowledge that Samuel has got a case when he reinstated him.
Re thoma go makala gore na o mo hirile jwang.
We start wondering how he hired him.
Okay, well, just for your assistance, I'm sure my learned colleagues won't mind me giving this evidence or this information that you are saying that whoever is in the place now, that is the acting public protector. Well, just for your information, yeah, it is a lady, so it's not he or she, it's a she. But the point you are making is that whoever is in that office, you don't understand how they could bring back Mr. Samuel, correct?
E re go lemošitse gore mo tlatša yena mo šireletši wa setšhaba wa nakwana ke motho wa mosadi, gore mo gongwe ga yena ga a kwešiše gore na ditaba tše di sepela jwang, na ke nnete seo. Ke re ke motho wa mosadi, mo gongwe na ke mošireletši wa setšhaba wa nakwana, gore ga a leka kwa ofising yela mo gongwe ga a kwešiše gore na dilo tše di sepetšwa jwang. Ke seo le se naganago.
That's very embarrassing. Gore motho ba mo file setulo sa go mo feta ka gore ga a tsebe manano a ga go hira batho go se tšara ba hire jwang.
We can say that maybe that one has been given a position over her capabilities. She doesn't even know how to hire people.
All right. Okay, let's come back to the real gist of and I think, some of these things cannot be translated, Chair, but when he gave that account, his last words were, "That is Mr. Samuel." And I think it sounds like a simple statement, but it says a lot. Now, I want you to just let me tell you what Mr. Samuel told this committee, and you'll tell me if it's true or false. Because if it's false, you remember when you started, you were told that if you give false evidence here, you can go to jail by Ms. Abraham.
Ricky, o tla ke go botse gore na ga botse morena Samuel o rileng o sa gopola ga botse ge Mohammed Abraham a go botse gore ge o ka fa botlhatsi bja maaka o ka romelwa kgolegong o sa gopola seo na? I remember very well.
Yes, okay. Well, Mr. Samuel was also told the same thing. This is what he says. If we can go to bundle K, item 10, page 1284. Oh, I got it. All right. Yeah. Okay, I'll read out. Just go further down. Yeah. Okay. Further down. Okay. I want to start with where Ms. Bauer says, and you say one of the charges. And you say one of the charges, yeah. Yes, that's where, yeah. Okay, Advocate Bauer, that's one of the advocates here who's assisting the committee. She says to Mr. Samuel, and you say one of the charges dealt with a Limpopo assault that was described in the initial affidavit. What is the date of the assault that occurred? Do you recall? And then Mr. Samuel says, yes, I do. It was 14th December 2011. And there again, there's that issue of whether it was November or December. It doesn't, it's not of significance for now. Let's assume his date is the correct one for now. Then you say, so or rather, Advocate Bauer says, so you and I are being charged. I think that's just not a good transcription. So you were being charged in 2020 for an assault that was alleged to have occurred 9 years prior thereto. Okay, I don't know where Ms. Bauer got the 9 years, but I suspect it was from Mr. Samuel. As far as you are concerned, Mr. Samuel was charged in was convicted even in 2017, correct?
Go ya ka mokgwa o tsebang ka gona na Morena Samuel ba mo chargitse ka 2017 o sa gopola seo?
Yes, and therefore let's assume that Ms. Bauer was then referring to the charging at work, the disciplinary process, not the criminal charges. That's when the 2020 would make sense. Yeah. Okay, in any event, Mr. Samuel says that is correct. And then Ms. Bauer says, and maybe without belaboring it, just to tell the committee tell the committee briefly the circumstances of what had occurred in 2011. So that would be a reference to the incident itself. Are you still following, Mr. Siabe?
Sorry, what is that year which he's supposed to?
2011.
Okay.
It says, carry on, ma.
Okay, ba re ba kgopela gore o ke o tlhaloshe gore na go ile go a diregang ka 2011 ka mokgwa o Mr. Bauer a beng a bolela ka gona. Go na le seo se se gopolang gore ka 2011 go diragetse eng?
No, that's not. No, sorry, ma. Okay, fortunately, I've got too many assistants here, starting from the table there. And here, even Metla good. No, that's not what I was not asking him to say what happened in 2011. I'm saying that the transcript of Mr. Samuel's evidence is what I'm reading. I was just asking if he follows what I'm saying. Advocate Bauer said, maybe just tell the committee briefly the circumstances of what occurred in 2011. That's where we are. And I was just checking if Dr. Siabe is still with us, is still following the sequence.
Okay. Ba nyaka go tseba gore na o latela tše ba di bolelago ga jwalo na ba boetse gona kwa go tabeng yela e bolela e tšwa mo godimo ga transcript yela ba e balang gore na o a kwešiša gore na go diregang ba latela tatelano yela ya go tšwa ka 2011 le mabaka a tlhagileng ka ena nako yona eo di-circumstances.
No, Mr. Bauer, Mr. Samuel charges were in 2020.
Oh.
2020, Mr. Bauer, Samuel was charged. 2020, 2017.
Oh, what surprises me is that Mr. Bauer says that Samuel was charged in 2020, whereas he has the knowledge that Samuel was charged in 2017.
Yes. Now, the advocate Bauer, if I can, as I tried to explain, and she's here, by the way, she'll speak for herself, but I think it's better if I'm her lawyer for this, for the purposes of this. When she was talking about being charged, we all agree that Mr. Samuel was actually charged in 2014. That includes me and Ms. Bauer. We also agree, me and Ms. Bauer, that he was sentenced in 2017, right? So criminally. And then he was given the option of a fine and so on, and all the evidence that you've given. But what Ms. Bauer was talking about, was referring to, was that when Mr. Samuel said that he was being now charged, the things that he was blaming Advocate Mkhwebane about, charged now in the disciplinary process at work, that all that happened in 2020. That's why Advocate Bauer said it was for something that had happened 9 years before, namely 2011. So do you understand now?
Barna ga jalo wa kwešišana gore 2020 ba bolelang ka yona ke ye e leng gore ga botse e amana le taba tša mmereko e se bego tšela tša lena gore na jalo wa kwešiša gore na tatelano ya ditaba e sepela jwang na ke tše Mokhumagadi Bauer a di bolelang gore ya 2020 e sepelelana le ditaba tša mmereko o dumelelana le yona na?
Yeah, okay, kwešiša bjale.
I do understand now.
Okay, thank you. I'll collect the check from Ms. Advocate Bauer later for myself. for my services. All right. Then here's the real issue that I was just building up to this. Mr. Samuel then says, at the invitation of Advocate Bauer, on the day in question, that is now the day of your appointment. It was early in the morning, around just after 8 hours, sitting in my office on the first floor of the building. We were in at the time, and Pulukwane, where I was provincial representative at the time. And I then got a call from our receptionist internally to advise me that the complainant, Mr. Siabi, was at the reception and he demanded to see me because I was busy with head office. Yes, I was on the line talking to one of the officials and explaining the reports that I had submitted. Okay, let's just pause there. He says that he got a call from the receptionist to say that he was there. What is your comment about that?
Ba tlhalosha gore Morena Samuel o bolelang ka taba ya tiragalo ya letšatši le tla ba kua gore yena o be e be le mesong ka bo iri ya boseswai a le ka lebatong la ka godimo go na le mošomo o montši a boledišana le ba dikantoro tše dikgolo ka dipego tše ba di tshwanetšego ka morago ga fao a kwa go na le mogala a wa go tšwago ba receptionist e leng gore ba go amogela ba eme gona fa gore o amogetše mogala gore na ke dinako ye lena le be le tsene receptionist a mo founela le dumelelana le seo na.
A se go ka moka tsa tlhalosa.
Not everything, but I will explain.
Ernest, yena motho wa go mpona mathomo a ya go Samuel.
Ernest was the first one who saw me and he went to Samuel. To inform him about my arrival. Erinkere abare Morena Samuel o ba le di founung e se go lena. Oh.
Motho wa mathomo a ile twa go botsa Samuel. Ke Ernest.
Oh.
Samuel a sa kry phone ka reception gore nna ke gona.
Okay. Oh, it was not through the phone. Ernest went to the office to inform him, not via the phone.
Mr. Samuel, we will go through Ernest. Ernest,
then after realizing that I have arrived, he told Ernest not to come back to me.
Receptionist in phone afterward, today.
Oh, so the receptionist phoned me after some time that Mr. Samuel phoned that he is unable to see him today.
Yes, and Samuel, a phone receptionist, not receptionist, you phone Samuel. No.
It was not that way. It was not the receptionist who phoned Samuel. It was Samuel who phoned the receptionist. That is what I wanted to correct.
Yes. Okay. Let me try and summarize what you've just said, just again to make it easier because it comes in bits and pieces. So you are saying what is wrong with that part is the following. That what actually happened is that Ernest told you that he was going to inform Samuel that you are there.
Uh-huh.
Then, after waiting for a long period, Samuel phoned the receptionist to say, tell Mr. Siabi that I cannot see him. That is, you are saying that is the true sequence of events.
Take him hold, sorry.
Go ahead,
Yes.
you're right. Respond.
You-
I think you're connecting.
Yeah, let me explain. That is, yeah, what the chair is trying to explain is you are free to speak in your language of choice. But wherever, if it's something that if you understand and you are able to respond directly, then we don't have to go through let's say if it's a small thing and you are able, if it's just a yes or a no, you can respond to me directly. It will save us time. So the chair will not say, oh, that means you can now speak English and stop the interpretation. So just to facilitate it, you are fine if you respond that, if you can respond directly. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and particularly when I'm doing what I was doing now, which is just to summarize what was being said, and then it's just, you can just confirm and then we'll move on here. All right. So you've confirmed the summary that I just gave, correct? All right.
The problem is that sometimes you find that I'm running short of words.
Yes.
Okay.
No problem. No, fine. No, when Sipila, you continue gas paid. But what we are saying is that whenever, if you are able now and again to just say yes or no, then it will save all of us time. Okay. So now for the record, do you confirm the summary that I just made, that it was not the receptionist that phoned Samuel, but Samuel phoned for the reasons that you have explained?
Go agree. Samuel Aaron, the phone receptionist.
My problem, okay.
So, mola Lord Samuel Oregona, Ukweleka Ernest, not Asiakuga receptionist, Ukweleka Ernest.
Okay. All right.
Maybe not correct time or no, I worsen it.
Can I come in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The problem is I was having trouble with understanding why Samuel is saying he phoned. The receptionist phoned. It was not the receptionist that phoned. Ernest went to him. That is what I wanted to explain.
Okay, thank you. Then he says, and the next thing was Mr. Siabi passed me to my office and he initially sat opposite, myself, but I could see he was agitated and angry. So when I finished my call, I then told him that I cannot see him on that day because I am busy with reports. I suggested to him that I can see him later in the afternoon around 2 or the following day instead. Did that happen? Me? I think it's freezing, yeah. Oh, yeah. IT can help us, Chair. She's frozen.
Joe, we'll just take a pause there, just for 2 minutes. Wait for it to come back.
Recording stopped.
Auskhanyago, okay.
Me?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Advocate Mpofu.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I was,
Just for connectivity, just close your video, Mayor Khanyago, so that we can save your
yes.
bandwidth.
No, Chair.
Yeah, close your video.
I think she's trying to.
Close your video. It'll be better.
Okay. It's load shedding. Yeah. Yes. Aye. Exactly. Should impeach those people at ESCOM.
All right. Then.
Wakana me Khanyago.
Just a pause, Advocate Mpofu, so that we
It's
can.
frozen again, I think.
Yeah, we just want to have the
Okay,
properly reconnected.
okay, sure.
Recording stopped.
Are you back? Mayor Khanyago? Is the audio on for her?
Yes, I am.
Okay, don't switch on your video. You're right. So let's just, we can hear your voice. Thank you, Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you, Chair.
Uh-oh.
Okay, are you still with us, me Khanyago? Hello? I think she's trying to speak.
I can hear
Yeah, but we can't hear you.
you.
Can you talk to us?
Oh, good. No.
Okay, we'll try other means quickly. You can unmute.
Recording in progress.
Good day, Chair. I'm here.
Are you here? Can you hear us,
Yes,
Namatlala?
I can hear you.
Yes, just what is it? Mokane?
Correct.
Wow, okay.
Mokane.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for assisting. We'll wait for Mr. Siabe to take his seat.
All right.
Thank you for being an SOS for the inquiry.
All right, Chair.
We have a challenge that our interpreter had load shedding and then had network problems. So would want you to continue where she left in
All
terms
right.
of just the translation. Thank you. You are welcome to the section 194 inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. But note that from my side, load shedding will start at 6.
That's fine. Let's see how far we go with you.
Not a
Thank
problem.
you.
Thank you.
I'll hand over to Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Advocate.
Thank you. Thank you for helping us.
All right.
Okay, just to bring you up to speed, I was just reading out a section of the evidence of another witness who testified here. And I'm trying to assist, or rather to get Mr. Siabe to assist us to see whether that is the truth or not the truth and so on. So I read it in small stages and then we'll go back to him to confirm. Do you understand?
All right. All right, sir.
All right. All right. Okay, Dr. Siabe, we had just finished the first section. Sorry. We had just finished the first section of Mr. Siabe's evidence to the commission, to this committee, especially the part about whether the receptionist called Mr. Samuel or Mr. Samuel called the receptionist. Mayor, you can take it from there.
You are muted, Mematlala. Just stay unmuted.
Oh, all right. It's okay.
Did you hear that part?
Oh, I need it. Sorry, Chair. Can you just go back? Then I catch up correctly.
Okay. All right. And that Siabe, we were still doing the summary of the evidence of Mr. Samuel.
Ntate Siabe, re dira kakaretso ya Ntate Samuel. Chair? All right. We were still there.
Good. Now we've settled the question of the phone call exchange.
Re boletse ka taba ya go founelana ka lena. It is like that.
Good. Now, the next part of Mr. Siabe's evidence goes like this.
Botlatsi jwa bobedi jwa Ntate Siabe bo tla ka tsela ye.
No, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. The next part of Mr. Samuel's evidence goes like this.
Oh, kakaretso e tlago karolo e tlago ke ya botlatsi jwa Ntate Samuel e seng Ntate Siabe ke dirile a phoso, sorry.
Right. And I'm quoting now. He says,
Ke a tsopola yena o re.
And the next thing was Mr. Siabe passed me to my office and he initially sat opposite myself, but I could see he was agitated and angry. So when I finished, okay, you can carry on.
Se se latelago ke ntate Seabe o fitile officing a fihla a dula. O dutse go lebana le nna. Wa tseba? O dutse go lebana le nna le ke bone gore o be a befetswe ka kudu. O be a befetswe ka kudu.
All right, is that?
Just before you proceed, Advocate Mbof, just to help you also, Member Tlala,
Yes, sir.
what Advocate Mbof is going through is also on the screen. If you can see, you can follow him properly there.
Yes, I can see it. It is on my screen as well.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Was Mr. Samuel telling the truth here, that is Yabe?
And that is Samuel ba bolela tshiriso ntate Seabe.
Ke gana go befelwa mo a re ke befetšwe, o bone ka eng gore ke befetšwe?
What did he see when he says I was agitated? How could he tell that I was?
And then he says, so when I finished my call, I then told him that I cannot see him on that day because I am busy with reports. I can actually suggest, I actually suggested to him that I can see him later in the afternoon around 2 or the following day. And instead he just stood up and, accusing me of making him stupid out of him. And he came for me and grabbed me by my clothes by the collar.
Ge ke feditše ka founu ke ile ka mmotša gore nka se kgone go ke tlhakane ke kopane le yena ka lona tšatši leo ka ge ke bereka ke šoma ka kudu mabapi le tšona dipego ke ra di-reports. Nka nne ka re gabotsebotse ke ile ka šišinya go yena gore nka mmona ka nakonyana ka morago ka nako ya bo ka morago ga 1 goba bo iri ya pele goba iri ya bobedi le ka letšatši le le latelago. O ile a ema a no ema fela a ntatofatša ka gore ke mo dira setlaela a tla mo go nna a ntshwara ka diaparo a ntšhogatšhoga ka diaparo fela ka leka go mo khurumetša gore a tloge mo go nna. Wa tseba ke ile ka leka gore a tloge mo go nna ke ka moo yena ke ka fao dilo tša rena di ile go di direga ka gona.
Is that a true version, Dr. Siabe?
Ke ka mokgwa dilo di diregetšego ka gona ntate Seabe ke nnete ye.
O bolela maaka.
He's lying, Che. He's lying.
And then he says, I tried to push him away, meaning you, he was pushing you away. To let go of me, that is when then, the struggle ensued.
Ke ile ka leka go mo khurumetša wa tseba ka maatla ka leka ka bojotlhe gore ke mo khurumetše ke gona mo rileng ra thoma re gogagogana.
Did that happen?
Go diragetše jalo morena.
Gore motho a bolela maaka mongwe palala go go ya raba gore no fitse gore eng ka maaka a gagwe.
When somebody lies extensively, you can't even reply, you can't even respond because of the lies.
And first thing, first
things he says, I grabbed him by his clothes.
I
grabbed him by his clothes and the struggle ensued. The way he's explaining it, he says that's how the struggle began.
Go ahead.
Mola yena ena a tlileng a tshwara stulo saka as a fosha go gakala.
He's the one who grabbed my chair and he threw it away. So must I just agree to everything?
Right. Okay, I think that's clear. Then he says, I actually managed to push to, just outside the door, and there was another door with a sliding door, a glass door, which, he tripped on that, and we both fell. I think that's what it means. We both fell because he was still holding on to me. That's the version of Mr. Samuel to this committee under oath.
Gabotsebotse ke ile ka leka go mo kgorometša wa tseba ka mole ka mo morago ga mojako. Mojako o wa gona e be le mojako wo re ka re ke wa electric o bulang o goga wa ipulegella ka bona ke monyako wa galase. Gona moo o ile a thella awa ka baka la o be a santsane a nkakaretse ka diaparo.
Now, o ka pušetša motho ka ntle ga lebati le le tswaletsweng.
How can you push somebody when the door is closed, but you push them, they fell outside the door?
Ke a kwagala gore ke maaka fela moo.
You can tell that this is a lie.
And then he says, and because of the commotion, the other officials within the office came out to investigate, and then they separated us and, took him downstairs.
Gomme ka baka la kgona eo ba bang ba bašomedi ba gona kantorong eo ba ile ba tla ba tswa ba tlo nyakišiša gore go diragala eng gomme ba re aroganya wa tseba ke moka ba bang ba ile ba mo tšea ge.
Yona nnete ya e bolelang yone e o e tšea.
Is that the truth he is saying, the truth that he's telling?
Yeah. All right. So, in summary, did Mr. Samuel tell the committee the truth or not?
Ka kakaretšo pa ntate Samuel o boditše committee therešo goba aowa?
Ntate Samuel tla di boletšeng ka moka a se nnete ya nnete ke ene ya gore ga tšwela batho ba re a tlhologana.
What Mr. Samuel told the committee is not the truth. The only truth that he told is when the people that I told you about came and they separated us.
Okay. So you're saying in that whole version of his, the only thing that is true is the part where people came and separated the two of you.
Jalo o re tše ka moka tša di boletšego ga di gona ye le go gona ke ye au fela ya gore batho ba tlile ba re arologanya ka nako e le be go le gogagogana.
Aha, ke yona e.
That is the real truth.
You notice that he says nothing about the structure that you spoke about, which fell, or the partition, which fell completely off because of the impact of your shoulder against it.
Wa bona gore ga gona le mo a bolelang ka ga go bolela selo ka taba ya mole a go ka nako e be go le gogagogana go ile go wa leboto gona moo gomme leboto le le wele ka baka la re magetla gago a be a le gore ke a tloga a le gona ke wona dirileng gore botwana leo lewe.
Ga bolele ka lona leoto le bolela ka nna gore ke structure says we are about 4 meters. Yena se bolela yena wa le khutisha leoto le gore go ile structure yena o bolela fela ka sliding door.
He's hiding the fact that the structure fell. The only thing that he's talking about is the sliding door, and he wants to push the fact that my shoulders are the cause of the structure which fell.
Right. Now, according to you, that was the most important thing that happened in that incident was the heavy impact of your body against the structure so hard that it fell down.
Go ya ka wena e le go gona ke ga lebotona leo lewa re ka re sona structure sewa ka baka la magetla a gago a re ka reng gore a nyakile gore a katologe nyana.
Oh, you are.
It is like that, Chair.
And can you just tell the committee just how hard and heavy that impact might have been just by using the amount of pain or injury that you sustained, and what steps you had to take medically and otherwise from that time, even up to now?
Ntate, o ka botsa committee gore go ba go ba gago o kwele bohloko bo bokae gomme re ka no re o ile wa go bala go fihla kae na gomme ke magato afe a o a tšerego a go netefatša gore mohlomong o ya bo dingakeng goba o ya bo sepetlele gore ba check-e ba lekole mo gore go diragetše eng na gore wa ba le dikgobalo na.
Ka mokgwa ke ne ke go betse ka ona ke go betse kudu mo le gore go ntšere almost 1 year 6 months ke tsamaya di-therapy le gata la gana go fola.
I was very, very injured. It took me approximately 1 year 6 months for me to get well. I even had to go to therapies because my shoulder was very, very injured.
Yes. And right now, as you are sitting there, is your shoulder completely healed 11 years later?
Re nka botšiša pa legetla la gago o dutše moo le šetše le fodile na ka re e šetše e le mengwaga ye 11 taba ye e diragetše.
Ka ge ke go betse ke gotše be šetše ke gotše ka nako eo ya 60 something a go sa le easy gore o fole gabotse ge ke rwala ge ke tshwara heavy thing a letsogo le naka la right le kwa botlhoko le a lapa le go lapa kore the pain is still there ke a kwa gore no le a gana.
Because I was older, this incident occurred when I was already older. I was about around 65 years old. So it's not easy for an older person to heal easily. I still get like excruciating pains, especially when I lift something very heavy. I can feel the pain. The pain is still there.
Is it so that you even described to me that even yesterday when you were at the airport, you were not able to carry your luggage using that arm?
Ke nnete na gore le maabane ge be o le kwa gona airport boemadifofane go be go le boima go wena gore o ka rwala le merwalo e o be go e swere.
Ke se ke se bolelang seo.
That's exactly what I'm describing, Chef.
Yes. And therefore, even those of us sitting here who may not be medical doctors, I think we can imagine how heavy that impact might have been if you still feel it now, 11 or 12 years later.
Le rena ba re se go dingaka le go re no akanya ka mokgo o ba go bohloko ka gona gore so se le se ile go sa direga le botolo le lewa le tloga le go ba ditše ka matla gore le hono le o sa bokwa bohloko bo.
And if you did not try to defend yourself, as you said, including holding on to Mr. Samuel, what would have happened to you? What do you think would have happened to you?
Ke botšiše gore ba nkabe ke no akanya fela gore nkabe o sa itšhireletša go yena ntate Samuel ke no šišinya fela gore a ke tsebe gore nkebe go diragetše eng le hono ge nkebe o sa hwetša yona thušo yeo ya go itšhireletša.
Mr. Samuel ba nyaka go mphoša mo lebatong la fase re mo lebatong la godimo la mo one a nyaka go mphoša kwa fase. You can just imagine or na ebe ke wetše ka kua benkebe ke le kae le nna ke tsebe nyake ebe ke le kae nkebe ke golofetše goba nke ke hwile.
Mr. Samuel really wanted to injure me. We were on the 4th floor and he wanted to throw me right down to the 1st floor. I wonder what would have become of me now. I would have been crippled or I would have died.
Yes, okay, I think we got the floors a bit mixed up. Do I understand that the balcony you were describing is outside of Mr. Samuel's office? The one you said he wanted to throw you over the balcony. Is that the balcony outside of his office?
Balcony o e ka ntlega of ka kantoro ya gagwe na. Ka gore o itse o be a nyaka go go lahlela ka go fotsetsa ka ntle.
Angre balcony e ka ntla office ya gagwe.
The balcony is outside his office.
Yes, and we established earlier that his office is on the 1st floor, correct?
Kantoro ya gagwe e mo lebatong la mathomo, 1st floor. Ke nnete na?
Come again, ma.
Lebato la gagwe le kantorong le mo lebatong la mathomo kore yona 1st floor. A ke theoriso na.
Mo first floor.
It is on the 1st floor. The balcony
Right.
is on the 1st floor.
So just to cut this short here, so if he had succeeded to throw you over the balcony, you would have fell or you would have fallen on the ground floor somewhere, correct?
Ge le gore nkebe a go fositse go tloga go mo lebatong lona leo re tla re balcony nkabe e le gore o ile wa go bala.
Ke se
A ke nnete.
ke sa ke reng a ke tsebe gore nkebe ke phela gore nkebe ke golofetse gone jwale. Ka
That's
gore ba
exactly
a tshela ko tlase.
the reason I'm saying I would have been a cripple now or I would have died because his aim was to throw me right down from where we were.
All right. Now, why? Okay, thank you very much. Now, why is it that, as you described earlier to the committee, when the police were threatening you to say that there's no case here or you must talk and all that, and he has many witnesses, you are alone, and even the prosecutors were doing the same. Why were you so adamant that you did not want to drop this case?
E re ke botsise ke re ka nako ele ke gopela o ka botsa komiti gore ka nako e ile gore taba e ile ya direga maphodisa a tla a re go wena taba e ya gago wa e kwale molato ga o kwale o lahlela kwa ka ntle ka le ntate sa molao le gore wena ga ona dihlatse ke eng se ileng sa go dira gore o tloge o re o be le maikemišetšo a gore taba ye o ka se lahlele fase o ka se fetse fela ka yona le ga ile gore o le go butse gore yena o na le dihlatse o na le batšhotšhisi gore o taba tša gage di sepela gabotse ke eng se leng sa go dira gore o se ka lahla yona taba e o tšwele pele ka yona.
Ke rile ka tshepiša mokgekolo.
I promised my wife.
Let's just take, you must take water. Just wait for him. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Mokgekolo ke ra bo mma.
oh, my mother.
Gore taba ya Samuel. Nka se e tlogele tseleng. Go jala go nyakiša Samuel o nna nnete ke ditšhelete bo mma na.
I
Ke ka
promised
lebaka le
my
edile gore ke šhale taba he ya tšwela morago to every step of it. O nyaka go bona nna lo feletša kae.
I promised my mother that I would never back down. I would never let this slide. I promised her that I will follow it up and find out what happened to my mother's money. That's what I promised her. That's the reason I am pursuing with this matter.
I think the witness is a little bit emotional. Chair, maybe we should take 5 minutes. Okay,
I'm sorry.
okay, that is
No one worry. Nkgopoditša bomma ke ba tshepišitše. Unfortunately, le gone ya tje, taba ya gona se fele.
I am so sorry, Chair. You made me miss my mother because I promised her that I will fight this. I promised her before she left that I will fight this matter. Even now, we still haven't found a solution.
Tšhelete ya bomma ke tse bonang e feletše kae?
I don't know where my mother's money went to.
all right. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes, that is Siabe.
Re tla tšea, re tla ema metsotsonyana e mehlano, Ntate Seabe.
Chair.
Thank you. Yes, please take your water, that is Siabe. We completely understand your situation. Advocate Mpofu is asking for 5 minutes break. We will do that.
Thanks,
then
Chair.
we will-
Ena metsi, Ntate Seabe, Ntate Mpofu o re o ka tšea, re tla tšea metsotso e mehlano fela gore o nwe metsi.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back, colleagues, and thank you, Advocate Mbofu, for that break.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome, Dr. Siabe. Over to you, Advocate Mbofu. Just wait. Mema Klala, are you back?
Yes, I am here, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. I'm just going to jump to something else. Maybe we'll come back to these other struggles.
Ntate Seabe ke tla feta go tse dingwe re tla bua go tsona.
All right, let me start by just telling you what the version of the public protector is going to be regarding the accusations that were made against her by Mr. Samuel regarding your matter, and Dr. Siabe.
Ntate Seabe e re ke thome ka gore ke tla o bolela ka ditatofatso tsa mošireletši wa setšhaba tšeo Ntate Samuel a di dirilego kgatlhanong le wena.
It's something that you touched on about why Mr. Samuel did all these things that he has done, including lying to this committee.
Jona di mabapi le ka dilo tšeo ka moka tše dirilego ke Ntate Samuel le gore o botsitše komiti taba tše sego tša nnete.
The public protector is going to say that the first time this public protector became aware of this matter was around the time when you initiated the civil damages proceedings against the office of the public protector and Mr. Samuel. Now, we've already established that he was sentenced around about October 2017. And can you confirm that you initiated the civil claims or damages claims sometime in 2018?
Ntate Seabe re kwa gore Ntate Samuel o ile a hutsa a le molato e le gore ke wena ka re o mo swarisitšego ba ba taba tsona tše tša ditshenyagalelo tšeo di diragetšego ke tšeo mošireletši wa setšhaba a tla di bolelago. A o ka re botsa se sengwe mabapi le yona taba ye e le gore o na le letsogo na mo tabeng ye dirageletšego Ntate Samuel?
Se lego kgakala ke gore nna ke thomile go lemoga gore public protector advocate Mukhwabane ke gona a tsebileng gone jwatša nako e ka moka e be ke mo ngwalela mangwalo o ne a sa fetole.
All I can say is that what I know is that the public protector started realizing that now, all along she wasn't aware because I have been writing letters to her, but she wasn't responding.
Right. Thank you. Oh, sorry, he wants to continue. Okay,
so, nageli ke lebeletše. Itulo makala gel advocate Mukhwabane asuno kwata bache ja assault akoba muthu mmereko go a discipline muthu and then mola mu discipline muthu wa tloga wa CCMA ke shege boletše gore go bile CCMA ya montsha ya mmakatša.
When I look at the matter, I started hearing the news of that's when I started hearing about the news of the assault. That person, this person got disciplined. She disciplined this person at work. After disciplining this person went to the CCMA. And the CCMA, this person was not found guilty. So that's when I started like realizing that I was very surprised as to what is happening now. So according to me,
Advocate Mukwabane, she's the right person. Kabaka la gore, o tšere matsapa a go disciplina motho o a ntshwentše.
Advocate Mukwabane is the correct person because she bothered herself about taking initiative on this person who has been troubling me.
Unlike the previous Matonzel, never ever tried anything. You know, prefer a protect rather than a protect the public.
I still, regard the Busisi Mkhwabane, the public protector, as better than the former public protector because when her employee assaulted an elderly man, she saw it fit to take this person to account for what they did. Unlike this one, the other one who would protect her worker.
So, the new the acting public protector. Miracle public protector, or rather, Nyaga Lane. You wanna somewhere lay the new public protector. Balukozi, Duna Levy, Session of Studia Amol. Somewhere Lanya go to a miracle. Musadio and our Italian, Anya go to a miracle. So good on
the acting public protector, she's always doing what she's doing because she wants the job. She doesn't want to, like she does want the job. And when you look at the way things are, like someone doesn't want to leave the job, the public protector also does not want to. So if you look at the greater part of things, this person are friends. They are friends, they are pals.
Because Udia the right thing.
That's how I see things as they are, because both of them will fight her as she's doing the right things.
Okay, thank you. So again, just to summarize, you have already told us about the incident between yourself and the former public protector. And what you are now saying is that the relationship between Mr. Samuel and the acting public protector is one of, I suppose, collaboration because they both want to keep their current jobs.
Ereke akaretsa fela pa kere ka mo go bolelang ka gona o setse o re buditse ka go shumisana ga gago le ena mošireletši wa setšhaba re setse go re go koela ebile ka mo go bjang dilo ka gona o ka re yena ntate Samuel o le mošireletši wa setšhaba wo wa nakwana ke e tlogele bakgotsi ka mo go re botsang ka gona. That's how I see things as they are.
Yes. Now, the public protector, just to take it back to what her version is, will say indeed, as you are saying, when she received those papers from your lawyers about the civil claim, she was shocked and horrified that it could even be possible that a member of the public could be assaulted in one of the offices of the public protector's office. And then she immediately asked everyone to get to the bottom of that whole thing. And then, as you correctly pointed out, it culminated in the disciplinary action. And then Mr. Samuel took the outcome to the CCMA and succeeded on some technicalities. We don't need to get into all that. We dealt with those issues with Mr. Samuel. Carry on. Yes, ma'am.
Ntate Seabe ka mokgo mošireletši wa setšhaba a tla di bonago ka gona yena o ile a hwetša ditokomane ka moka tše tswago go wena go di-lawyer tša gago mabapi le molato o le go gona o ile a tšhoga ka kudu ka maatla o ile a tšhoga gagolo mo e leng gore o ile a re yena motho oo a mo discipline kore a mo kwiše bohloko gona mmerekong gomme yena ka mokgwa o bitsego ka gona ntate Samuel le yena a ya CCMA gomme dilo di a sepela ka mokgwa di mo sepeletšego ka gona molato wa tšhollwa a ke nnete na
ke ka mokgwa ke bontšhang gore public protector Mkhwebane o ile go tseba ka taba ye a actor ka tsela ya nnete ya policy ya mmereko.
That's how I'm illustrating this, Chair, that the public protector Mkhwebane, after realizing what was happening, she followed this matter up and she did exactly what she was supposed to do according to the scope of her work.
Moloring ile ka mongwalela ena public protector Mkhwebane, ke ra advocate Mkhwebane. Le ena ka nako eo a se mphetole ka nthena go re go bona le dinokwane ka morago ga ba ba tsamaiša mposo ya
As I'm saying that, I did write a letter to her. She did not respond, but she eventually did. But at the time when she wasn't responding, that means there were people surrounding her who did not want her to know other matters. There were criminals behind.
Because this Samuel, oh, I get the word now. The whole Polokwane journalists, battery the consult. Mara gone lo motho ka moka ba etla mo ba bolela le nna ba bolela ba thakgeletša first page hey nyana ke nya mara ba ka re bolela le Samuel how that changed people. So I believe or Samuel when I see I be mola ba khotso ba ga ba kere ba le mangwala ke ngwaletseng advocate Mkhwebane va bona va destroy.
The public protector did not know, because as I'm saying, Samuel is a smooth talker. He has got people, I don't know how he smooth talks to people, but he knows how to do that. There are journalists in Polokwane, they will come to me and discuss the matter, then they will promise me maybe something, that something good will happen out of this matter. Then when they go to Samuel, things change. They just change, I don't know how, but they do. And he has a very smooth way of talking to people. Even with the assault case, I told them about it, but no, they decided to overlook it.
Well, thank you. Well, if you call him a smooth talker or smooth operator, this is what he said to this committee about, despite what I've just told you as to how the public protector discovered the matter and acted on it. Mr. Samuel came here and tried to play to the narrative that Ms. Mkhwebane, Advocate Mkhwebane, has got some strange relationship with the State Security Agency, because he knew that the people he was smooth talking believe in that nonsense.
Ka mokgwa o bolelang ka gona ka gore ntate Samuel o na le tsela ya go bolela le batho ka mokgwa o tlhalositseng ka gona. Gomme o itse ga tla mo a botsa committee le gore yena mošireletši wa setšhaba a bolela ka mokgwa e leng gore o na le tsela ye e lego gore yena a ka kgona go dira ka mo go feta ka mo mošireletši wa setšhaba a ka kgona gore o na le maatla yena ka mokgwa o boletsego ka gona gore o na le bokgoni yena ba dilo tseo. Gomme a bolela ka tsona. Excuse me, Chair, I missed that state security agency part.
Oh, yes. Kauri, oh, sorry, but by saying that, by saying that he was surprised as to how the public protector got to know about his case and tried to link that to the narrative that she must have received that from the state security agency.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Ntate Siabe, ka mokgwa re bolelago ka gona re sa bolela gore le yena ntate Samuel o re o ile a tloga a makala gore mošireletši wa setšhaba taba tše o di hutša kae na. Mohlomong ka mokgwa re o bolelago ka gona gore o kgone go bolela le batho a ka no ba a boletše le bona ba bitšago ba agency ya setšhaba ya ditšhireletšo, state security agency, a ka no ba a na le dikgokagano le batho ba moo ka fao e ka no ba ile bona ba mo filego taba tše tša gagwe.
And what the public protector will say when she testifies is that Mr. Samuel does not even himself believe that, but he knew that it was a marriage of convenience with those people who shared his agenda to get rid of Advocate Mkhwebane.
Le yena mošireletši wa setšhaba mo Advocate Mkhwebane ge a etla a efa bagage bohlaka o tla tla a bolela gore ka yena ntate Samuel o ka mokgwa boletšego ka gona gore o na le dikgokaganyo le batho ba agency yona ya ditšhireletšo tša setšhaba o tla tla a bolela ka yona taba eo ge a tla mo komiting a tla a efa bohlatse.
Yes, sir, I can respond to this.
Listen to tlhokomela gore re se go boletše. Batho ba babedi ba lwela mšomo. Jole stumbling block ke se straight, stumbling block se se. Ene ba nyaka mmereko. They're trying anything they can for what this stumbling block, which is Advocate Mkhwebane.
As I mentioned before, sorry, Chair. As I mentioned before, these two people are fighting for their jobs, but now there is this stumbling block. They are trying by all means to get rid of her so that they continue doing what they think is best for them. They are really fighting to keep their jobs.
Yes, thank you. If I can just refer the committee back again, as I said, because some of these things happened a few months back. I'll take you to bundle D, Chairperson. Item 8. That's the statement of Mr. Samuel.
Modulasetulo e re ke ntate Samuel tshwarelo ke bo bolele gape go committee ke bolele ka dilo tše le go di diragetše mo dikgweding tša go feta dikgwedi tše ka bago tše seswai tše di fetilego. Modulasetulo ka ge le gore o tla ntumelela ke tla ya go yona bundle D.
Right. Item 8, Mr. Samuel's statement. 2069.
Re tla ya go statement sa ntate Samuel sa karolo ya
Ntate-
206.
Ke Siabe, ke Ntate
Ntate
Siabe.
Siabe.
Ntate Samuel is the other one.
All right.
Okay. Page 2106.
Re tla ya go letlakana la 216.
2106.
2106, sorry.
93, 92. This must have then happened after Advocate Mkhwebane became aware of the matter from the letter of demand or whatever legal process. I'm just going to read it out. You can summarize at the end. It's more directed towards the committee, just to remind them of this evidence here. Okay, it says, for example, at what I think was a strategic planning session during 2017, the PP made opening remarks during which she went to town on what she claimed to know about various persons present. In my regard, she expressly referenced the Limpopo altercation. In respect of Mr. Ndo, she spoke about the allegations of misconduct against him, and she raised various other aspects about others present. When we took a break from the session, we expressed our shock to each other as to how openly the PP sought to embarrass and intimidate us. Then here's the punchline. I knew, as did everyone else, that PP had a background in the State Security Agency, which made me suspicious that she could have had access to personal and confidential information about anyone from conversations with others who had similar concerns. The information she disclosed at the meeting described in the preceding paragraphs, for example, was not the sort of information that would have been included in a handover memorandum prepared by Advocate Matonsela. My impression was that the PP wanted to undermine the hard work done by the OPP before her incumbency, and to do so, she was intent on getting rid of individuals with institutional memory. During the PP's tenure, there had been a high departure rate of senior staffers. This was because of the unpleasant working environment and the lack of trust in the workplace, and so on and so on. That summary, as I say, is where Mr. Samuel was obviously deliberately playing to the so-called spy narrative that suggested that Advocate Mkhwebane got to know about his case from the State Security Agency, as opposed to just the legal letters that came from your lawyers, Mr. Siabe.
Must I summarize everything, Chair?
No, just the last part.
It's not on my screen.
Oh, okay. I think you can just, let me try and capture it like this, Chair. The evidence of Mr. Samuel, some of which I've just reminded the committee about, was clearly intended to suggest that Advocate Mkhwebane received the information about the assault incident from State Security Agency, as opposed to what she will say when she testifies that she received it from the legal letters, which are just normal sources.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Ntate Siabe, ka mokgwa o go lego ka gona, Ntate Samuel o re, ge mošireletši wa setšhaba a itla ka mo pele ga komiti, yena mošireletši wa setšhaba Advocate Mkhwebane, o kore ka mokgwa Ntate Samuel a di bjang ka gona, o sa šišinya taba ya gore mošireletši wa setšhaba ditaba tše o di tšere go bona batho ba agency ya ditšhireletšo tša setšhaba tša mmušo. Jwale dilo ga di ka mokgwa yena a di belago ka gona. Mošireletši wa setšhaba ditaba tše ga di kry go bona batho ba agency ya ditšhireletšo tša setšhaba. O di hweditše go baemedi ba gago, diloyara tša gago, ge ba be ba mo ngwalela mangwalo, o di hweditše gona moo.
Kore ge sa kgone go bona gore ke tlhalositše gore motho a nyaka mmereko kgadametša se sengwe le se sengwe mo pele ga gagwe, ge sa kgone go bona gore dilo tše ka moka ga tšona di be di se gona before Advocate Mkhwebane a disciplina motho. Ga se no mo disciplina, ga a boa o nyaka bakgotsi o bja tše ka moka nthušeng Ke nyaka go bua mmerekong.
You know, when somebody,
A ke tsebe na o le o fitlhile jwang go CCMA. A re nthushe ke nyaka go boela mmerekong. O kgonne CCMA. Ke re go re le lena le kwa gae.
when somebody wants a job, they will do everything in their power to retain that position. Before this person was disciplined, he had the job, but he was disciplined. After he was disciplined by the advocate, he then ran to the CCMA. After he ran to the CCMA, and then he was lobbying other people to come and help me. He was all over the place telling people to come and help him because he's now losing his job. But he knows exactly what transpired.
Yes. And this spy narrative originates from the Democratic Alliance, which is the party that was behind this whole saga that has cost the country millions and millions of rands. Do you know where Miss Mazzoni had contact with Mr. Samuel? Because Miss Mazzoni somehow ended up with Mr. Samuel's affidavit in February 2020. Yeah, well, if there was any connection between Mr. Samuel and the Democratic Alliance or Miss Mazzoni.
Ntate Seabe, wa tseba na ka taba yona ye ya gore taba tse re bolela ka tsona gore mošireletši wa setšhaba Samuel o bolela gore o na le mo a di khuditša go bona, nka re tsona tša gore go bile le batho ba file mošireletši wa setšhaba ditaba tše, nka re ke tsona di-spy ka sekgowa. Le gore gape mokgatlo wa dipolotiko o ba rego ke DA, ke tla re ke Democratic Alliance, le yona e gona mo ditabeng tše e leng gore ba ile ba tloga ba dira molato mogolo o ile go wa nyaka gabotsebotse wa senyetša naga e dimilione tša diranta. O go na le seo se tsebago mabapi ge gore ntate Samuel o na le gona go kgotlhagana na le yona DA goba ke re mme Mazzoni wa gona ka mo DA ka baka la gore mme Mazzoni o be a swere di-affidavit tša Samuel, so go na le seo se tsebang mabapi le go tsebana ga bona na?
Nna nka se makale ka baka la gore DA e be ke mokgotsi o mogolo wa advocate Madonsela. DA e be le mokgotsi o mogolo kore advocate Madonsela ga botsebotse ke mosadi o montsho o motšhweu wa khabara wa letlalo le ntsho, mosadi o motšhweu a khabara ka letlalo le le ntsho.
Okay, just yes, I'll allow you to interpret, translate first.
All right, thank you. I am not surprised at all because the DA is friends with the former public protector, Advocate Madonsela. In actual fact, Advocate Madonsela is a Black woman. She's a white woman actually in a black skin. That's how I can describe her. Over to you, Chair.
Yes, now it is that part that Siabe, I wanted you to take back. It's unparliamentary to refer to Professor Madonsela in that manner. I've listened to everything else, just that part.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
First, yeah, interpret. I'll talk later. Sorry.
I did not give you a rainbow.
Yes, well,
Mayor Matlama, please go ahead and translate.
All right, Chair. Ntate Seabe, ke kgopela go kgalema mo tabeng ya gore ka mokgwa o boletseng ka gona ka mošireletši wa setšhaba wa maloba mme advocate Judy Matontsela ka mo palamenteng mokgwa o mo tlhalositšego ka gona a wa dumelega jwale ke kgopela gore o no gomiša mantšiwa
Ya go misha ke tla be ka boswa ga botse mo tla go a kwešiša.
I withdraw chair and I will speak in a very dignified manner.
Se ke ra gore all the places tse be di be di le gona di bolela ka ena. E be le lo tša journalist tša propaganda e tswang ka thokong ye nngwe. Mola le gore rena ka thokong ya sentse ra re thuše. Hawa nna ke bone ka matlho nna o ilang go ke bolela lena face to face se nka nyaka o nthuša ka selo.
You know, all right.
Ke bolela ka mogoro ke ba ba kae Basotho ka mo ntle ka mo a ba diang ka mogoro a ba dileng ka mogono ka ntle le nne a kgonne go dira nna zeno ba papara mara a kgonne go dira nna seo ka mo ntle ka mo gotle a di rutše ka ka se tsona ka mo ntle o ba dira eng batho ba batho a ba kgonne go ipolelela.
I am saying this because everywhere where her name is mentioned, it was full of propaganda. Instead of helping us, you know, when us, I think it's we Black people, instead of helping us, she's all over the place helping other people. I mean, an elderly person like myself, I once spoke to her face to face. I explained my situation to her, but she never wanted to listen to me. She never wanted to help me. That's the reason I am painting her the way I am saying about her.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. I can't withdraw Mr. Siabi's withdrawal, but I just want to place on the record that your intervention, I object to it because I don't know what you're saying is unparliamentary. Or how can it be, is it unparliamentary to be a Black woman, or is it unparliamentary to be a white woman, or which one is unparliamentary? Because we have both.
Thank you, Advocate.
Yeah.
Your objection is noted. Please proceed.
All right. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Siabi. Well, what you've just described in your explanation about not helping people is at least coincides with the experience of Mr. Nyatela. I don't know if you saw the evidence of Mr. Nyatela to this committee.
Ntate Siabe, taba tšeo di bolelago ka gona ka mokgwa o di bego ka gona ke kwa ditaba tšeo di bolelago di sepelelana le tša Ntate Nyathela a ke ka ipotšiša gore ana o kile wa kwa ka ga Ntate Nyathela go ka gona ka goba o kwele se seng ka ena Ntate Nyathela ka mo komiting na.
Go tlhoka matlhatse a se ke e bone ntue ke missitše.
Unfortunately, Chair, I did not see that. I missed it.
Then it's a disturbing coincidence. Okay. Now, I was saying that you have described Mr. Samuel in a particular way. And I put these things, in fairness, I put all these things to him, that he was just a schemer. What happened is that Advocate Mkwebane's lawyers wrote to the Speaker of Parliament, Ms. Thandi Modise, then, and explained that Ms. Mazoni's motion was unlawful because it dealt with events that happened before the rules of this committee were adopted. And therefore, the law doesn't work like that. You can't have the rules and then you charge someone for something that happened before those rules. less than 2 weeks later, Ms. Mazzoni or Mr. Samuel wrote this letter to Ms. Thandi Modise. You'll find it at I think it's probably the same series. If it was 2136, try 2136 just after this.
Se se diragetsego ko gore mošireletši wa setšhaba o ile a ngwala lengwalo a le ngwalela yena seboledi sa speaker seboledi sa palamente ka nako eo e be e sa le mme Thandi Modise gomme mme Thandi Modise yena o ile a re dilo tše ka mokgwa go lego ka gona molao ga o bereke ka mokgwa ntate Samuel a nyakang gore molao o bereke ka gona o ka se latefatše motho ka gore mo nakong yona eo o ka se latefatše motho ka dilo tše e le gore di šetše di ile ka gore ba be ba nyaka gore tšhišinyo e tle ka mo palamenteng ke ka fao ba ngwaletse go seboledi sa palamente le yena Samuel o ile a ngwa ka morago ga ge tša mme Mazzoni o wa mokgatlo o le o mongwe di badile Samuel yena ka bo yena o ile a ngwala lengwalo a le ngwalela mme Thandi Modise gore o kgopela gore ditaba tše di tšwele pele taba ye ke le ka mo go yona e ka mo go letlakaleng la 2136.
Seo ke sešupo se se botse se se bontšhang tsela ya batho ba itshwere ke tsela mofuta mang. Ke sešupo se gore o papalela ko go bonagana mo gore ge ba šala ba dira jana tše mabaka a gona e be e le eng. Mabaka a bona ke obvious ba nyaka gore motho o šatsileng. Ke ka mo Samuel
This is a symbol that shows how
Sorry, yes, carry on, Doctor.
ke mo ba nyakang go motho o šatsileng ke mo ba bontšhang botse gore ge o a ka tloga re tla kgona go tsena jale matšagantšo di a ribologa gore bona ba ke tshenola bele ba tlile go contradicta mafelelong gore nna ga botsebotse what's happening nnete ya taba ke gore ke rile le mathomong ka bolela gore ba lwa ka mokgwa o mongwe le mongwe o ka kgonegang gore ba boele mmereko o mongwe a boele mmereko o mongwe a boele mmerekong o mongwe a ngamarele mmereko wa o tshwereng gone uaje o mongwe a tshware mmereko GA yona gore le a tseba politics is cruel ka go koša botlhoko wa šala ke potšiša dipotšišo tše le gore o ka se kry-e karabo ya bona ke yona ntho e ntshwenyang eo.
Memo Tlala, translation.
Oh, no.
You are muted. Unmute yourself.
all right. I am here, Chair, but my system was hanging. My system from my side, it was hanging. I couldn't hear the last part of that is
Oh, okay.
Presentation. Or maybe I can just summarize the top part. What
No, I will ask him. I will ask him. Just
all right.
Just summarize. Happened to know each.
All
That
right.
is, yeah.
Oh, that is yeah. And that is yeah.
Your last part of your contribution.
I'm thinking we get them going. Such kushab to go. But utwarege wa bereka ntlo utwarege and much utwarege wona ga nya go toga o mongwe ga nya go discipline ga ba mo discipline o kitimela di CCMA mo le gona a fitlhanye motho le ne leleme la gage le a le ka go le šomiša le gana mo palamenteng I believe ka gore ge CCMA e sa kgone go bona nnete wena o llela go boa mmerekong GA ya ba gona ka gare e tsena le politics yaanong.
Thank you. That's where you ended. Member Clan.
This symbol shows that it portrays how these people are like, because you can tell that they want to get rid of her. And the sad part is that one of the people, the other one is on a contract basis. The other one does not want to be disciplined. When he gets disciplined, he runs to the CCMA. And I wonder if the CCMA doesn't want to see the real truth, because they can tell what the real truth is about. So I don't know what is the problem, but I think maybe it's because of him being a smooth talker.
Okay, thank you. Before I hand over to Advocate Mbofu, just to indicate that would have indicated when we started that by 3:30 you would have concluded. We were interrupted, as we all know, by almost an hour, actually, from 4 minutes past 3. That's when the network problem started. And Ms.
Mukaneng, yes, sir.
Mukaneng Matlaba came in at 2 minutes past 4. We therefore have recovered that time. Time now is almost 5:15. I'm asking you, Advocate Mpofu, to wrap up.
No, Chair, I'm very far from wrapping up.
Oh.
Let me just indicate, yeah. I think we're all here. The whole issue about translation and so on means that we have a totally different dynamic to what we've had before. And in fact, Chair, can we just, I don't want us to interrupt at this stage here. Can we have that conversation once I've finished this part that I'm busy with? Because now you're taking me out of my.
Sorry, what are you suggesting?
No, I'm saying, can we have that discussion? I'm far from finishing. Let me just tell you that. But I'm saying, can we have that discussion after I finish this part? Because this is the most crucial.
Okay.
Part of this.
What I will do, I will allow you to finish that part.
Yeah, and
then
then
after that part, I will then indicate at what time you will conclude.
Yes, thank you, please, Chairperson. Yes. Thank you very much. I know that I can see that it can be stopped at this stage. Yeah. So then what happened? Let me summarize it like this so that we can try and cut to the chase. And I'm just giving you the information. I'll ask you the question later. This is where how this whole thing started. From 2017, for maybe 5 to 10 times, the DA was trying to get rid of Advocate Mkhwebane. And it's all documented, 2017, 2018, 2019. And then on the 3rd of December 2019, it eventually managed to get the National Assembly to adopt the rules for impeachment. In fact, at that stage, they had even called them the rules for the impeachment of the public protector, until somebody pointed out that it should be for the Chapter 9 institutions. 72 hours after the adoption of the rules, Ms. Mazoni put in a motion that is on the 6th of December, 2019. it was received by Advocate Mkhwebane. On the 28th of January, or rather, Ms. Tandimudise made an announcement without even informing Advocate Mkhwebane to the media that there was this motion. That was on the 25th of January. On the 28th of January, Advocate Mkhwebane's lawyers wrote a letter to the Speaker to say that, among other things, Ms. Mazoni's motion was unlawful because it dealt with retrospective things. About 12 days later, Mr. Samuel wrote a letter to, and you'll find that at bundle D, item 13, page 2747, Chair.
Ntate Samuel, dilo di ka tsela e, dilo di eme ka mokgwa bo. Ka mokgwa dilo tse di thomilego ka.
I'm sorry, ma. Do you have the page before the covering letter?
Wait, it's written affidavit.
Yeah, no, I was talking to, let me just ask her to find this. Okay, you can carry on, ma.
All right. Ntate Seabe, dilo di thomile ka mokgwa bo. Go tloga ka 2017, 2018, 2019, makga a ka bago a matlhano go isa go a lesome. Mokgatlo wa DA o be o leka ka bojotlhe gore ba tlose yena mošireletši wa setšhaba mo advocate Mkhwebane. Ka 2019 ba ile ba kgona go tliša yona tšhišinyo. Ba ile ba ngwalla mo sepikara sa maloba sa ka go ngwako wa bosetšhaba Mme Thandimodise ba mo ngwalela ba mmotša ka taba ye ya gago magareng ga gago le yena Ntate Samuel. Mme Thandimodise o ile a sepela a ile go botša babegedi taba ntle ka ntle le gore a thome go yena mošireletši wa setšhaba e le go Mme Bosisi Mkhwebane. Ga ya go yena o ile go bona bo babegedi taba a ile ba botša gore tšhišinyo e šetše e tlile ka go ngwako wa bosetšhaba gore go tšwele pele ka taba e. Ka morago ga fao baemedi ba ile ba ngwala lengwalo le bona ba lengwala yena Mme Thandimodise ba mmotša gore aowa mma dilo ga di ka tsela eo ka mokgwa le dirago dilo ka gona ga go molaong. Le yena Samuel ka bo yena o ile a tšea lengwalo pampiri le pene le yena a nyaka go ngwala lengwalo a ngwalla ka go wona ngwako wa bosetšhaba. Ke ka mokgwa dilo di thomilego ka gona.
Okay, thank you. The letter that was written by Mr. Samuel, Tsepo is still looking for it, but I'll just read it out for the sake of time. It's a short one, Chair. It says, Honorable Thandimudise, dear Speaker, request for parliamentary investigation into conduct of the Public Protector and the operations of the Office of the Public Protector. I am addressing this letter to you requesting your intervention and investigation into the conduct of the Public Protector Advocate Bosisi Mkhwebane and the financial mismanagement in the Public Protector SA. I have no other recourse but to take this step attached here to please find my affidavit outlining my complaint for your attention. I trust that this matter will receive your favorable attention. And then he attached to that a document which is an affidavit, which another charge of perjury against him. It says many things, but I'll just still say one part. At paragraph 3.4, the part that concerns you, he says, quote, 3.4. That's one is on the screen. It says, I come clean and state my case because, start at 3.3. I come clean and state my case because I know she will seek to project me as a monster that has been convicted by a court for allegedly assaulting a member of the public, which assault I deny. I deal with that in the paragraph following. Then he says, as referred to above, While I was stationed in Polokwane, I was attacked by a complainant who barged into my office when I declined to see him immediately as he demanded. I was busy on my landline when he barged and attacked me. I tried to push him out of my office, and in the process, we both fell as he was holding onto my shirt. I was rescued by my colleagues who rescued him from me, and he left. Is that the truth of what happened between you and Mr. Samuel, or is it a lie?
Ntate Siabe, mo go lengwalo le ke le balago le, ke le ngwadilwego ke Ntate Samuele a nyaka go dira kgopelo, o dirile affidavit a nyaka go dira kgopelo gore lengwalo la gagwe le tlhokomelwe ka moka mabapi le go le taba ja gore wena o wa mo latofatsa ka gore o go gobaditše. A dilo di ka mokgwa e leng gore di eme ka gona na o sa bolela ka taba ela ya dikgogakgogano tša gago le yena ka gore ge a bolela ka mokgwa bolela gore ge le ka lebelela ka godimo o be a bereka Polokwane gomme motho a tsena ka kantorong ya gagwe a tle a mo gobatša gomme ge yena a gana gore a bolele le motho ke ga motho a mo gobatša o re ba bolela mo founung ge motho a tsena ebile a ya mo go yena a nyaka go mo gobatša ka mokgwa o boletseng ka gona gore o lekile gore a tlose motho mo go yena fela motho o be a tswela pele a mo kakaretše o re yena le motho ba ile ba wela fase ka gore motho o be a mo swere ka diwasheng a mo swere ka hempe a se nyake go mo tlogela o re yena o thušitšwe ke ba dira mmogo ka yena ba mo thušitšeng gore ba tlose motho o a bego a mo keketa o ba mo tlose mo go ena o re o ile a tšea molato o a ile o bega ka pela go yena motlhankedi petition mogolo o e leng gore o ile a dira gore company ya ditšhireletšo ya private gona mo ka lona tšatši leo e tle go tlo šireletša babereki ba mo bašomi ba mo le dithoto tša kantoro ka ge e le gore bona ba re ba šetše ba phela ka tlase ga matšhošetši a magolo ebile a hlolwago ke bona batho ba ile gore ga ba kgotsofala ba ngongorega jwale ba ihwetše le gore ba mathateng ka kudu le gore go swantše go dirwe dinyakišišo le bona bahlankedi bagolo ba mmušo ba nyakišišwe taba tša bomenetša bona bomenemene le taba tše dingwe gape tše le gore ga di sepele gabotse ka dikantorong.
Yeah, my question was, is
Oh.
that the truth or is it a lie of what Mr. Samuel is saying here under oath?
Ntate Siabe ke rata go go botša gore a dilo tše di bulang ke Ntate Samuel mo a tloge a ikana ke nnete na goba ga se therešo Ntate Siabe?
Samuel a kgone go kwešiša gore na wa ke kwešiša ena ka boena na a e tla gona mo o bolela dilo tše le goreng court e mmone molato kana taba yena e le ga ka re ka se dieng re isekile ka court yena ka boyena ka court a sa bone ke nna molato yena ka boyena ke tse ke a ke contradict modimo a se stylane.
I wonder if Mr. Samuel really understands himself or not. I wonder if he knows who he is. Because we even went to court. The court found him guilty. Even if he can go, beat about the bush, he knows, what is on the table. And God is not a fool.
Yes.
He was sentenced. He was charged as
He
was sentenced as charged. Come hola vamos sentencile ka charge e leng gona ba mo tšeng ka yona. Jwale tša di bolelang ka moka ga tsona di tswa kae ge bele gore ena a sa kgotsofala nko ba tsentšhitše appeal same time a sa patela admission of guilt e sa patala di fine tšeo ka moka ga tšone. Oh,
He was sentenced according to the charge. He knows that, yeah, you know, he would, what he was supposed to have done, he was supposed to do what he was found guilty and was supposed to follow what was the guilt that he was found. That, sorry, I don't know how to put this. He was sentenced according to the charge for the assault. He shouldn't have gone and did the things that he did. He was just supposed to admit that he wasn't supposed to pay for admission of guilt. He was just supposed to admit that he's guilty of the assault.
Okay, well, here's another thing. He said he told, this is the second time now that he's under oath and saying things. Says at the end of that, my attorneys, or rather, I lodged an application for leave to appeal and the magistrate granted it. My attorneys are still waiting the allocation of the date of hearing of this appeal at the Polokwane High Court, which will be allocated as soon as the missing parts of the records are received by the registrar from the trial court. Now, I just want to show that that is a blue lie, because this morning the evidence leaders sent us an affidavit of Mr. Samuel, which was lodged probably in anticipation of your evidence, Mr. Siabi. Firstly, on the 9th of December 2022, that's a week or two after we gave your name to the evidence leaders as a witness. And it goes, let me just say that it's bundle T item 8.1. I want, Chair, I'll just show the face of it because it's quite long. Yeah.
Can I just explain to Dr. Siabi what you are doing now, Chair?
Just
just as you do that and to find out what you need to find, it's now 17:30. I'm going to ask you in the next 30 minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I can tell you, I'm not going to finish in 30 minutes, but let's use the 30 minutes and take it from there.
8.1. Then both of them.
Yeah, these documents were loaded by the evidence leaders this morning.
Yeah, 2023.
This is 2022. Okay, yes. Just run that document down, yeah. So the third, just go to the date. Yeah, this document was lodged 2 days ago, the 30th of January, that's on Monday. And it contains sorry. Yeah, this is, okay, we don't have time, but it purports to be reviving this appeal, this so-called appeal. And among the documents, go to the 2022 documents. The documents that are supposed to be the appeal documents is something called notice of reinstatement, of trying to reinstate this appeal. And there's a notice of appeal and more importantly, there's an affidavit. It's 2552.17. There's another affidavit by Mr. Samuel, which purports to explain the delays as to why the appeal was not lodged. And I'll just paraphrase it. It basically says that he was sick. I don't know for how many years. But it's some kind of things like that. I was admitted here and then I came out and then I was admitted here. Some wishy-washy story. We'll get into it at the right time, Chair. But the bottom line is that Mr. Samuel, to his knowledge, there was no appeal that was pending where he was waiting for a date as indicated in the letter to Ms. Modise and in the affidavit that is attached thereto. So what you can just say to the witness is that we only want for now a comment from him regarding the part that concerns him. And he has already indicated that he doesn't agree with that paragraphs 3.3 and 3.4. So can he note that for now?
All right. Ntate Siabe, o ile go tla mangwalo mo go na le batho ba re ke ba etapele ba tša bohlatsi. Lengwalo le tlile ge ke le lebelela le tlile matšatši a mabedi a go feta ka Mantaga bo tswa go gona di-date tša January le bolela ka yona appeal. Go bolelwa ka gape le go tsošološa go tlile mo tsebišo ya go tsošološa molato wona wo wa gago. Ka le yena motho o ba re ke Samuel le yena o ngwadile lengwalo le yena a re o emetše gore go be le yona appeal yeo o emetše letšatši kgwedi la go ya gona kgorotshekelo go bolela ka di-appeal tšeo. Fela le yona lengwalo le la tsošološo ya molato le šetše le gona go paragraph 32 le 34. Jwale re kgopela gore wena o bolele gore mabapi le yona taba ye ya tsošološo o ikwa bjang, o re botse gore o e bona bjang taba ye ya molato wa tsošološo.
I was saying he must just note he has commented already on the parts that concern him, and he must just note what I'm explaining to the committee by way of background.
Of background.
Yes.
All right. Ntate Siabe, ka mogopolo ka gona re nyaka fela o kwa o tliše fela ditshwaya-tshwayo o swaya-swaye go komiti mabapi le kakaretšo ya taba ye re lelago ka yone.
All right. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yes, Dr. Siam.
Chairperson, ke na le nnete ya gore ke ntho e leng kgakala e bonalang gone jaanong ka lengwalo le ke le bona ke thoma go le bona mo ke la date ya 30 January 2003.
2023.
Yeah, 2023. Go gona motshware ke dia appeal ka after as no bona list ya re mokgala bjena ola o sa phela o gona mo list ya rutlo fa botlhatsi. So he rushed to court to make an appeal. What is that? Nangwa one ilapsije. Ayuale. ke ka mokgwa ko boletse gore a no tswela pele o tla ba fetsang tša contradictor tša ya pele. O ka se di
Chair.
appeal.
Chair, I'm seeing the
Yes.
letter for the first time. I'm seeing the letter which is dated the 30th of January 2023. I'm only seeing the letter now. It's for the first time. And the other thing is that it's only now that this person wants to lodge an appeal. That time has lapsed. It's lapsed a long time ago. He must just continue with what he thinks it will be fit for him. He can continue doing that.
Okay. Now, the last part, again, I'm jumping a lot of things because the committee has already seen this. But the last paragraph of the state of the affidavit that he gave to Ms. Modisa says this, which is very telling. The one we just did now, item 13, page 2747.
Karolo ya mafelelo e bolela ka dilo tše dintši,
Last paragraph.
yona ya re tla go bala karolo, paragraph ya mafelelo, temana ya mafelelo.
Actually, no, it's not the last part. 6.2, just the one.
Tshwarelo ntate Seabe, ke yona ke ya 6.2.
Yeah, so 6.2 is the last one, but I'm looking to the end of 6.1. Yeah. This is the most important part of the affidavit, which I read out to Mr. Samuel and asked him to try and explain, just to show that his intention was really to instigate this inquiry. He says, I am speaking with confidence when I say that the majority of the staff I interact with, especially in management, have lost faith and trust in Advocate Mkobana and will be coming forward with more evidence on operational and other matters at the appropriate forum when it is established to deliberate on her fitness to hold office. In other words, I have members of staff that are ready to line up, and we've had about 15 of those, to come to a forum, this forum, when it is established to deliberate her fitness to hold office. In other words, the impeachment proceedings. So that was the purpose of this affidavit, to understand that, and understand.
Ntate Seabe, wa kwešiša gore affidavit ye e direlwa eng na? O kwešiša boteng jwa yona na?
Affidavit ye ya Samuel.
Eya, ntate.
Ke matsapa a mangwe gape le jagaro. O santse a raga-raga go boela mmerekong. Because wa tseba gore Advocate Mokgabane a ka boela mmerekong. Ke mathata mo wena. So no raga-raga, a ke le fa motlhala ke really. Why a tla tsentsha appeal after such a long time? As no one or the appeal.
As I mentioned before, this person, as I've said, he's still trying by all means. He's trying all the tricks that he can to retain his job. Because why is he writing this affidavit now? And why is he trying to, come and help me? He's only doing this now. He realized that, oh my goodness, that old man is still here. So I'd rather clean my act. So he is trying by all means that he must retain his job. And he knows that the public protector is not going to, nest him. She will deal with him.
Yes. Then I was still then doing this. What then happened is after Mr. Samuel sent this letter to Mrs. Tandi Modisa on the 11th of February, 2020, Exactly 13 days thereafter, actually less, I think 10 days thereafter. Somehow, this affidavit found its way into the hands of Ms. Mazzoni of the DA. And she, quote unquote, withdrew the motion that was suffering from that legal defect. And on the same day, reinstated a new motion, which now contained this affidavit of Mr. Samuel to try and cure the retrospectivity problem. And that's what brought us here.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
No, so you can carry on, ma.
All right. Kamaraga ge Samuel a ngwadile lengwalo a lengwaletse mme Thandi Modise a kere mme Thandi Modise e be e le sona speaker sa parlamente sa nako ile sa maloba. Lengwalo le o lengwadile ka February 2020. Merago ye kamarago ga matšatši a lesome affidavit ye e ikhweditše e le ka mo gare ga matsogo a mme Mazzoni yena o le re boletseng gore kwa DA. Ka morago ga moo o ile a tšhišinyo e o ile a e gomiša lona tšatši leo a tla ka ye nngwe gape tšhišinyo a tsenya tšhišinyo ye nngwe ya gona gore molato wo o lebelele ka lekga le lengwe goba letlha le lengwe.
Go thoma neng re boela re ka boela ko morago re ka lebelela rona go thoma neng Mr. Samuel a thomile sekgotse se le DA. Go ka lebelela gorena wa ba thoma sekgotse se ke after as no discipline go a nyaka o discipliniwa ba se no mo discipline go kitimana ge ka moka ga gona a nyaka thuso.
Chair, if you can check as to when this was the friendship between Ntate Samuel and the DA started. This friendship started after he was disciplined. As I said, after he was disciplined, he's running all over the show, wanting people to be on his side.
And the speaker then allowed this strange maneuver of someone who withdraws a motion by the morning and puts another one in the afternoon. And that is what has now become known as the Mazzoni motion, which was, with the aid of Mr. Samuel, cured of its legal defects and has cost this country, firstly, its public protector and probably hundreds of millions of rands, which is why we're here today, So it's safe to say that if you had not gone to the first floor on that day, maybe we would not be here.
Ntate Seabe, re mo ka lebaka la gore seboledi speaker sa parlamente o ile a dumella motho gore a gomiše tšhišinyo ye be re le gore o šetše a itsentše fela o ile a mo dumella gore a e gomišilwe tšhišinyo yeo e bile tšhišinyo yeo jwale e šetše e tsejwa ka la tšhišinyo ya Mazzoni ka ge e diragetše ka go nyaka go thuša yena Morena Samuel ka go tšea taba ya gage ba e fetiše e ye pele ka ebile go senyegile ditšhelete tše dintšhi tša naga ye ka yona taba ya go tšhišinyo yele ya gore gabotsebotse go nyakiwa gore mme advocate a tšwe ke tšona tše di lego ka gona gomme ge nkabe wena o se mo lebatong le o re botseng ka lona la mathomo nkebe re se mo re lego gona le gone. Ntate Seabe.
Ke nnete ge nkebe a phumelela go mpolaya Nke be re se mo. Le batho ba ba bang ka mo ntle ka mo ba ba sa kry-eng justice. Ba ka se tsogela ke ba ikry-ile. Empa se nna ke se boneng gore ke sa kgotse bona batho ba bangwe ba kgone go bonana. Dilo tše ka moka tše Samuel a di bolelang di tla ka moka ga tšona o fela ka contradicta ke pontšha gore yena o mo kae. Ditiro tša gagwe ka moka ga tšona ke tša go llela go bereka kwa mmerekong and as long advocate Mokgobane a se gone o tla bantše a bereka because batho ba mokwa ba mo theeletša o a bereka la ka nutše bolela so.
Indeed, if I wasn't on that balcony that day, we wouldn't be sitting where we are seated today. He would have killed me. He would have succeeded in killing me. You know, I still ask myself that this Samuel is all over the place. He's all over the show, doing what he does best, smooth talking and lobbying people. And with regards to the public protector is kind of, he won't let him go, but he's fighting for his job, as I'm saying. Even as we speak, Samuel is working. He has a job.
Yes. And if you go to bundle A, page 1-1, and then it's the charge sheet or the list of charges. Right, if can you go to paragraph 12 just paragraph 12. And while we are looking for this, I want to say then, so what then happened is that the DA and its fellow travelers have brought us here really based on this, I think you called it magic of Mr. Samuel, the smooth talker, who has obviously almost smooth talked his way to the destruction of our country. At paragraph, you'll see then the culmination of all this is that at paragraph 12, in the charges that make up the so-called Mazoni motion, it says, in support of charge 4, I rely on the evidence submitted in support of charges 1, 2, and 3. Those were the old charges that would have suffered from the legal defect. And then it says, the affidavit of Mr. Spelo Samuel, the provincial representative of the Public Protector, Free State, which was addressed to the Speaker on 11 February 2020. That's the affidavit I read to you, which you have said is full of lies and fabrications, and which was aimed at this inquiry. Any comment?
Ntate Siabe, go ka tsona mo ke taba tse le gore le nna le a di tseba tsona tse ka moka tse di dirileng le magare ga yona DA e sepela le bakgotsi ba yona ba thushana ka gore molato o go lebalwe ka bona. A go na le seo nyakang go se bolela nna mabapi le taba e?
Taba kgolo ke gore no bolaya ka Samuel re tšwetše topela pele re le bolela a bontšha botse gore nna ke llela mmereko. Samuel a dilo ka moka ga tsona tša di dirang o llela mmereko. Wa tseba gore o tseba botse gore advocate Mokgobane ga ka boela mmerekong a ka se sa bereka, it's obvious. And mo rena ke le goletswang pitšeng gore advocate Mokgobane nna o mpereketše o mpone mogala bono Ke ba mo diang tsona se tsona. Le ka go lokisha ntwe. Mola le gore ba bangwe ba sena taba le nna, ba sena taba le mogala, ba sena taba le anybody a tshwana le rena ba se ka motšhego.
All that Samuel is doing.
How can you not do ke tshepe gore Samuel o ne ntwe ka ona ka re botsa yona. A go se ntwe ka ona ka re botsa yona. Ntwe ngwe le ngwe a e bolelang go nwa tšong. O leka go garameletša o nyaka thuso ya gore le mothuse go ntšha advocate Mokgobane. Mola mo gore na re loketse. O nyaka lokela yena. A se ka lokela rena the public.
As I am saying, Samuel just shows that he wants to retain his position. He's fighting for his position. He knows that if the public protector goes back to her position as public protector, Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane, he will not have a job. He won't work anymore. You know, as for me, Advocate Mkhwebane helped me a lot. When nobody could be there for me, Advocate Mkhwebane said that so that this old man, I need to help him. Now, how can you trust Samuel? How can anybody trust Samuel? How can you trust that he's coming to tell us he's coming with something new, something better? He's not. All he wants, as I am saying, he wants his job back. And again, he wants to make sure that Advocate Mkhwebane is out of her job, because if Advocate Mkhwebane is back at her position, then he will be out. That's what I am thinking.
Yes, thank you. And unfortunately, we may never know if the committee has its way. We may never know what Ms. Mazzoni's, this maneuver by Ms. Mazzoni of using Mr. Samuel's affidavit in the way that she did, because the committee has declined our request to call Ms. Mazzoni to come and explain the charges as the complainant. But Mr. Samuel knows the truth, and Ms. Mazzoni, as to why we're here.
Batho ba ba tseba go nnete mo ke Mme Mazzoni le yena Morena Samuel. Ba tseba gore re dutse mo ka re be re ka go mmitša a tle komiti ba tlo go tlhalosetsa gore ba botse go direga eng. Gomme komiti ke yona e ya no re a re mo tlogeleng, a re se ka mmitšang re no tswelang pele a se gone. Ke ka mokgwa dilo di lego ka gone.
As long as Advocate Mkhwebane is still a stumbling block, taba tšeo tša Samuel di ka se fele. Ke tla fetša ke he is fighting as much as possible. He is organizing as much as possible. People ba ka go mo thusha go tloša this stumbling block out of the way.
As long as Advocate Mkhwebane is still a stumbling block, he will never surrender. He's still lobbying people to come and help him get rid of Advocate Mkhwebane.
Yes, and as I say, wherever they found each other, but these were, if you are right about Mr. Samuel, he then found other people who had been also wanting to get rid of Advocate Mkhwebane from even before the day one that she started her job, and they had been making all those efforts from 2017 up to 2020. So it looked like Mr. Mkhwebane and Ms. Mazzoni or the DA had a shall we call it marriage of convenience, around this question of getting rid of Miss Mkhwebane.
Ntate Samuel, o tlile ka nako e leng gore go na le batho ba be go le gore le kgale ba be ba sa nyake yena mošireletši wa setšhaba advocate Bosisiwe Mkhwebane a eba mošireletši wa setšhaba. Ba no tloga ba gannele ka tšatši la mathomo a tsena ka yona kantorong yo ba mošireletši wa setšhaba. Jwale o ile a tloga a thušega a hwetša ba bangwe ba tlo mo thušang mo go yona ntwa ye ya go lwela gore advocate Mkhwebane a tšwe ka kantorong bjalo ka mošireletši wa setšhaba.
A go makatše ka baka la gore is fighting as much as he can. O leka ka mo le ka mo.
Yes, I think it's finished.
It's not surprising because, as I'm saying, he is trying by all means to retain his position. So I am not surprised at all.
Yes. Then towards the end of your affidavit, I'm just jumping in case I get the chop as well. At paragraph 22, you say, and I just want you to wrap this and maybe confirm some of your concluding remarks. 22 of your affidavit. Yes, it's for 40. Yeah. You say, firstly, my mother passed away with a sore heart because of the treatment we received from Mr. Samuel. She passed away without having received her COIDA benefits. We've already dealt with that. And you're saying that this is what has driven you to fight for all these years, and probably even for the next few years. And I can assure you that Ms. Mkhwebane, if and when she goes back to her office, she will continue to attend to your matter. And she has vowed to do so and to undo all these activities, including the so-called prescription and technicalities that were taken in the judgment that came out last week. But the point I'm making to you is that you have explained in this, in that paragraph, why you have taken up this fight, because your mother died with a sore heart, as you say, because of the treatment you received from Mr. Samuel.
Ka mokgwa o boletšego ka gona ntate Seabe mo temaneng ya 22 o re mma o re tlogetše ka pelo e bohloko. O sepetše ka pelo e bohloko a sa hwetša tšhelete ya gagwe ya COIDA. Gomme nna ke na le bonnete ba gore ge mošireletši wa setšhaba a boela ka kantorong, o tla tšwela pele ka go go thuša. O tloga a boletše a ikanne gore o tlo go thuša ka gore ga se ya ka o hwetša thušo pele. O tlo go thuša go lokiša dilo tše e le gore di ile ka sepedišwa ka tsela yeo e sego yona, di sepedišwa ka tsela yeo e sego ya nnete.
Ye a mogolwa ka gore se tša mpontšhitše a mphile bonyenyane bja go bontšha gore nka šoma a praisiwe ka propaganda.
I trust her.
Dilo tše le goreng o šetša a re fa mpontšitše sample sample wa gore nna be ke sa tsebe gore motho o ile ntwetše, unlike the other o le go bona gore motho o di ile molato a o šala morago. Nka se motshepe bjang o bontšhitše sample ya gore motho o di ile ntwe no a e šala morago. Jwale o le mongwe personally ke bolela ke le ena ra ka bontsha gore ke bola ke pelo ya taba e o no praise-iwa ka kontle mara personally na se a ntuši ka selo so ke tshepa advocate Mukhwabane a re ke tla dira so because o mpontšhitše gore ka nnete wa dira.
I trust her as she has shown me already that she does work hard. She told me that she will attend to the matter, and she did that. Unlike the other one whom I had already told you that I spoke to her personally, but there was nothing she helped me with. I think maybe she gets praises out there, but I have never experienced that personally.
Yes, and then, thank you. You say, I am satisfied, that paragraph 22, I am satisfied that the PP intervened and that she assisted me to get justice, unlike Ms. Matonsela, who did not fire him. I want to know why did she not fire him or discipline him after she heard me say that Mr. Samuel is the culprit? Ms. Matonsela did not care. I suppose that this is the sentiment that you have just expressed now. Then you carry on at paragraph 23, you say, the office of the public protector is there to protect us, not assault or humiliate us. Mr. Samuel had no reason to be disgruntled to bear a grudge against the public protector simply because she intervened on behalf of a member of the public. That was the correct thing to do for any leader in her position. And your conclusion is, as a member of the public who was assaulted at the office where I am supposed to be protected, my heart is still very sore. Does that capture in a nutshell the sentiments that you would like to leave this committee with about your experiences with the government agencies for the past 12 years, but more particularly your experiences with the Office of the Public Protector?
I could try to go. Oh, sorry.
O kana wa itse.
Okay.
Kana wa itse. O tlo translate.
Oh. Enquiry. I could try to go. Nyaka karabo ya gore na why advocate Madonsela e seng ke a fire Samuel ka taba e a rena yona karabo mola re sena yona o sa phela advocate Madonsela maybe di ka bitsana la mmotsisha gore why go dirile ntwe e so o senke wa actor ya se sengwe molato ke eng e la tlo go lefa karabo.
Let me start by saying I want a response. I want to know why didn't Advocate Madonsela fire Samuel when she knew about the matter? Advocate Madonsela is still there. We don't have answers. She has answers. She's still there. Maybe you can invite her to come and speak to us personally as to why didn't she expel Samuel in her office.
Thank you. You said that's the first thing you wanted to say. What is the other thing?
That's okay, good.
Okay. Now, I was saying, you said, let us start by saying what you just said now. Is there anything else that you want to say about that summary? Remember, I've mentioned three things. What you call the treatment at the hands of Mr. Samuel, the role of Ms. Matonsela, which you just addressed, and then what you're saying that he was disgruntled and bore a grudge against the public protector. And that the public protector's office is not there to assault and humiliate members of the public. Is there anything that you want to say with regard to that, to your conclusions?
Go na le tse o ratang go di bolela tate ge re fetša mabapi le ke re ke tsopole fela o boletse ka mokgwa Samuel a go swere ka gona ya mathomo le ka tsela eo kantoro ka kakaretšo ile go ya go swere ka gona ka go se hlokomele molato wa gago wa bolela le gore o Samuel goreng a be a befela ka tsela e ka na le gona gore ka mokgwa dilo di sepeditšeng ba di sepeditšego ka gona a wa kgotsofala go na le se o ratago go se botša komiti pele re tswalela mabapi le tše ke dilo tšego ka gona o boletše gape le go kantoro ya mošireletši wa setšhaba a se ya go gobatša batho ba setšhaba le go ba dira gore ba nyatšege ke ya go thuša batho ba setšhaba ke ya go thuša badudi o ka re botša gore ka kakaretšo o ka re botša gore o ikwa jwang ka bona mantšu a
rile ka ntle le go bolela tše dintši a re a ke bolele ka go praisa motho ka ntle le mmereko a o bontšhang re praisa motho ga nka getše ntlokelo re lebelela ntlo e agile jwang ra bona re mo praise mara sengwe mola nna motho ga nka getše ntlo gabotse ke mmona gore motho o aga ka palela ke mo praise o a bereka o dia mmereko not only gore o praisiwa fela o no praisiwa ka propaganda ke ka mokgwa ke bolelang ka gona ke re a ke mo praise ebile be ke sa ke mo tsebe ke mo tsebela ke mmona mo TV but after a ekwa case ya ka sello sa ka a tsentšha tlhogo a bontšha re gona ke tlile go thuša ba bangwe ba paletše ko go nthuša ke ka baka la eng ke swantse gore ke nyake batho ba se nthuše mola go ne lebaka go nthuša.
The other thing I want to say, I don't want to say a lot. You know, generally you praise somebody by their deeds. If a person comes and builds me a house, and I come and look at the house and see that this house is well built, well constructed, I will praise that person. Why should I praise people who did not want to help me? People who work through propaganda? No, I cannot. I can't do that. With regards to this one, the public protector that we're talking about, after she had my case, she was there to help me. She offered to help me. She went down, she followed all the procedures of helping me. So that's why I'm saying I'm not praising her, but I'm looking at her deeds.
Yes, sorry, there's just one important part.
Just wait, he wants to continue first.
Yes, no, we can continue when we have not done the part that we're doing now.
Continue that.
No, Chairperson, I'm explaining.
He has
that,
not completed what
yes,
he wanted to say.
There's a part that has not been translated. I'm just assisting with that. He can continue after that. Otherwise, we'll lose the part.
Okay.
That's connected. Yes. Sorry, the part that you did not translate is when the witness is saying, Hamutivi mem mkwabana, umbona mo TV, and then he explained that he knows the deeds. Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't personally know the public protector. He doesn't personally know him. He just sees him, or sees her on TV. But she's the person who came forth to provide him with assistance.
Thank
So
you.
he's grateful for that.
Thank you. Ndate, continue with something to conclude that part. Before I come back to Advocate Mpofu, who have now reached the end of our time.
Se ke se bolelisha ke gore ke rata go bontšha gore motho ga o mo praise ka gore wa mo tseba o mo praise ka mmereko wa gagwe go bontšha ngone ke re the previous public protector ke tlhakane le ena face to face re boletše sello sa ka Nkuša botlhoko. But wo a ke metse ke mone mo pampiring mone mo ditotšoe mara o ile go kwa gore go diegile se actor. How can I not trust it? Sa go thoko ga bedi mola actile a discipline motho motho la ka CCMA CCMA yo montšha yo thoma go ba embarrassed na mara ga tso what's happening ka South Africa justice ya rena e mo kae ga botse khotho e ke e benye kgolo e fike benye nyenyane o bone molato ka khotho khotho e nngwe e botlhako le yona ya montšha e rena a ne molato wa o ya ba mmušetša mmereko ka wo a tshwaretseng public protector wa mo tšea mmuša o mmušetša mmereko why mola a le yena wa tseba this person o na le case a e sa le taba ya gore ke Sephiri se utologile o na le case e so yena o mo tšea mo fa mmereko ile o mo putsa ka 1 million comma mola rena re sokola ka monte.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am Matlala?
As I mentioned before, Chair, you praise a person by the good work that they do. As I'm still saying that, with regards to the previous public protector, I personally spoke to her, but to no avail. I only saw this one on TV, as I said. But after that, she, as I mentioned, she helped me. Then after I was twice hurt when this person in question was taken for disciplinary action. After he was disciplined, he then read to the CCMA. The CCMA told him to go away. But as I'm speaking, this acting public protector took him back to office. He's working as I speak. So I'm asking myself, where is justice in this country? And the courts equal? Is one court higher than the other or what? Because this person was found guilty, but as I'm saying, when the CCMA and now he's currently back as where he used to work, he's back at his work. So even if this public protector knew that this person has a case, but she reinstated him. So what am I supposed to do? I can only praise what I see. I can only praise what I know.
Okay, thank you. Your last word, Advocate Mbofu.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I have left out, so if there's anything else that, because of time, Chair, I will deal with whatever when I do my re-examination. I think what is left for me is just to thank Dr. Siabi and to say that for what it's worth, I'm sure I'm not the only one who is very sorry for what we have had to go through for the past 12 years and what happened to your loved ones and yourself. And we're happy that you survived the attempted murder on your life. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ma'am Matlala.
Ke rata go leboga Ntate Siabe a tlile mo lehono. Ke rata go leboga le ga a kule bohloko ka dilo tse di mo diragaletsego a latlhegetswe ke bao a ba ratago fela o sa le gona mo ngwageng ye 12 ye e fetilego re sana le yena mo gape le gore nkabe o sa phela fela nkabe o ile wa re tšhia ka baka la yona motho o a lekilego o tloša mo lefaseng fela re thabela fela gore re na le wena mo o gona. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I don't want what happened yesterday to repeat. So this is what is going to happen now. We'll take a 5-minute break and I'm looking at this side. We'll take a 5-minute break. When we come back, I'm going to invite the evidence leaders followed by members as in that drill. Thank you very much. Let's take a break.
Recording stopped.
And now it's going to be the opportunity of the evidence leaders to interact with Mr. Siabi. And I will now take this opportunity to invite Advocate Mayosi to take the platform.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Siabi, good evening. And thank you for your evidence, sir. I just want to, at the starting point, talk about the reason that this committee is here. I think I should let them translate.
Mayor Matlala.
Ntate Siabe, madume mo bosikong bja lehono. Re tlile mo re thabela go ba gona ga gago mo ebile re thabela le bohlatse jo o bo fago.
Now, as you may be aware, Mr. Siabi, the committee is here to consider various allegations or charges against Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane.
Ka ge o tseba Ntate Siabe, committee e tlile mo gore re tlo lebelela tše dingwe tša ditatofatšo tše lego gona le dilo tše dingwe tše di lego di ka ba gona kgatlhanong le mošireletši wa setšhaba Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane.
These charges are set out in a document called a motion, and that's the document that Advocate Mpofu showed you paragraph 12 of earlier in your testimony. Do you remember?
Puku yona ye ya ditatofatšo e bitswa tokomane ya di e tla bja ka sekgowa pele ke re ke tokomane ya di-motion ke tokomane ya ditšhišinyo. Mo advocata Mpofu o boletše ka yona go karolo ya lesomepedi a o sa e gopola na? Ntate Siabe? I remember about it.
Yes. So have you had the opportunity to look at the rest of that document, that the motion that Advocate Mpofu put up?
O bile le monyetla na wa go bala tokomane ye ka moka yona tokomane ye tšhišinyo ye mo advocate Mpofu a boletšego ka yona na? I never had the opportunity to read about it. I just heard it when he spoke about it.
Thank you. It is correct, though, that your evidence to this committee relates only to that assault that happened between you and Mr. Samuel in 2011. And it also.
Oh, sorry. Ke nnete na gore tokomane e e bolela ka bohlatse jwa taba ye diragetsego magareng a gago le Ntate Samuel ye o diragetsego ka 2011 na?
And it also goes on and expands and talks more about what happened after that assault as a consequence of that assault until today, correct?
E tswela pele ka go bolela ka gore go diragetše eng ka yona nako yele ya go gobatšana go thoma nako eo e diraga taba ye go fihlela le hono. Ke nnete?
Ke nnete ebile ka nako nngwe re bolela ka tšona taba tše.
Yes, it is true. And sometimes when we discuss these issues, they get hurt a lot. So don't be surprised.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Siabi, for your evidence. I don't have any other questions for this witness, Chair.
Re lebogela bohlatse jwa yona evidence ya gago bohlatse jwa taba ye Ntate Siabe ga ke sana tše dingwe gape dipotšišo o nta speak.
Thank you, Advocate Mayosi. That ends the role of the evidence leaders. I now am going to take this opportunity to invite members who wish to interact with Mr. Siabe. Can I have a show of hands of those members who want to interact with Mr. Siabe? No. I have Honorable Mola Honorable Gondwe. And Honorable Lakoda in that order. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just
Chair.
wait, just wait.
Sorry.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I wish to appreciate Mr. Siabi for taking out his time at his age to come and testify before this committee. I wish to equally say, Chair, as the committee, we have noted down all the things that we have said, and thus will take consideration of all the matters that you have raised with the committee when we are on discussions of the evidence that is placed before the committee in its entirety.
You don't forget the translation. No matter.
Ke a leboga Ntate Seabe o tšere nako ya gago gore o tle o be le rena mo ke lebeletse mengwaga ya gago o tlile wa tla go re fa bohlatse pele ga komiti re di kwele dilo tše ka moka di lego ka gare ga tokomane ya gago Morena Seabe re tlo tšea sebaka sa gore re di hlokomele re di tsitsinkele ka moka tšeo o di tlhagišitšego. Thank you. I'll appreciate.
Lastly, Chair, Mr. Siabe raises some issues on paragraph 22 of his affidavit in respect of why was there no consequence suffered by Mr. Samuel for the deeds he did against his person. The only thing I would say, Chair, in that regard is that Advocate Madonsela is due to come and appear before this committee. We surely will ask that question on your behalf. We hope that you'll be watching for you to get thorough answers in respect of that particular specific matter that you raise in paragraph 22.
That's a very good attempt. Well done. Matlala, translation.
Morena Siabe o bolela ka ditaba tše lego ka go yona temana ya masomepedi ya affidavit. Yena o re go reng Morena Samuel ga go tlo selo kgatlhanong le Morena Samuel. Jwale Advocate Madonsela o tla ba gona mo o ke rata go tsebiša gore o tlo ba gona pele ga committee. Re tlo bolela le yena o tlo bolela re tlo motse potšišo o tlo bolela a ipolelele. Ke tshepa gore o tla be o bogetše Morena Seabe ka gore re tlo dira se mo legatong la gago. Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Nka leboga kudu gore ke tsebe lebaka le ke palang ko o tseba gore na ka baka la eng.
I'll appreciate a lot because then I will know why is the problem. Why was what was supposed to have been done not done. I'll appreciate.
Thank you, Ntate Siabe. Honorable Gondwe.
Thank you, Chair. Dumelang Resabi.
Hello, Chama.
Era. Ke na le dipotso tse pedi tse tharo. Ke dumela gore le tlhaloganya tsona ke. So ke tla bua tshwana le sejatlhapi sekgolo.
Thobela.
Era. Ka tlhompho le maitseo ke na le bothata ba gore ga ke tlhaloganye relevance ya evidence ya lona to tiro ya committee ka gore the bulk of your evidence has been around Mr. Samuels and to some extent Advocate Madonsela, but the subject matter ya inquiry ke Advocate Mukhwebane and not Mr. Samuels or Advocate Madonsela. So I'm struggling to understand what the relevance of your evidence is to the work of the committee. So I'd appreciate it if you could explain. Nka itumela ga o ka ntlhalosetsa gore se o se buileng gompieno se amana yang le tiro ya komiti e.
Ntate Siabe, ke na le dipotso tse
Just before that, there's a mixture here, so let's get the English version and the other mixture from the translator.
Good evening, Ntate Siabe. I have like 2 to 3 questions. With due respect, I have a problem with the relevance of your presentation. Your evidence is around Samuel and Advocate Madonsela. Now, I find a difficulty in merging Advocate Mokhebane is the one that she's the crux of the matter is with regards to Advocate Mokhebane. So I don't understand how does what's this person? The other person, Chair, that we've been talking about, Samuel, I don't understand the link between Samuel and Advocate Madonsela with regards to the presentation of this matter. Mazako, Ntate Sisabi.
Ke bolela ka Advocate Mokhebane. Ke bolela ka Advocate Mokhebane. Nkgopotsa the maltreatment the previous one. Ke mo kwa ke bolela gore ka gore a senke ka bolela ka yena ka bontsha gore motho o ile a ntshwenya le yena ke mo a tsenang gona o.
When I do speak about Advocate Mokhebane, but as I speak, this brings me back to the previous public protector about knowing the matter, my case, but she did not do anything about that. That's the reason I am bringing up these issues together.
You stated in your evidence in chief that Advocate Madonsela was a friend of the DA. Do you have evidence to substantiate this friendship, supposed or alleged friendship between the DA and Advocate Madonsela?
Ntate Siabi, o bolela hore me Madonsela o na le sekgotsi le DA. A go na le se sengwenyana mohlomong se o ka re botsang sona gore sekgotsi se o bone jwang gore go na le sekgotsi nna magareng ga mme Madonsela, Advocate Madonsela le mokgatlo wa DA?
Yes, unfortunately, I cannot that evidence on you. The newspapers, newspaper, on this site.
Unfortunately, I don't have enough evidence. I don't have evidence. If I knew that questions like this were going to arise, I would have cut some few newspapers, some journals, and bring articles here to prove that she is the way I portray her to be like. She doesn't help us, but on the other hand, she is praised. That's the reason I am speaking the way I speak. I'm presenting my matter the way I am doing.
You stated in your evidence again that there was a friendship between Mr. Samuel and the Democratic Alliance. Are you able to substantiate that indeed there was a friendship or there is a friendship between Mr. Samuel and the DA?
O boletse ka sekgotsi sa Ntate Samuel le mokgatlo wa DA. Ke kgopela o re hlalosetse gore a gona le bohlatsi go ka bonea gona ba gore ka nnete Ntate Samuel o le DA ba be ba na le sona sekgotsi se o bolelago ka sona na?
Nka bolela gore ke boletse se ka baka la gore Samuel o dirile tše ka moka after us no kry-a pressure from advocate Mkhwebane. Ya ba gona re thoma go bona Samuel a batametše kwa go DA. Ka ge ke tseba Samuel ke motho a tsamayang ngwapa a nyaka thuso. Ke re this time ke re o ile o nyaka thuso ka go DA.
I said this because Samuel did all this when he got pressure from Advocate Mkhwebane. Then when I saw him, I was like, oh, okay, because I know he's a smooth talker. He goes here, he goes there, he's all over the show. Then I was like, oh, now he's going to seek help from the DA. That's why I spoke like that.
Thank you, Honorable Kondre. Honorable Tlakude.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Everybody want more vandaag. Go ahead.
Chair, are we here for the sauna?
Oskan Thoma, advocate in both. Ntate Siabe, a ke na dipotšišo ntate. Fela ke nyaka go leboga gore le tlhagelle ka pele ga komiti ya palamente. Le gore le share le rona experience ya lona e le la kopana le yona. It's unfortunate gore go direge ka mokgwa go diregileng ka gona papa. Fela ke nyaka gore ke leboge ba molao gore ba ile ba dira mmereko wa bona ka gore a feleletše ntate Samuel a tlhageletše ka pele ga magistrata ene a buege a fainiswe. Re a leboga ka thušo ya advocate Mkhwebane. Re a o lebogela papa. So tse dingwe dipotšišo ka advocate Madonsela re tlo bonana le tsona ga tlhagelela pele ga komiti. Re a leboga papa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I don't have questions. I want to thank Dr. CIB for appearing before the committee to share your experiences. I also want to thank those within the law to make sure that Samuel appeared before the magistrate. We thank you very much. And with regards to the other questions regarding Advocate Madonsela, we will handle that on your behalf. Thank you very much. Date Siabe, re rata go go leboga a kena dipotšišo fela ke rata go go leboga ge o tlile ka mo ka pele ga komiti o tla go bolela ka maitemogelo a gago ka dilo tšeo di le gore di go tlhagetše. Ke rata go go leboga, ke rata gape le go leboga thata ba boramelao ba batho ba ka mo melaong ge ba netefaditše gore Samuel o tšwelela ka pele ga magistrata. Re leboga ka kudu, re leboga nako ya gago ya go ba mo mabapi le dipotšišo ka mo advocate Madonsela tšeo re tla re di botšiša mo legatong la gago ka gore yena o tla a itla ka mo ra ba naye gomme re botšiša dipotšišo. Ke a leboga.
Date Siabe, anything o batla go itšho? Oh, Akamudi. Okay, thank you. The last member is Honorable Siwela.
Thank you, Chairperson. Lina ke rata go leboga Date Siabe. Ge a kgonne go tla the whole day. But I want to join my colleagues on the issues of relevance in relation with the charges, because he was more of and that advocate Madonsela. But at the beginning, when I heard him very, very well, that's where I need clarity. ebile taba ya gore nkare go be le go betha-bethana a ye gore o mongwana o bethile o mongwane, and then ba be ba gopelwa gore ba withdraw a case. But I'm not disputing that he has been heard. Ke no batla clarity mono gore le ena o re betha-bethanele, ke gopola re o mo donsele le ena a raoa le nna ke tlo go bontšha gore ke monna. But at the same time, it's a lesson to us as people who are doing oversight to make sure really that our people in the working environment, they are safe. So the issue of violence against each other, I think we really condemn that. But when it comes to the real matter of the charges against the current public protector, because we don't want even those who are giving evidence to influence us, because there is no one who's guilty at this stage. Was still gathering facts. So I was a little bit puzzled when I discovered that that o bolela ka matla ka issue ya court le Samuel le advocate Madonsela, but I maybe that advocate Madonsela will be part of those who will appear as other honorable members has said. But we can really say saying that we condemn issue of violence mmerekong kudu ga motho o mogolo wa go lekana le papa, but re tla lebelela re be re bontšitša. I think le rena maloko ya committee, it is assisting us to how to gather facts in this regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Suela Mematlala. That week's-
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Ntate Siabe. I want to talk about the relevance regarding the allegations, the charges. The one where you say you beat him up. The one who says you beat him up. I need clarity. It's like, the way I understand it, you hit one another. I remember him saying, I also beat you up. I will also beat you up as I am a man. That is two people fighting. As lawmakers or members of the committee, we must ensure that our people are safer at work. The charges against the public protector must not influence us. I was surprised when Ntate Siabe talks about the court and Advocate Madonsela. We condemn the issue of violence against an old person like Ntate Siabe. But this also helps us as lawmakers. It helps us to be able to gather information and to be aware that this type of things are happening. Ntate Siabe, ke a leboga ka kudu ge o na le rena mo o tlo bolela ka go nyalelana ga ditatofatso re ra tsona di-charges mo o bolela gore le nna ke tla mmetšha o ntiteile le nna ke tla mmetšha ka re le nna ke monna ke kwa e sepela jwalo gore ka mokgwa go leng ka gona ka re le bethana gona o emeng a tio be le teana wena le ntate o le o mongwe. Ke gopola ebile go na le mo ngwadileng gore le nna ke tla metia ka baka la gore ke monna. Fela rena re le bašomedi bona ba mmuso re santse re netefatse gore batho ba rena ba sireletsegile mešomong. Ditatofatso tse kgatlhanong le mošireletši wa setšhaba di tshwanetse gore di ska re huetša, di ska huetša mošomo yo re dirago. Ke maketse ka kudu ge ke kwa yena Ntate Siabe o bolela ka tsona dikgorotshekelo le mme Advocate Madonsela. Re tloga re nyatša ka kudu taba ye ya yona ntwa kgatlhanong le re ka re tsona dintwa kgatlhanong le ka ba bana basadi go ba mang fela re kgatlhanong le yona taba ya dintwa ka kudu-kudu go batho ba bagolo. Se se re thusa gore re le bona bašomedi ba setšhaba le rena re kgone go bona le go kwešiša go dilo tša mohuta o di a direga. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Suela Mematlala. Ntate Siabe, any response?
Ntate Siabe go na le mantšinyana a o nyakang go ba bolela?
Teboga ka e kgolo ya go Justice ya Pretoria. PP George Baloyi. He is my hero. He fought with me. Bapolukwane ba re ke a thiba ke reng, ke reng, ke reng, ke reng. George Baloyi a re le mo. Ba re batla ka kua. Tshwanaka batho ba nnete. He was desperate le yena a rata go nthusha ona na nnete. Batho ba ba khutiša eng. Ke ka mokgwa ko kgonneng go iša Samuel Court because of George Baloyi. Ke se be yena. Dipolelo tse ke di boletseng mo ka moka ga tsona. Batho ba ne ka ba ntshwentseng ka moka ga bona. Ke be ke paletse ko to di bolela gore ola o ntshwentse, ola o tshwentse, o tshwentse. Ke bolela ka George Baloyi because o nthušitše. Today ke bolela ka advocate Matonzela because o ile go kwa. O rile go kwa. Ba ne ba mo fitlhela tsone ke ngwala mangolo ke diang ka maka ba kgeile ba fitlha batho ba ga ba sa mo fene mara sephiri se se le go tswelela a seng ke a re fok ke di la tlhatse le tsone o tsweletše ka bogale a ba mosadi a bontšha gore mmereko wa gage ke eng a actor ge nke ba se actor nke be re se mo bjela actor a discipline a motho mo mathata a thomang gona gana moo ke mo le gore o discipline a motho o ya dikgotho tse dingwe dikgotho tse la di a mo discharge o la mo tshwaretseng le ena ka o ya sa mo hira gape go bona gore ntho e ke ntlo o hira motho gape a go kgonagale gore o ba go file mmereko wa go hira batho o tseba molao ya gona ka moka wa senya dišio ka motho ke mo hira ke motho wa mofuta mang o tsebile o ba bereka le ena o tsebile gore o ile khotho ntlo we nke le ena a makale gore na mara motho ba mo cleara jwang a na le record la bona lo jantse ka moka be nka se kgone go di bolela jole ke a le nna ke a le leboga ge le kgonne go mpitša la mpha sebaka sa gore must cough it out because bontši bja tsona tše dingwe ge ke bolela ka tsona so di a nkhuduwa.
My biggest thanks is with regards to the Department of Justice in Pretoria, the then Public Protector Judge Baloyi. I can call him my hero. He is my hero. He fought with me when the Polokwane officials wanted to do away with my case. Sorry. He was saying that, what are these people? Why are they doing what they are doing? What are they hiding? What's behind they wanting to get rid of the case? He helped me a lot. He helped me take someone to court. I managed to take someone to task because of the Public Protector Judge Baloyi. He helped me a lot. I talk about Mukhwebane because after the secret was revealed, she went on with the case. She never like, I know this case has been going on for a long time. I'm not going to do anything about it. She acted like a real woman. She disciplined this person. This person was disciplined by Mukhwebane. As I mentioned, he went to CCMA, he went to different places. And the other thing is that this current acting public protector, they hired this person, knowing that this person has a record, has a case pending against him. How do you hire someone who has such a case? How did they clear this person who has a record?
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
thank you very much, Lala. I now
the-
understand. I'm going to ask Advocate Mpofu for whatever pickup questions before we wrap up. Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, no, I don't have much. I just wanted maybe first to clarify something, Chair. The last member who spoke in what you call a mixture, at least part of that had something to do with ascribing to Ntatesiabe things that he never said. And I think the record must reflect that Ntatesiabe never said anything about doing anything to Mr. Samuel to show that he's a man. I think that's a very unfortunate insult. He said that he had to hold on to him to avoid being thrown over a balcony, possibly to die. And I think that anybody in that position, if we believe what he says happened in the way that he says happened, would have done that. Otherwise, he might not even have been here to tell us the story. Yes, also the question I would have asked really was about this thing of relevance, but I think that it's not worth it because I think anybody who doesn't understand the relevance of this evidence should just be ashamed of themselves. I'll just leave it there. We'll deal with it in the legal argument if we get to that stage. But I think there are certain things that people shouldn't even do, even for the sake of exposing their lack of humanity or propensity to sell out. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Mpofu. I now go back to you, Ntatesiabe. We have now reached the end of our interaction with you. I would like you to be the last person who would say something in this inquiry today. So I want to invite you to speak to this committee before you leave and say a few words about what you want us to really think about. Ntate
Seabe, ke tla bolela le wena jwale, re tla mafelelong a go boledišana le wena. Jwale ke be ke go kgopela gore o ka ba le mantšu a go swaya gore ke eng se o ka ratago gore komiti e se dire ka ge o tlile mo re boledišane le wena. Jwale re botse gore ke eng se o ka ratang gore re go thuše ka sona re le komiti, mantšu a gago a go fetša a go tswalele.
Ha ke tsebe ge le committee ka kgona ka South Africa ke kgolo, but e ka leka experience ya ona ka mo ka kgona. Ge ke re ke fe motlhala ke bolela ka justice, the way ko rile boima ka gona a ke tse lena le lebella le bona le ka ra ka nthuša ka mokgoma ge member a junior ya justice jwale ka prosecutor
Judge Barlow.
Msadi wa prosecutor wa gana DJ nje J88 tsena ka court. Kgweleng. Jwale ka bokgweleng, a gana di-instructions tša go tšwa above. Ene le bona ba se mo actele. Ke thomile o no e bona gore mara nka se ba ka re go bona ka re actela mo wa motho o sa acte ka gore se junior e fela kgetha go bereka dilo ka thoko, which is not right.
Ke tlo kopa Mme Matlala a translate and then you will come back.
Sure.
Ke tlo kopa Mme Matlala a translate.
All right, I'm wondering if the committee can be able to help me, as South Africa is huge. I wonder if they can be able to help me with their experience. For an example, with regards to the Department of Justice, how can you help me? If a junior of the Department of Justice, like Prosecutor Kweleni, I think is the correct name, Chair. If people like the Prosecutor Kweleni refused for the J88 form to enter the court, she defied instructions from above. Why aren't you doing something about what she did? That is my question.
George Ntushiji, but ka o tla justice ka kwa. Se ke bola ka sona dina a ke tsebo na go ne le mongwe ka di gona go ne di ka se di gone, because ge be le gore protocol e bereka ka go mogwa gore police senior, a senior policeman a junior policeman instruction as well as idea. You will jump high. Actually, you are on a mode. I'm disciplined. Why is that Sergeant?
Judge helped me by going the other route. If there is protocol, if protocol is like that, let's say for an example, a senior police officer gives an instruction to a junior police officer, and the junior does not carry out the instruction, that senior police officer has the right to go back to the junior in order to reprimand him. That's what he would do.
Look at this one. Go court. The file the police station. Go ba le motho a di signelang. A di tšea di isa ka police station. Wa ka police station go na le motho a di ritsibang. A signa gore o kebile file ele file tše kang. But ge file e timela ile ka ofising ya motho, nothing happened. Kono tshwana gore file ya ka e timetse ile ka ofising ya Kweleng. So you can see gore e ke lebella gore bona Kweleng o kgona go nkganetša ka J88 tsene ka court. Kweleng e ke file ya ka e timetse ile ka ofising ya gae. But no, so ile selone ke mo ke reng a ke tsena ke mo ka di gona na gore batho ba ge be go ne le dilo tše di so ba di go be le discipline e sentse gore ge motho a dirile so ga ba go thoma go tsebega gore file e timetse e tshwere ke ena a tlhalose e timela jwang. But in Polokwane, it was not like that.
We look at this one like this. You know, at the courts, files come from the police station, at this very police station, someone at the police station receives these files. If a file is lost from that office, that means nothing. My file was lost in Kweleni's office and nothing happened. I think that they should be disciplined. Whoever made this file to disappear must be disciplined. It's just like that. But in Polokwane, things are different. I wonder how do they operate, but protocol is not adhered to. Thank you.
Furthermore, se segolo ke a le leboga. Ke leboga go fitlha mo. I will be at ease now. Tshwana le tša dilo tša go tshwana le tša bo advocate Mokgwebane bo go sena mo nka di report. Ke ra advocate Matonze tša ntileng tšona bo go sena mo nka di report. A ke kgone go ya police station ka go mo tshwariša re motho o dile so o dinora case ya ka o dia so a ye gona ntwe ya re nka mo tshwariša. So ge le se impitše mo e feleletše ke gore go fedile ka nna. Ke mo ke reng ke a leboga gore le mpitše tše di tswalegile re di bule. Ditsotsi tše ka moka ga tšona ke be di dia dilo tša botsotsi re kgone go bolela ka tšona. Ke tshwenyege kudu ka Samuel. Ke tshwenya fela ke tshepedišo e beng gona. Samuel a ntshwenye nna Samuel ke gore a ke ne taba le Samuel. Gantse go tshwenya ke tshepedišo e leng gona ya gore khotho e nngwe e lwe le nngwe. Ba bangwe ba ba hire ba bangwe ntse ba tseba gore ke tlhakatlhakano e nngwe e kgolo yona ke a lena le ka e lokiša tlhakatlhakano eo. Because mo tlhakatlhakano e tliša ke ge batho ba nyaka mmereko ba lwela mmereko. So it's for you to decide gore tlhakatlhakano ye ya mmereko motho ba baka mmereko le e feta jwang.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you a lot from the bottom of my heart. I know that now I will be at ease. I could not report people like Advocate Julie Matonzela anyway. You gave me a platform. I could not report. I could not even open a case against her. But now I know that my case is being attended to. My case, maybe it might even be complete. Therefore, I thank you a lot. All these criminals, all these people that were harassing me, that is over now. I'm over it. Actually, Samuel does not bother me at all. The Samuel saga doesn't bother me. I am bothered by the process which unfolded and the process which was followed is what bothers me. I can't be bothered by Samuel. As I said, I'm at ease. But you know, this confusion about this, as I said, people are here fighting for jobs. That's what causes the confusion more. This court is fighting with this one, the other court is fighting that other. That's where the confusion is. But I trust you that you have the capacity to dwell on that. You have the capacity to work on it. Thank you.
In conclusion, I say thanks. And may advocate. Anyway, go to what I So I thank you so much to have me here. Thank you.
I think it have me to have me here, Advocate Mpofu, and the other advocate. He just said me. I'm not sure which one.
Advocate
Mkoban.
The other one was Advocate Mkoban.
Okay, thank you, Advocate Mpofu and Advocate Mkoban. Thank you very much, because when these issues really touch me, but I thank you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate Siabi. On behalf of this committee, I want to also extend our gratitude to you to appreciate the effort you have taken before today of traveling from Limpopo to come to Cape Town to be here physically at the age that you are, and spend the whole day sitting there talking and responding to questions. We do not take that lightly. We really appreciate. And I must say on behalf of the committee that we have now taken serious note of your contributions and what you've placed in front of the committee. There's going to be a time in the committee when we deliberate on all the testimonies. And that's a time when we're going to deal with issues of relevance and so on. Members would have indicated that some of the things you have raised, what the response is and what will happen. And we hope and trust that your endeavors will bear fruit in relation to the issues that are outside of the ambit of this committee. So thank you very much. You are now officially excused as a witness to this committee. As I thank you, I also want to thank Meling Khanyago for helping us today with Sepedi translation, as well as Me Mukane Matlala. In fact, I pronounce it better than a Sesotho person from Velkom. So I had to even help her. I won't mention the name. So I want to thank both of you because you provided valuable, both of you out of short notice. This committee really wants to thank you, and we're grateful for your efforts. We had already had a third substitute, Sitole, who was also on standby. So we even want to thank her for being on standby, even if she didn't come in. So we appreciate that. To all of you colleagues, honorable members, members of the public, and everybody in this inquiry, we will not be sitting tomorrow as well as Friday. We will also, next week will be a week of work. We will not be sitting as the inquiry, as I understand. But we'll come back that week of the 13th and expect it to be hectic and much more involved. But as we indicated early on, that the secretariat and the team will have to help us schedule all of those kind of dates properly, because it helps all of our planning. And part of the reason we're also not meeting next week, the 7th and the 8th, there is another matter in court, because with the PP team and behalf of this committee, will meet there for a different menu. So we will not miss each other in that regard. So I want to thank all of you colleagues. It's been long 2 days since yesterday as well as today. So thank you very much. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.